Mr. Chairman. So baka mamaya makatulog dito. Please, kung pwede, alahin natin siya with all due respect. Alam natin, matanda na siya and inaantok. Baka mamaya makatulog, Mr. Chair. Baka pwede unahin natin siya. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For humanitarian consideration, Mr. Chair, yun lang sa akin.
Okay, so there's an appeal, so can I suspend so that we can come up with a consensus?
So break muna tayo mga ka-horse ko. Break tayo.
Dito yung idol.
Mukhang mahina yung signal ko. Walang...
Dito yung idol. Dito yung idol.
Oo. Hindi. Siyempre yung tatay ko. Si tatay. Power.
Wala nga na. Palaway ka dito sa labas.
Malinaw po ba tayo? Malinaw ba? Please lang, paki-comment kung malinaw.
Walang ginagawa.
Yan, pitik-pitik muna tayo. So, salamat Cap LSR, hello. So, inaano lang muna nila. Sir, dito po. Sir, dito po.
Boss, kukuhanan. Pakikuhanan mo. Loko-loko na may ari. Like na.
Sabi nga nila, maling maki.
Tadi parang mga bitaw.
So, hintay-hintay lang po tayo mga old school. Hindi tayo pwede magsigaw, nandito tayo. Ito. Tahimik lang tayo. Support lang natin si tatay. Malinaw pa po ba? Malinaw? Salamat po. Tol, pakisama mo nga to. Ano lang, record. Pang reels. Pang-news kay tatay. Tsaka kay kuya.
Ano pa tayo?
Okay lang, kahit patayo na lang.
Dalawa na to, sir. Para sigurado.
Ayun yung sinasabi ko yun. So wait lang po kayo mga calls ko lang. Hindi ko po pwedeng patayin yung live natin. Taste lang. Yung kay Nico, yung luma ni Nico.
Sakit mo. Bakit ganyan? Parang ghost.
Ayun nga eh.
Dati kung ano lang yun. Hindi ko.
Oo nga, si Kuya Jojo magbibigay.
Mr. Chairman,
Session is hearing is resumed.
may we again recognize Senator Sino to reiterate the motion. Estrada,
Estrada, yes.
to reiterate the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we give the opportunity to the former president to have his opening statement. I so move, Mr. President.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, it was never the intention to deny the former president to give his opening statement, but on motion of my colleagues, we are going to give the president the first priority now to give us his opening statement. Mr. President, you are recognized.
Before anything else, Senator, I'd like to thank the committee for inviting me. Para once and for all, malaman natin. So, I would like to request sa inyo na huwag ninyo akong ituring president or kaibigan. Treat me as a witness and tignan natin kung lalabas yung totoo. So, with your permission, at maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat for inviting me. I'd like to start my mandate as president of the Republic was to protect the country and the Filipino people. Do not question my policies because I offer no apologies, no excuses. I did what I had to do. And whether you believe it or not, I did it for my country. The war on illegal drugs is not about killing people. It is about protecting the innocent and the defenseless. The war on drugs is about the eradication of illegal substances such as shabu, cocaine, heroin, marijuana, party drugs, and the like, as a menace which ruins people, families, communities, and relationships, and tears apart the social fabric which binds society together in peace, harmony, and brotherhood. It is not unlike slogans which serve as calls for a better future, such as a war on waste, war on corruption, and a war against climate change. I have always viewed people addicted to illegal drugs as victims and patients requiring medical help and not as criminals. That is why when the war on drugs slogan came into being, coined as first as a message to the people of Davao City to stay away from illegal drugs. But at the same time, I had a drug rehabilitation facility constructed in Davao City, a city government expense, manned by Davao City government doctors, psychiatrists, nurses, and health workers, among others, to look after the complete rehabilitation of those addicted to illegal drugs. I believe then and I still believe now that rehabilitation and not fear of death or incarceration to be the key to the return of the addicted individuals back to the mainstream of a just and forgiving society. But no mistake about it, I hate drugs. I loathe the purveyors, the merchants, and the pushers of this demonizing element. I have not failed to emphasize this from the very day of the campaign when I ran for the presidency in 2016. This was my covenant with the Filipinos who believed in me. And to this day, must still agree with what in government have achieved. It is unfortunate that drug-related crimes are on the rise again. Every day you can read about children being raped, people getting killed and robbed. And just recently, a drug den was raided within the Malacanang complex. This clearly manifests that the purveyors of menace are back in business. Go ahead. The Filipinos are anxious and distressed. Self-preservation is still the first law of nature. It is instinct. It is recognized in our laws as self-defense. That is why I have always told the police authorities and operatives to be mindful of this basic law of nature. However, I tell them not to abuse their authority and power. And hindi ko talaga pinayagan yung abuso ng pulis o sundalo kailanman sa buong buhay ko. And as mayor for so many years and as president, in the guise of protecting themselves. But when your very life is placed at risk, and it can be snuffed out in a matter of seconds, then and only then must you act accordingly. Repel the aggression only in self-defense. Alam mo, natalo ko nagturo sa aming bayan sa Police Academy. When I was a prosecutor, to augment my income noon, bago akong nagturo ako sa polis. Ang sinabi ko talaga sa kanila, when you are arresting a criminal, you are not supposed to request him to surrender. Rather, you have to overcome the resistance. However, pag ayaw, it's the duty of the police is to overcome the resistance kung ayaw mag-surrender. At kung may baril, at kung tingin mo, sabi ko sa mga police doon sa academy, mamamatay ka, barilin mo. Barilin mo sa ulo. Patayin mo at least one less criminal in the community. Yun ang utos ko. When I was a fiscal and I was a professor doon sa police academy. Yun ang turo ko sa kanila. No quarters given, no quarters asked. Criminal ito. Repel the aggression only in self-defense. Do not make orphans of your children and widows of your wives. I don't want that in my conscience as mayor and president. Hindi ko mabigat yan sa konsensya ko. I have warned, but before that, my job as president was never easy. And it was not meant to be. I have tried to do the best I can to address the problem of illegal drugs firmly and without compromise. For all of its successes and shortcomings, I alone take full legal responsibility sa lahat na nagawa ng mga pulis pursuant to my order. Ako ang managawa. At ako ang makulong. Huwag yung pulis na sumunod sa order ko. Kawawa naman. Nagtatrabaho lang. Yun ang gusto kong sabihin sa Pilipino. At mabuti niyaya ninyo ako dito. Once and for all, yan ang gusto kong sabihin sa tao. I have warned all of you as your president. Then, and as a private citizen now, drugs will destroy the Filipino. It will destroy my country. And I will never allow it. Paski ako empleyado sa gobyerno o private citizen, I will do what is necessary to protect my country, my community, at yung mga anak natin. This is a matter of principle. At pagkamatayan ko yan. Maraming salamat. I'm ready to answer it.
Thank you, Mr. President. But now I think
Umiiyak si
it's
Sir Robin.
better to hear victim families. And then we'll open the floor for questioning and discussion. So, among the victim families present today is Randy Del Santos. Randy, yes. Please give us your testimony.
Senator Pimentel, Senator
Yes.
Pimentel,
Yes.
I just want to make a manifestation, if you
Go
will
ahead,
allow
go
me.
ahead, go ahead. Sorry, Senator Santos. Yes, go ahead. Senator Villar.
I just want to manifest that the first request to our family when President Duterte became president in 2016 was to build a drug rehabilitation center in Las Piñas. He came to inaugurate the drug rehab center. My only disappointment is that the complaint of the people that it is hard to be admitted in the drug rehab center. That's all, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Villar. Mr. De Los Santos, try to keep it concise and direct to the point po, Mrs. De Los Santos. Go ahead.
Magandang umaga po, Ginong Tagapangulo, sa lahat po ng miyembro ng Blue Ribbon Committee at sa mga resource person na naririto po ngayong umaga. Ako po si Randy De Los Santos, ang tiyuhin po ng napaslang na 17 taong gulang noong August 16, 2017. Karoon po ng isang police operation, Ginong Tagapangulo, sa aming lugar. At sabi ko ng mga polis sa kanilang report ay bumunot ng baril, lumaban si Kian De Los Santos. Sa pagdinig ng mga kaso, hindi ko yun totoo. Patunayan po namin sa korte na si Kian ay hindi nalaban at pinatay. Intentional pinatay ng mga polis. Mga ilang araw, Ginong Tagapangulo, habang nakaburo lang aking pamangkin, naglabas po ng kasinungalingang statement ang pamunuan po ng PNP. At noon po ay pinamumunuan ng ating kagalang-galang na senador, Bato de la Rosa. Ang sabi po dun sa statement ay yung tatay daw po at yung uncle ay kilala sa aming lugar na siga, kinatatakutan at nagbebenta ng droga at ginagamit po si Kian De Los Santos bilang tagapagbenta nito. Ginong Tagapangulo, totoo po, kilala po kami sa aming lugar, pero hindi po konektado sa illegal na droga. Kilala po kami bilang mga saksi ni Jehovah na nagbabahay-bahay, kumakatok sa mga pintuan at nagbabahagi ng salita ng Diyos. Marahil ang kagalang-galang na Senator Robin Hood Padilla ay makakapagbigay po ng kanyang pananaw sa kung ano hubang uri ng pagkatao kami mga saksi ni Jehovah. Brother, magkasama tayo noon. Kasama ko po ang inyong ina. Ginong Tagapangulo, marahil po ang malisyoso at maling pagbibintang na ito ay naka-apekto po sa amin. Inalis po ako sa trabaho, Ginong Tagapangulo, dahil sa maling akusasyon ito. May mga magulang ko ako, may anak ako. Dahil sa statement na yon, na di umano, marahil, pinanggalingan, ay sa Intel daw po. Eh, laki-laki ho ng budget ng Intel eh. Eh bakit ho ganun? Tinanggal ho ako sa trabaho. Dahil po dyan, binalot ng takot ang aming pamilya. Namamarkahan sa publiko at sa national TV na kami po ay identified bilang taga-benta ng droga. Noong panahon yun, nakakatakot na po eh. Baka kami na ho isunod. Dahil ho dyan, ang aking kapatid ay kinuha po ng Public Attorney's Office para dalhin sa WPP. Teka lang po, naiwan po ako sa labas. Ako ho ang tsuhin eh. Bakit hindi ho ako sinama? Sa mga panahon yun, Ginong Tagapangulo, takot po ako. Dahil markado na ho ako eh. Pero narito po ako ngayon bilang tinatawan po ng program Paghilom bilang field coordinator. Sa aming pong programa, Ginong Tagapangulo, meron po kaming 312 pamilya na inabot na kapwa namin mga biktima. Lahat po sila, Ginong Tagapangulo, ay pinatay. Pinasok ang mga bahay. Police operation. Sa akin pong pagtingin, wala po ni isa man ang inimbestigahan. Na dapat po sana, ayon sa batas, sabi sa Quadcom, na kapag ka po napatay pala ang isang biktima, ay dapat na imbestigahan. Kasuhan ng mga pulis at doon, kung hindi po ako nagkakamali, hindi po ako abogado, doon idepensa ng mga pulis na ito, ng mga alagad ng batas na ito, ang kanilang pagiging inosente. Pero nakalulungkot po, Ginoong Tagapangulo, na sa record po namin, may mga affidavit po na pinapipirma ang mga kapulisan at sinasabi doon na hindi na raw po sila handa na sampahan ng kaso o hindi na po sila interesado pa na magdemanda sa nangyari sa kanilang mga pamilya. Nagkaroon din po ng mga kasinungalan, Ginoong Tagapangulo, sa mga pampublikong dokumento, kagaya po ng mga death certificate na nakalagay ay natural cause po ang dahilan ng pagkamatay. Pero meron po kaming Project Arise na kung saan yung 5 taon na pag-i-expire po ng mga kapwa namin biktima na wala pong kakayanan para ipagpatuloy sila sa kanilang pinaglibingan, ito po ina-exhume namin. Dinadala po namin kay Dr. Fortun. Kahit po buto na, nagsasalita pa ng katotohanan. At isa na ho rito, Ginoong Tagapangulo, Your Honors, ay yung matapos po yung 5 taon, okay na naimbestigahan na ho Pero may bala pa po. At ito po yung on record. Maaari po nating tanongin si Dr. Fortun sa kanyang mga natuklasan. Ginoong Tagapangulo, ako po bilang kinatawa ng aming pamilya, ng aking kapatid, nag-usap po kami bago po ako magtungo sa kagalang-galang na komiting ito. Ano ba ang aking sasabihin doon, Tol? Ano bang gusto mong iparating sa ating kagalang-galang ng mga senador at sa ating tagapangulo? Dismayado po ang kapatid ko, Ginoong Tagapangulo, sa nangyari. Hindi pa ho namin nakukuha ng buo ang hustisya. Kung maaalala
Malinaw ba? Malinaw.
Ang kaso laban sa mga kapulisan. Murder, planting of evidence ng baril, at planting of evidence ng droga. Yung Tagapangulo, napatunayan na ho namin ito sa korte. Tila maila pa rin po yata sa amin ang hustisya. Nanalo ho kami sa RTC. May gawad po na dahil.
Thank you na Angelina Matsui, Orlando Bautista.
Kalahati ho ng katawan niya ay nagtanggulay. Sa mga bagay pong ito, Ginoong Tagapangulo, at bilang kinatawan po, bilang field coordinator ng program Paghilom, nais ko pong ipabatid sa inyo na lahat po ng 312 ng mga pamilya na sa aming pangangalaga, hindi ho sila ng laban, Ginoong Tagapangulo. Ako po mismo ay personal na bumisita sa kanilang mga burol noong mga panahon na nakaburol ito. At nakakwentuhan po sila. Naalala ko po, pahihitulutan po ninyo, yung binanggit ng aking kaibigan na Jehovah's Witnesses noon.
1 minute, sir.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Na Jehovah's Witnesses noon. Ang sabi daw po ay, kapag ka namatay ang isang tao, makikilala mo kung sino siya. Sa burol, buti nga. Namatay yung tao ngayon, napakasalbahe niya Pero kapag ka namatay po ang isang tao, sasabihin, sayang, nakakapanghinayang, napakabuting tao niyan, tumutulong. Marahil ito po ang naobserbahan ng ating mga media na narito, na halos 2 linggo nag-cover sa burol ni Kian. Marahil po nagtanong-tanong kayo, Ginoong Tagapangulo, sa karakter ni Kian de los Santos. Hindi ho siya. Wala ho siya sa listahan. Hindi po siya, Ginoong Tagapangulo, nagbebenta ng droga. Inosente po at nag-aaral po ang aking pamangkin sa isang pribadong paaralan na kahit po medyo may kataasan ay ginagapang po ng aming pamilya.
Yes, mag-stay tayo hanggang kaya ng data natin.
Ng ibang bayan, OFW po, para maglaan ng pangangailangan.
Thank you. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Randy De Los Santos. Pero pwede po kayo mag-execute ng affidavit kung lahat ng gusto niyo ikwento, pwede niyo po ilagay. Can we now listen to the next victim family?
Dennis, question mo siya.
Sabay-sabay na natin na. Pakinggan mo na.
Nakakalimutan mo yan. Habang presko pa sa utak natin.
Okay.
Short
Can I suspend for a minute?
Nanay Angelina, basta sa Senate, nakakapasok tayo. Pero kahit sa Kongreso, pwede naman. Kaya lang, ayaw ko sa Kongreso pumasok. Baka hindi na ako makalabas. Lisa Soto, hello po. Yung mga may extra dyan, paloadan nyo lang ako mamaya.
Okay, hearing is resumed. Senator Bato de la Rosa is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to express my condolences to Mr. Randy de los Santos. Alam po nyo, nung namatay si Kian, ako galit na galit talaga. Sino mong maniwala na bata nagtutulak ng droga, pinatay? Ay, ako may anak rin ako. Kung mangyari yun sa anak ko, galit na galit ako, Mr. Chair. Kaya ako, I tried my best talaga na yung kaso na yan, kasi bata binaril. So kailangan managot talaga gumawa niyan. Pero meron akong nasabi, if I can fully remember, sinabi ko, nung tinanong ko yung mga nakabaril kay Kian, sir, ang explanation na sa akin, kaya nangyari yun, sir. Dahil yung meron kaming nahuli na po, sir, na isa dyan sa Caloocan, at itinuro yung isang babae na tumboy na pinagalingan na kanyang droga. Tapos, ang sabi nung puser na nahuli namin, sir, yung droga nung tumboy na yan, masyadong madiskarte, hindi siya nagbibigay direkta sa amin ng supply. Dinadaan doon sa tindahan ni Kian, kung saan si Kian nagbabantay, iniiwan doon at pinipick up lang. Si Kian wala namang alam doon sa droga kung droga yon. Basta iiwan lang doon kung si Kian nagbabantay ng tindahan, iniiwan sa tindahan, doon pinipick up namin yung droga. Galing sa yung suspect na puser na tumboy. Kaya sir, nadamay si Kian. Sabi ko, bakit yung binaril? Wala, hindi na masagot. Hindi na masagot. Pero actually sir, doon talaga sa tindahan ni Kian namin kinukuha. And ako'y nagtataka, bakit did I mention the name of a certain Randy de los Santos as involved in drugs? Ang alam ko noon, nabanggit ko during one of my interviews, na yung sabi ng polis, na Caloocan, na ngayon nakakulong, siya yung tatay ni Kian mismo. Sir, tingnan yung mukha. Naubos na yung ngipin, naubos na yung gums, siya gagamit ng droga, yusin ng tatay. Kaya tanong ko nga, bakit hindi ang tatay pumunta dito? Bakit yung uncle ang nagreklamo? Yun ang sabi sa akin ng polis. What can I do? I received that information. Sir, tingnan mo, interview yung tatay ni Kian. Tingnan yung mukha. Tunaw na tunaw yung panga. Tunaw na tunaw yung ngipin. Yusin yan, sir. Sabi sa akin ng police operative na Caloocan. So, sinira ko lang sa media. Dahil kitang-kita naman kung tingnan mo. Kaya nga, bakit na-involve yung uncle, I don't think, I'm not sure. Please refresh me, my memory, kung nabanggit ko yung pangalan of Mr. Juan Randy de los Santos as involved in drugs. I cannot remember, Mr. Chair. I just hope this body can be enlightened. Dahil that's why I insisted to respond, Mr. Chair. Although ayaw mo akong i-interpolate yung ating witness, but anyway, if that is the ground rules of this committee, I submit, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
We will interpolate all of them together, Mr. President. Suspend. Hearing is resumed, and I thank Senator Padilla for reminding this representation that his name was also mentioned. So, if he wants to react, go ahead.
Maraming salamat po, Chairman. Gusto ko lamang pong patunayan, unang-una, na ang mga Jehovah's Witness po ay non-political. Never silang na-involved sa politika. Pangalawa po, naiintindihan ko po kayo. Nararamdaman ko po yung nararamdaman po ninyo dahil ang kapatid ko po, once upon a time, napatay din po. At siya din po ay binansagan na Carnap King. So naiintindihan ko po, nararamdaman ko po ang sakit. Dahil nung nangyari po ito, ako po ay napakabata pa nung pinatay yung aking kapatid at sinabing siya ay Carnap King. Siya po ay ganun din, summary execution. Kaya naiintindihan ko po kayo at nakikiisa po ako sa iyo. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Senator Padilla. Can we, makinig tayo naman sa testimony po ng isa pang nagkiklaim na victim family po sila. Ma'am Gonzales, Cristina Gonzales. Sige po, bigyan ko kayo ng mga 5 minuto, more or less.
Magandang umaga po sa lahat.
You can remove your face mask.
Ako po si Cristina Gonzales po, asawa ni Joselito Gonzales ng taga-Antipolo po. Tulad po nung sinabi nila, ang alam po ng lahat, nagbebenta po kami ng droga. Opo, totoo po yun. Pero po yung ibinibenta po namin galing po talaga po sa pulis. Kaya po malakas din po ang loob namin ng mga panahon na yun na magbenta dahil nga po galing sa kanila. Na kumbaga, wag daw po kaming matakot na mahuli o ano nga po dahil nga po galing sa kanila. Pero nung nga po nasabing maglilinis na nga daw po, sinabihan po nila yung asawa ko na paalisin ko na daw po ng Antipolo kasi nga maglilinis na nga daw po ng mga panahon ng 2016. Pero hindi po umalis yung asawa ko. Dahil ang sabi niya po, baka daw po lumamig lang, hindi naman po siya para galawin. Pero yun nga po, July 5, kinuha na lang po siya sa bahay, sabi nga po maglilipat bahay lang. Pero hindi na po nakauwi yun. Nabalitaan ko na lang nga po ganun, nasa morgue na nga daw po.
Tapos ka na. Kailan kayo nag-umpisa magbenta ng droga?
Bali ano po, nung 2015, 2016 po.
2015. Hindi pa presidente si President Duterte.
Hindi pa po.
Ha? Hindi pa. Who's the, ma-identify mo kung sino yung kinukuha mo ng drugs sa mga polis?
Yung nagbibigay po sa amin ng droga.
Kilala mo?
Opo.
Sino?
Si Sir Allen Cadag po.
Who?
Allen
Police-
Cadag.
police
Opo,
siya?
Police Antipolo po.
Police Antipolo. Oh, maybe you can invite him here. Mr. Chair. Sino pa? Bukod doon sa police na yan?
Yung sa asawa ko po sir kasi hindi ko masyadong kilala po kasi nagbibigay sa kanya.
Eh, asawa mo napatay na?
Opo yung pinatay ko nila.
So sino pa yung mga kilala mo mga polis na kinukunan ninyo ng droga at binibenta
Yung
ninyo?
po sir, madalas pong magsama sa asawa ko noon si Sir Olaco po at saka si basta yun po yung nagsasama po sa asawa ko noon na madalas po nilang pinaglilinis nga daw po ng mga dugo sa sasakyan. Kasi nga po kapag may mga pinapatay po sila, yun po yung sasakyan na nililinis ng asawa ko doon po.
Sige po, nagtanong lang kami kasi masyadong ano mo maiksi yung ano mo. So, actually, nagbagit ka pa ng July 5, pero anong taon? Pakibagit ang taon?
2016 po.
2016, okay. So July 5, 2016, ang binanggit mo, asawa. Pero anong pangalan ng asawa mo? Ulitin.
Joselito Gonzales po.
Joselito Gonzales.
Mr. Chair.
And Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman.
this is also to clarify. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, this is also to clarify the statements made by our resource person. Yung timeline lang, Mr. Chairman, I think that's important. No? Kailan napatay yung kanyang asawa, kailan po yung hanggang kailan po siya nagbebenta ng droga na binibigay ng pulis. Siguro yun.
Sige ma'am, fill in the blanks natin ma'am. Ang tanong ni Senator Villanueva, ano yung, kailan kayo nag-umpisa ng nagbenta ng droga dahil sinusuplayan kayo ng polis? Umpisa at saka dulo, yung huli.
Ano po,
Sige po, Mike.
2015 po hanggang 2016 nga po ng June. Kasi po July, tigil na po talaga yung asawa ko.
2015, anong month?
March po yun.
March, okay, sige po. Okay. Thank you. At least medyo na, yes, Senator Bato. Parang lang,
Thank
pampinak
you,
lang
Mr.
ng ano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nag-attempt ka ba na i-report sa otoridad yung pulis na nagbibenta ng droga at nagtakot sa asawa mo?
Ano na nga po kami, nagsampa na po kami ng kaso sa kanila.
Kailan?
Ay, yung protection order ko po pala.
Yung pulis na yun, nasasabi, ano pangalan no?
Yung nagbibigay po sa amin.
Yes.
Alin Kadag po.
Alin Cadas.
Kadag.
Kadag. Mr. Chair, can we invite that certain Alin Cadas? And to continue, Mr. Chair, pagkakaalam mo, nasaan siya ngayon? Yung pulis na yan.
Hindi ko na po alam kung nasaan po sila ngayon.
Kasi, alam mo, kung nagsupong ka sana sa otoridad, alam mo ba yung nangyari noon na lahat ng mga ninja cops pinaghahabol namin? Lahat ng ninja cops na wala kami makuhang ebidensya para mapin down sa administrative or criminally. Pero meron siyang report na siya yung ninja cops. Ay pinagtatapon namin sa Mindanao. Sulu, Basilan, Tawi-Tawi, Maguindanao. Pinagtatapon namin doon para matanggal dito sa lugar niyo para hindi na makapag-operate ng droga. Sana nag-report kayo sa otoridad. Alam, sa chief of police.
Pinalis na po kasi ako ng antipolo nun, sir, kasi nga daw po, isusunod na akong papatayin.
Ayun. Kung natakot ka, sorry kung natakot ka, basta you should have reported that to us para matanggalin mo tao niyan.
Sige, ma'am, tinatanong ka lang namin kasi para lang may added details kami. Pero actually, ang aking request siguro, since si Atty. Shalchok mo, I think parang dinidevote ko na rin man sarili mo sa pagtulong sa mga ganitong klaseng victims eh. Pwede bang pakitulungan kami, gawa ng affidavit si Ma'am Gonzales para nandun na lahat, orderly yung kanyang kwento. Pwede ba yan? Atty.
Alam ko po, Your Honor, ay may abogado po siya.
May abogado siya? Sino po abogado niyo, Ma'am Gonzales?
Si Atty. Dino De Leon po.
Andito ba siya ngayon?
Wala po.
So, yes, sige, makiusap na lang po tayo sa kanya. Gawan kayo ng affidavit para at least alam na namin yung basic mo na kwento, pero kung mga detalye nandun din po.
Mr. Chair.
So, with the permission of Senator Padilla, ladies first muna tayo. Sige, Senator Ontiveros.
Salamat tayo, Mr. Chair, Senator Robin. Isa dagdag na detalye, Ms. Cristina. Sino naman po yung pulis na may-ari ng kotse na nililinis nyo para malinis yung dugo?
Ano po, kay Marlon Olaco po at saka kay Sir Baste kung tawagin nga lang.
Marlon Olaco at Sir Baste. Ano pong apelyido ni Sir Baste?
Yun lang po kasi yung alam ko dun sa sinasabi ng asawa.
Si Marlon Olaco ba ay pulis at si Sir Baste ay pulis din?
Opo, mga pulis po.
So parehong pong pulis. Mr. Chair, kung pwede lang quickly matanong yung PNP resource persons natin, kung yung Marlon Olaco at yung Sir Baste, kung kilala nila ay nasa active service pa. Kung sino pong pwedeng matanong sa PNP?
Hindi, mga-retired na po. Sino ang ating Comsec? Sino ang from PNP ngayon na nasa HQ na invited natin? Na present? Siguro, Chair. Sige.
Baka sa susunod na
Yes, we will. We will ask the PNP HQ to have also a representative, but yung sa time gap natin, we will write them to confirm.
Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Sige, asa ba din yan?
Maraming salamat po, Chairman. Gusto ko lamang pong masundan yung sinabi ng ating pong resource speaker, si Ms. Cristina Gonzales. Yun po yung nilalaman po ng ating...
Call School Jim Bramblett. Hello, good morning.
Sa tunay po talaga.
Call School Maki Banahera. Hello.
Yun po yung...
Carlos Juray. Hello.
Kakalit po ng administrasyon. Kaya po kanina, pinag-uusapan natin yung 2015 hanggang 2016. Kasi noong 2015 po, yun na po yung umpisa ng tinatawag nating paglilinis ng mga ninja cops. Kasi po, papasok na po yung bagong administrasyon. Yun po yung sinasabi ni Ma'am Cristina Gonzales na tunay po na nangyayari yan sa underworld. Na kapag ganyan po talaga,
Bang drops, tama yan tanong mo.
na meron po talagang political will na talagang durugin niyang drug syndicates at paglipana po ng droga.
Nakakatulog na si Tatay.
Yung mga may alaga, yung pong mga tinatawag natin po talaga na talagang yung mga iskalawags po talaga, talaga maglilinis po yan. Yun po yung sinasabi. Kaya po yung 2015, bago po pumasok si Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte, naglilinis na po yung mga tinatawag natin iskalawags. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. So, narinig na natin yung at least we have two real life incidents na namatayan po yung pamilya. We have nag-testify po sila ito under oath. No?
Malinaw ba tayo?
Narinig natin from nabanggit yung programa ng Pagilong. I think that is Father Flaviano Villanueva. Sige, Father, tell us what that is at anong ginagawa nun, and then because of your involvement dyan, ano naman ang iyong mga observations or conclusions? Father, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are other witnesses po na kasama ko, and they also have tales to tell.
Salamat,
And,
Old School
let me just
GA
recognize
channel.
them. Arlene, Ellie, and Arsenia. Now, let me begin by being asked by an
John William Volcanelo.
what does a priest do with the victims? Ang tugon ko po dito, dalawang tanong niya. What does the priest do with the victims? What and how can this madness ever take place? Ang una kong sagot ay sa SBD, tinuruan kami na hindi lang magbahagi at magpatotoo sa katotohanan. The word became flesh, and we seek the flesh and serve them in the flesh. The second was, I told the ambassador, for you to understand the drug war that took place from 2016 to 2022, you have to go back to Davao. And in that, I have a presentation. If it's ready, I'll briefly run through it as a guide, but not all. And sa Davao, there are testimonies. Oh, in my
Father,
presentation.
keep your presentation within 5 minutes, kaya?
Go
Go ahead, God.
And in this presentation, let me say that these are from fact statement made in public. Hindi ko po personal to, but these are all made in public. And the second would be facts from my own experience and encounter. Let me begin by what the former president uttered. In the next slide, please. Following the death squad would be a statement. They are saying that I'm part of that squad. True. That is very true. I'm just pointing a point. Followed by, next slide, please. The other slide. If you are doing an illegal activity in my city, if you are a criminal or a part of a syndicate that preys on the innocent people of the city, for as long as I am mayor, you are a legitimate target of assassin. At ito po ay pinatutuhanan ng sa susunod na slide ni Arthur Las Cañas, who said, and I quote, Duterte is the lord of all drug lords in the southern Philippines. He is the most dangerous person in the southern hemisphere. End of quote. Another person na nagpatutuo po ay hindi si Edgar Matubato. Ang kanya pong winika ay, it was Mayor Duterte himself who recruited us. He was present when we were organized during a meeting at the Old Man Sang Hotel. He called us the Lambada Boys. Our work was to kill and only to kill. At the start of the Lambada Boys, actual killing served as our training to kill people who were defenseless and who were caught on a during, and just to sum it from the records made in public, meron po 1,000 hanggang at least 1,000 ang namatay sa 1998 to 2008. Moving forward, what did we discover in the DDS template? Let me provide 4 elements sa nakita ko, nakita ng mga testigo. And these 4 elements in the next slide would present to us, meron nakikitang shabu, 1 hanggang 3 sachet, kaperaso lang, hindi pang mayaman, panggamit at pambenta para maitawid ang pamilya. Hindi ko po sinasang-ayunan ang mga adik sa dahilan 15 taon din akong gumamit. At kaya ko po pinasok ang ganitong pagtatanggol sa mga inakasuhan na adik. Naniniwala ako may pag-asa sila. Hindi dapat paslangin o pasabugin ang bungo. Pangalawang bagay na nakikita ay ang revolver. Meron mga patunay na ang revolver ay tampered. Ang revolver ay ginamit na 3 beses sa iba't ibang crime scene. Short of saying, recycled. Ang katawan ni Jonas sa susunod na slide, pangalan niya po, Jesus Jonas. Ito po ay nakita noong October 8, 2016. Ang sabi, as always, palaging sinasabi, nanlaban. At kung titignan natin sa pangalawa at susunod na slide pa, ariyan po ang polis, ngunit kapansin-pansin sa susunod na slide na merong handcuff marks. May handcuff marks at ang kanyang mga daliri ay
Easy. Masyado kang mainit. Tapos ko Lisa.
paano siya nakabulot at pumutok. Sa unang araw ng pagiging pangulo ng dating presidente, 39 po ang patay. Sa susunod na slide, bukod ito po si Gilbert, masabi ko lang, Barker, tinatay habang nagtatrabaho. Sa first 100 days, in the next slide, we will see that there are at least 3,600 killed as part of the so-called accomplishment. The following slide will give us better numbers or more gruesome numbers. 39 killed on July 1. The number of daily killings average or peaked at 49 on what we have called a one-time big time. 33 was the average number of killed. There were 122 children, sinasabing collateral damage daw. 58 killed in a day and in 3 days. And let me just say, given this carnage and along with death-appalling statements instructing police to kill, this points to one thing. There is a bad killer or killers at the loose. If this is not addressed, then we are doomed.
Father, your 5 minutes are up, so okay.
1 minute.
Can you yes, 1 minute. Go ahead.
Micah was killed, 3 years old. And ang kalungkot-lungkot na nabanggit ng ating ginagalang na senator, shit happens. Aldrin Pineda, ang tanong niya, bakit ako binaril ni Omar? And in the last 30 seconds, let me present sa 312 na sinabi ni Randy de los Santos, nung lumalago na po ang programa ng 200, naggawa ko ng munting katanungan, ilan ang nagdodroga? Ang sagot nila, 120. Ibig sabihin, merong 80 walang kinalaman sa droga, inosente. Ang sunod kong tanong sa kanila, sino ang nagdodroga nung pinaslang o pinatay sila ng pulis o civilian police? Wala po nagdodroga sa amin nung pinatay sila. Ang isa pang magic number, 0. sa kanilang salaysay hanggang sa ngayon, ipaglalaban nila, walang pinaslang. Sino po ang mga principal? Alamin nun natin sa quad hearing. If I may just share.
Is that, Father? What is
These are
that?
the list
Sige,
of
go ahead.
members that we have.
Members ninyo ng programa? Apa. Programa paglibong?
329 names. Pinaslang lahat. Lahat ay may affidavit. Lahat ay pwede magpatotoo. Lahat po ay may pamilya na wala ng breadwinner. At ngayon ay naghihikahos, ngunit lumalaban ang hangad, katarungan sa bansang makadiyos. Hindi dapat palakpakan ang pumapatay. Dapat ito kinakalinga at hinihilom. Marami po salamat.
Father, ganito. Kaya kayo maraming alam sa issue na ito kasi kayo ang nagpapatakbo ng programa, ano yung
Program paghilom po.
program paghilom. At dahil sa ikaw nagpapatakbo niyan, ano yung interaction mo? Doon sa 312 families o sa 200 families?
Both po.
How many families na yung
We have
ka-interaction mo?
312 families.
312 families yung ka-interaction mo. Kasi namatayan sila lahat. Yun po.
Yes po.
That's why doon nakabase lahat itong sinabi nyo.
And that is in coordination with Randy De Los Santos being my field
Kasi-
coordinator.
Kasi si Kian is one of the 312 na nakalista. Sige po. So, definitely organized na yung data ninyo. Tama?
Yes po.
Apo. So, can be committee request for your organized data?
We will, upon checking po with our lawyers, what we could share and what is highly confidential for their safety.
Okay, sa tanong, marami na tanong. Inaano ko lang yung nilalagay ko lang sa context yung bakit tinawag natin si Father Flavi as a witness. Kasi although hindi siya namatayan, hindi siya but 312 families ang inaruga ng kanyang organization na program paghilom at meron kang personal interaction with them. Okay, sige. And then meron kang sinabi na, sabi mo Senador, na sabi shit happens. Sino yun? Are you referring to?
Yung po yung nabanggit ni Senator Go nung namatay si Micah.
So Senador ko?
Sorry,
Senator?
my apologies.
Senator Bato. Sige, as a matter of right, the Senator can react if he wants to.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I just would like to put in context. Paano ko sinabing shit happens? Indeed, I said that. Shit happens. Because sa amin sa police, sa military, during operations, when you don't have complete control of the operational environment, you expect shit happens. Yun nga, nangyari na. Namatay yung bata, tinamaan yung bata, talagang, for me, for us, shit happens. Nangyari yun. So what's the fuss? What's the fuss about blaming ourselves for... Sinabi ko, talaga nangyari. Hindi perfect yung operation. Hindi mo kontrolado ang environment. May tinamaan na bata. So, anong tawag ko dyan? Perfection happens? There's no perfect operations. Sometimes shit happens. That's what I said. But that does not mean to degrade the soul, the departed soul of that child na namatay. Ang problema lang sa inyo, Father, you are trying to capitalize my words for propaganda purposes. That's very bad, Father. Masama po yan. Huwag niyong gamitin, you do not take the word out of context para i-propagandize yung isang issue. Ako, sinabi ko shit happens because I'm blaming myself as the chief PNP. Nangyari yan nang hindi dapat nangyari. Namatay yung bata, tinamaan. Really, shit happens. Pero, when the media presented it, when the media articulated it in their papers, wow, iba na. Bato is demonyo na. Na yung bata parang masaya pa dahil lang namatay yung bata. Mali po yun, Mr. Chair. So, patanong ko lang si Father, when you said that you used drugs for 15 years, ano po yung drugs na ginamit mo, Father?
Shabu po, o bago pa mag-shabu.
Pare ka na noon?
Siyempre, hindi pa ho.
Hindi ka pa pare.
Natural po.
So, 15 years. How old ka nag-start gumamit na siya mo?
Father, ako sagutin niyo.
Mr. Chair, simula po ako ng 16.
16.
Opo.
16 plus 15, that's 31. Kailan ka naging pare?
2006.
2006. How old were you? How old were you? 2006.
31 ho.
31. So meaning, nasa loob ka pa ng seminaryo, gumagamit ka na siya
Meron po
mo.
akong tinatawag na relapse, Mr. Chair.
Relapse. That's good. I congratulate you for reforming your life. And being a good example. I congratulate you. You are a good example to this community.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Pero hindi po ako gumagawa at nagpa-fabricate o pinapalobo. When you said that you do not intend to hurt the feelings of the bereaved, by the word itself, you already did. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Well, depende sa inyo yan. That's subjective, Mr. Chair. Kasi sa akin, when I see shit happens, that's for us to blame ourselves. That shit happens. That is not intended for the people or the victim. And which,
Can we contextualize? Aminado naman si Senator Bato, konektado ito sa 1-year-old na namatay, kaya kayo napasalitang shit happens.
yes, Mr. Chair.
Can we, ilan?
Mr. Chair, 3-year-old
3 years old daw.
na nangangarap din
Okay.
maging pulis.
Sige, Father, ikaw familiar sa what happened doon sa 3 years old na namatay? Sige nga, so that we will see the...
Sa pagkaalala ko po ay ito po ay isang police operation at ang hinuhuli nila yung anak, ay yung tatay, at dahil dito ay nadamay ko yung anak, no? Nadamay yung anak at namatay yung anak. I wouldn't want to give any
Saan po yun?
I wouldn't want to give any
Place and then date, and then sa incidenting yun, yung 3 years old lang ang namatay?
Kasama po yung ama, Mr. Chair.
Kasama ang ama. That is the context, ha?
Yes.
Yan yung context, ha, na nangyari ito.
Yes, Mr. Chair, wala naman talagang pulis gusto pumatay ng bata. Kaya nga sabi ko, shit happens. Diba tinamaan yung bata sa crossfire? Kaya nga, nangyari yun.
Father, sa investigation ninyo, official police operation yon, na-confirm na rin niyo sa HQ?
It was po. Kaya
Okay, may mga pangalan ng operatives.
I think meron po, Mr. Chair, and ayaw kasi mag-appeal po nung...
Paki-organize na po yung data kasi isa na yan sa napag-usapan natin ngayon. We are interested in that police operation na may 3-year-old na namatay.
Yes,
Kasama ng kanyang papa, siguro papa?
Yes,
papa. Sige.
Mr. Chair, na-autopsy rin po ni Dr. Raquel Fortun ng bata. So she can objectively provide the truth in this committee. Salamat po.
Mr. Chair, another question. Yung inimbestigahan ninyo, Father, na mga kaso, marami yun, sinabi mo. And you have evidences. Meron kayong proof na sabi mo nga, binalian ng kamot. Sabi mo, may mga revolver na paulit-ulit na ginagamit as a exhibit. Then, sa haba ng panahon, Father, ilan na pong kaso na file ninyo pertaining to those cases that you have investigated? Ilan na pong kaso na file ninyo?
Can I respond, Mr. Chair?
Respond to the best of your ability.
Okay.
Pero hindi naman, I don't think it's responsibility ninyo to file the cases. Pero sige,
Precisely.
Mr. Chair, but since concerned siya, advokasya niya yan, he should see to it that justice must be served to these victims.
hindi po ba mas responsibility ng pulis yan?
Responsibility nga ng police, Mr. Chair, pero sila nag-imbestiga, he's provide. Otherwise, kung hindi siya tumulong para mapahal yung kaso na yan, halata na ginagawa niya, puro propaganda. Nagpo-propaganda lang siya. Nagsasabi siya gano'n. Hindi pala siya interested na makuha ang justisya. Hindi niya pinalog sa polis kung nakasuhan ito mga gago nito. Because for one, I want justice to be served. Lalo na yung mga inosente na pinatay. Dapat talaga, Father. Baka mas pwede pa akong maging pare kung tutuusin. Kasi gusto ko talaga kung if I have the goods, I have the evidence as you show that, while ago. Balik-balik na, halatang binugbog mo na bago pinatay eh. Di ba? You should pinalo ko sana yun, na pa yung kaso. Kung hindi mo pinalo, well, masasabi ko hanggang propaganda ka lang, Father.
Mr.
Thank you, Mr.
Chair.
Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Risa on stage interjection. Sige.
Brief,
Senator Risa.
salamat kayo, Mr. Chair. Brief interjection lang. May expression kanina na what's the fuss. I think dahil lahat tayo, lahat around the table, ayaw nga natin na may nangyayaring ganito na may batang nagko-crossfire. And a good number of us, ayaw din natin ang buong sitwasyon ito na nagkaroon ng EJ case, nagkaroon ng war on drugs. And secondly, Mr. Chair, for the record, ilang beses na rin nagkaroon ng pagdududa sa motibo ni Father Flavi sa pagharap sa komite. I think na he doesn't deserve that dahil pinipresyon po ng ating komite na all our resource persons humaharap sa atin in good faith. So kung maaari ko lang i-make of record yan, Mr. Chair, na buong loob akong nananalig sa good faith ni Father Flavi sa pagharap sa atin at pagpresenta ng karanasan at ebidensya na meron ng project Pagharap. For the record, Mr. Chair.
Father, you don't mind being asked these hard questions naman, di ba?
No, except that
Okay, answer to the best of your ability.
Salamat po. And Mr. Chair, I would like to acknowledge the intervention of Senator Riza. Hindi po uso at hindi po nasa bokabularyo ko ang pag-upload ng katotohanan at pagpapropaganda. Ito po ay ginawa ko sapagkat bago pa magkaroon ng patayan sa nagdaang administrasyon, meron na tayong isang lugar kung saan tinatawag na kalinga. Nagpapaligo, nagpapaaral, at meron pang only rice ang mga homeless. 2015. But when 2016 started and came in, dahil ang pinatay mostly are breadwinners, I was already thinking in advance na ang mga naiwan na pamilya, kapag hindi natulungan dahil breadwinners na namatay, they will also end up in the streets. So to address that issue, we created program Paghilom to help provide the core competence of psycho-spiritual interventions. Yun po ang hugis ng hustisya na nais namin ipaabot. Let us take note that justice has different facades. Isa lang po ang korte, o ultimate ang korte. But being able to rise up in the morning para magtrabaho, ang anak kahit kandila, magsulat at mag-aral mabuti, para sa akin, katarungan na po yun. Hugis po ng katarungan yun. Now, to address the cases, there are cases that are being addressed. There are cases that have fallen into our hands and they are ongoing. I will not outline it here, but submit the records. Second, if there are really cases of Danlaban, let me now throw this question. Di ba ho, sa investigasyon, sa crime scene, ang isang pine-preserve po dyan ay yung baril na ginamit. 6,000 po daw ang nanlaban. So dapat merong 6,000 baril with corresponding documents. One way to let the public know that the war on drugs was real and true to its word, let us see the 6,000 handguns. That's a question po.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Salamat po.
If I may,
Senator Bato.
I hope the next hearing, we can invite the Director of Forensic Service of the PNP para mailatag niya yung whereabouts nito lahat ng mga ebidensya na na-recover. And for the record, Mr. Chair, I just would like to parating kay Father I appreciate what you're doing, Father. Thank you for what you're doing. Pasensya ka na kung sinabi ko na kung hindi ka nakapag-file ng kaso, parang you limit yourself to propaganda. But then again, you said na may nakapile kayo kaso.
Suspect ngayon sila na yung piling biktima.
Please, file kayo ng kaso. Kasi kawawa talaga yung namatay. Mag-file kayo ng kaso. I am one with you in seeking for justice to these victims. File nyo ng kaso.
Mana mga ka-old school
Madami pong
NC.
kaso, hinahab na po. Salamat.
Thank you para
Salamat,
Mr. Chair.
Before I recognize Senator Risa, can we ask Attorney Dulay to sit here with us? He's the Inspector General of the ES. Yes, go ahead, Senator.
Salamat kayo, Mr. Chair. One follow-up question kay Father Claudio. Father, dun sa pagkamatay ni Mika at yung ama niya, kinonfirm ba ni Dr. Fortune na talagang nagkaroon ng shootout dun sa pagkamatay ng dalawang mag-ama?
Mr. Chair, Senator Risa, referring to itong dalawa po. I think na-confirm niya po. I hope I'm right, but please don't quote me. Pero alam ko po na autopsy po ni Dr. Raquel.
Salamat, Father. So, Mr. Chair, kung
Anti kayo na
naimita
Black
din po
Paris,
sa
hindi ako
susunod na
makapagsalita ng virus dito. Baka pala
Salamat.
Nakaplano na po yan. Pero doon po yung bata na sinabi mo, yung bata na sabi mo na discover ni Dr. Fortune na may gunshot wound.
Yes.
Hindi na yata disputed yun. Ang cause of death ng bata was a gunshot wound. Tama?
Yes po.
Okay, so it's klaro. Senator Tolentino, I think wants to ask.
Father, magandang tanghali po ang ito. Binanggit mo kanina na marami kang senior na mga pangalan, although malayo dito, hindi naman natin mabasa. But you mentioned the words highly confidential. Parang hindi ba lumalabas na yung pag-share mo ng information would be selective, subjective. Paano po ito? Saan ang hangganan na ito? Ano lang yung gusto niyong ibigay? O kasi ang gustong patunguhan ng committee ito, ng hearing, ay malaman na kung ano yan. Pero kung magbibigay kayo ng konti, mag-withhold kayo, paano po yun?
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Nung sinabi kong highly confidential, unang-una po ay meron po sila kanya-kanyang mga abogado. And I believe that there is also a proper forum kung saan ito po ay lilitisin bukod po dito sa ating magiting na house. So yun po yung context ng highly confidential. If we could and only we could give it all, we would upon their approval po, Mr. Chair.
Salamat, Majority Leader. Salamat. Please stay on in the hearing, Father, kasi kami mga dagdag na tanong pa sa inyo in the course of the other testimonies. At this point, the Chair would like to call on Attorney Ian Chell Jokno to make the presentation in his capacity as the chair of the Pre-Legal Assistance Group or FLAG. And the committee understands, Dean Chell, that you have with you a survivor of an attempted extrajudicial killing. So kung maaari pong isama niyo rin po yung kwento niya sa inyong presentation. So Attorney Chell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Your Honors. May I request that the slides be put on the screen? Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Ang kampanyang kontra illegal na droga ng Administrasyong Duterte ay hindi lang basta-basta nagsimula sa kalsada at barangay. Ang pinagmulan ng moral drugs sa isang utos o command na galing mismo sa pinakamataas na opisyal ng Philippine National Police. At yun po ay nakikita ninyo sa right side ng screen. Next slide, please. Ang una po niyang reference sa kanyang command circular ay ang pronouncement ni President Rodrigo R. Duterte to get rid of illegal drugs during the first 6 months of his term.
Pusang
Next slide,
bundok.
please. Sa PNP CMC 16/2016, ang galing ang utos na magsagawa ang PNP ng panibagong anti-illegal drugs campaign na binansagang Project Double Barrel. Next slide. Ang konsepto ng operations sa Project Double Barrel ay unang-una ito ay ilulunsad sa unang araw ng Chief PNP. At pangalawa, ito ay may dalawang sangay, kaya Double Barrel po ang tawag. Project Tokhang and Project HVP. Next slide, please. Ayan po ang diagram ng Double Barrel. Project HVP ay high value target at Project Tokhang ang lower barrel. Ano ngayon ang ibig sabihin po? Next slide. ng Project Tokhang. Yan yung alam natin ng mga house-to-house visit ng police sa mga pinaghihinalaang sangkot sa illegal na droga. Next slide. Ano naman ang Project HVT? Ayan po yung tawag na high-value targets, yung mga involved na drug personalities sa international at domestic drug trafficking. Next slide, please. Kaya ang tanong po ay, ano ang pinagkaiba ng Project Double Barrel sa mga dating anti-illegal drugs campaign ng pamahalaan? Dalawa po ang pinagkaiba. Next slide. Unang-una, may utos sa loob ng command circular na yan na mag-neutralize at mag-negate ng mga suspected illegal drug personalities. Pangalawa, ang utos ay gumamit ng drug list para tugisin ang mga sangkot umano sa illegal na droga. Next slide, please. Siyempre po, alam naman natin lahat, ang trabaho ng pulis ay mag-imbestiga, magkalap ng ebidensya at magsampa ng kaso laban sa mga salarin. Kaya ang tanong ay, bakit nag-iba ang utos sa Project Double Barrel? Imbis namang aresto at magsampa ng kaso, bakit neutralize at negate ang iniutos ng CMC 16-2016? Imbis na magkalap ng ebidensya para sa korte, bakit drug list ang iniutos nitong command circular? Next slide, please. Paulit-ulit po ang utos ng command circular na ito na mag-neutralize. Mismo sa purpose ng circular nakalagay na dapat i-neutralize ang mga illegal drug personalities sa buong Pilipinas. Next slide, please. At sa loob ng circular, nandiyan po naka-highlight sa dilaw, yan yung mga paulit-ulit na command to neutralize and to negate. Next slide, please. Wala naman po sa batas ang salitang negate at neutralize, kaya libre ang pulis na unawaan ito base lamang sa kanilang sariling interpretasyon. Kumbaga, Your Honors, ay bahala na sila magpasya kung ano ang ibig sabihin nito. Ang tanong po ngayon, siyempre, ano ang pagkaintindi o pag-unawa ng pulis sa utos na mag-neutralize at mag-negate? Next slide. Ang mga susunod po na salitang paggamit ng neutralize at negate ay galing mismo sa mga opisyal ng PNP. Next slide, please. Si PNP spokesperson, Senior Superintendent Carlos ng 2016, mismo ang nag-announce noon na ang ibig sabihin ng neutralize ay pinatay o killed. At mismo siya nag-announce na papalitan na nila sa mga report ng double barrel. Imbis na killed, ang ilalagay nila ay neutralized. Next slide. Ang mga susunod naman ng mga police reports ay sinulat at nanggaling mismo sa mga units ng PNP sa Santa Ana, Manila. Makikita dito, paulit-ulit din nilang ginagamit ang neutralized kaugnay na Project Double Barrel at ang pagpatay sa suspect dahil umano siya ay nanlaban. Ito po yung isa. Next slide, please. Ito ay isang information report galing sa PNP Santa Ana. Elements of Santa Ana Police Station will step up for suspects' immediate apprehension and neutralization. Kung ang ibig lang sabihin ay hulihin yung suspect, bakit pa dinagdag ang salitang neutralization? Next slide, please. Yung suspect po dito ay nailagay sa isang drug watch list at medyo maliit lang, pero may makikita kayong handwritten notation sa tabi ng pangalan niya, killed, at yung petsa kung kailan siya pinatay. Next slide, please. And one more. Next slide, please. As predicted in the PNP information report, ang tatlong suspect, Mr. Manawis at dalawang bunuan, ay na-neutralize o napatay sa isang bypass operation dahil sila raw ay nanlaban. Next slide, please. May hawak po ang flag ng mga 20 sets pa ng mga police reports galing din sa Police Santa Ana na ganun din, halos eksakto word for word ang paggamit nila ng salitang neutralize. Ang nakita po namin pattern, una, bago magsagawa ng police operation na identify na yung suspect bilang target for immediate apprehension and neutralization. Pangalawa, halos lahat sila ay nasa drug watch list. Pangatlo, nung nagkaroon daw
Loud and
ng
clear,
bypass
loud and clear ba
operation,
tayo?
lahat sila ay nanlaban at pinatay. Next slide, please. Pero hindi lang po sa ang Santa Ana Police ang gumagamit ng neutralize, pati sa Tondo, meron din po. Next slide, please. Ito ay sa isang operation tungkol sa pagkapatay kay Rex Apari. Died during police operation. The operation resulted in the neutralization of the suspect. At hindi lang po yun. Next slide, please. Si Colonel Espinido na nandito po ngayon ay nung tumestigo sa Quadcom ay umamin. Ang ibig sabihin na neutralize ay kill. Next slide, please. Tinanong po siya ni Congressman Owaminal, does that include referring to neutralization? Colonel, na ang pagpatay sa target, ang sagot po, kasali na, Your Honors. At hindi lang po siya, next slide please, pati ang PDEA Chief, si Director General Lasso, ay inamin din ng ibig sabihin ng negate at neutralize ay kill. Next slide.
Loud and clear ba po yung live
Tinanong po siya ni
natin?
Congresswoman Luis Tro, can you please enlighten us, ano pong ibig sabihin ng negated? Answer ni General Lasso, it is neutralized, Your Honor. I mean, he was killed already. Negated for the case of Mayor Halili would then mean that he is dead already. Yes, Your Honor. That is why it was neutralized already. Sagot, yes, Your Honor. Next slide, please. Ibinulgar din ni Colonel Royina Garma sa Quadcom ang reward system na itinupad sa Duterte drug war. Hindi ko na po babasahin ng lahat ng nasa sinagot niya, pero ang sabi lang niya, may reward po yan, ang Davao model ang kanilang sinunod. First is the reward if suspect is killed, second is the funding of planned operations, and third is the refund of operational expenses. At gusto ko lang pong i-emphasize, ang sabi niya, rewards were only given for killings, for arrest, only reimbursement of expenses. Next slide, please. Iba-iba din po ang halaga ng reward, depende kung small time o big time. Ang mga small time daw around 20,000, ang big time umaabot ng 500,000 hanggang 1 million piso. Next slide, please. Kaya ang naging resulta po, killing frenzy sa kapulisan. Kaya sa tingin ko, umabot sa 20,322 ang napatay nung una pa lang 17 buwan ng drug war. Ang numero pong 20,322 ay galing mismo sa Korte Suprema, isang extended resolution at sinasite nila ang 2017 Year-End Accomplishment Report na galing sa Office of the President. Next slide. Marami pong mga kamag-anak ang lumapit sa amin sa flag na mag-anak ng mga EJK victims. Pero marami din sa kanila ay natatakot magsampa ng kaso dahil malamang baka balikan sila o yung mga kamag-anak nila. At kahit ngayon, marami pa rin pong takot dahil many of those involved or responsible ay naka-uniforme pa. Next slide, please. Pero meron po kaming isang testigo na kasama po ngayon, isang survivor ng PNP, si Roger Guerrero, na nung siya ay pinaril, akala ng pulis siya ay patay na, nakahanap siya ng tulong, nadala siya sa ospital, nung nalaman ng pulis na buhay pa siya, kinasuhan siya ng robbery, nakakuha siya ng acquittal, dinismiss ang kasong robbery laban sa kanya, at siya naman ang nagsampa ng frustrated murder laban sa mga pulis. Na-convict po ang 4 na pulis of attempted murder. Ito po ang picture ni Roger Guerrero at nandito po siya sa loob ng ating session hall. Roger, kung maaari po kayo mag-tumayo. Si Roger Guerrero po. Next slide please. Maraming salamat, Roger. Maaari pong may magtatanong, robbery naman ang charge, paano siya naging biktima ng drug war? Next slide please. Pero mismo ang taga-NBI ang nagsabi po sa amin sa flag na ito ay ginawa ng pulis, kasama ito sa drug war dahil ang reward ang end goal ng mga pulis. At sabi pa niya, the PNP changed their narrative into simple crime operation when the incident reached the NBI because suddenly a charge of robbery was filed. Para din ito yung kaso ni Carl Arnaiz. Kung maalala po ninyo, after Kian de los Santos ang sumunod na pinatay ay si Carl Arnaiz, Ang sabi naman ng pulis nung lumabas yung balita na napatay nga siya, ay nang hold up daw siya. Pero actually, na-convict yung mga pulis din sa kaso ni Carl Arnaiz, hindi lang ng pagkapatay, kundi pati planting of evidence. Kaya po kami nababahala sa mga nangyayari mga kaso ng panahon ng war on drugs. Ready po anytime mag-testify si Roger Herrero. Nasa committee po. Thank you.
Roger Herrero.
Yes.
Sige, are you done?
Yes.
Thank you. And then ikaw, according to Joke mo, marami kang kliyente na victim families ng EJK, kaya familiar ka sa issue na to? Yun po ba yan?
Meron po at meron kami nangyari na kaso sa Korte Suprema sa ngalan ng 3 kliyente namin na nandun pa rin at nakapending sa Supreme Court.
Kliyente, meaning to say, namatayan ng mga pamilya?
3 po sila. Yung isa, si Jefferson Soriano, ay survivor din ng EJK. Yung isa, si Rowena Apari, ay nanay ng napatay na ng Labandaw. At yung pangatlo ay relative po din ng isang EJK.
Okay. Pero EJK po ito, since familiar ka naman sa background facts, yung mga attempted EJK or victim ng EJK, sa ngalan ng war on drugs ang operation, ang police?
Yes.
Siguro kaya nyo naman siguro i-organize po yung data, bigyan nyo po kami ng information.
Sure.
And dahil dyan sa pag-aaral mo sa issue na ito ay na-encounter mo ngayon yung Memorandum Circular 16-2016.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sino po nag-issue nun?
Si Chief PNP noong panahon na yun, si Senator Ronaldo Bato.
Anong date yun?
Ronald.
Sorry po.
Anong date yung MC?
July 1, 2016. First day po niya sa pagpupo bilang Chief PNP.
And as an experienced lawyer, napansin mo doon ang pag-insert ng anong mga salita? Na alanganing salita?
Neutralize po at negate.
Negation ata nang doon, ano?
Yes.
Ano mas madalas gamitin doon? Neutralization. Yung negation, ilang times na ba?
5 beses ko nabanggit yung neutralize at 2 beses nabanggit ang negate.
So, sa pag-aaral mo, just in case you know, sa mga police material, is this the first time na ginamit ang neutralization, neutralize, negation, negate?
May mga 1 or 2 na mga police documents na nakita ko po yan. Pero wala akong alam na may ganyan sa mga utos sa drugs, lalo-lalo na sa war on drugs. Kundi ito lang CMC 16-26.
Pero yung mga naalala mo na-encounter mo yung terms, in what context mo naman sila na-encounter? In police documents?
I think it was pointed out by then Justice Carpio in one of the hearings, the oral argument during the Almora case, the war on drugs case. Siya po ang nagbanggit po sa amin nung kami nakaharap sa Supreme Court.
Alam mo, diniscuss ko na rin sa staff ko yan eh. What would be a better word to replace neutralization or negation if you do not have killing as included in the meaning of the word? Sige nga, can I benefit from your presence at all?
Kaya nga po ako nagtaka dahil alam naman natin na ang tungkulin ng pulis ay manghuli, mangkalap ng ebidensya at magsampa ng kaso. Yun yung hinahanap namin sa command circular. Mang-aresto kayo, kumuha kayo ng ebidensya, mag-file kayo ng case. Nung nakita namin paulit-ulit yung negate at neutralize, sabi po namin, bakit ito ay nilagay doon? Kung ang purpose ay mang-aresto,
mamuna nga lang yung
bakit
pinakain
hindi
ni
namin
PRRD.
salitang aresto?
Mr. Chair?
Okay, at Senator Bato.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. I just would like to react. Yung insistence ni Atty. Jokto about using the word neutralize, na puro killing lang ang gusto niya palabasin. If you can remember, Atty. Jokto, during our senatorial debate doon sa UST, almost 6 years ago, sinagot na kita tungkol dyan. Kasi insisting ka na pag-neutralize, patay agad. Sinagot na kita extensively doon sa debate na yun. Kaya nga siguro ako nanalo. Ginawa akong senador ng taong bayan. Dahil nasagot ko yung tanong mo na yun. If I will give you the Google meaning of neutralize, ito po nakasabi. It is a verb. Render something ineffective or harmless by applying an opposite force or effect. So ano ibig sabihin yan? Render something ineffective or harmless by applying an opposite force or effect. Ano yung opposite force or effect na sinasabi? Yan ang sinasabi mong negation. Negation operation. Ano gagawin yan? Kasi sabi mo, gusto mo magpulis-pulisan eh. Gusto mo yung term ng pulis, talagang insist yung gusto mong meaning eh. Yung negation operations ay pagkakandak ng operations against the suspects. Pag magkanda ka ng operations, chances are na pwede mo siyang maaresto, kailan mo ng kaso, para makulong at hindi na siya makapag-commit pa ng further crimes. Ineffective na siya sa kanyang mga criminal activities. Ngayon, sabi mo patay. Yes, pwede mayroong mamatay dyan sa neutralization kapag ang suspect ay lumaban sa operation because by all means, ang police has to defend themselves. Self-defense. Ewan ko. Tanungin natin itong mga former chief PNP kung ano ba talaga ang meaning ng neutralization. Dahil alam ko, police, military, at maraming organization gumagamit ng term ng neutralize. Binibigyan na kasi ng masamang meaning nitong mga anti-Duterte na people. Ngayon, kinukot mo pa yung PDEA director na yes, he's free to make his own meaning, his own definition of that term. But ito ngayon, tatlong former chief PNP, Mr. Chair, can I ask General Gamboa, when I say neutralize, anong ibig sabihin niya? You have the floor.
These three former PNP chiefs came after PNP chief Bato. So tama. So,
correct.
Yes.
And if indeed that memorandum that I signed, cited by Attorney Jokno, was true, then they were covered by that memorandum. And I would like to seek their opinion as to the intent of that memorandum. Is it really killing? Otherwise, kung gusto kong patayin yung mga suspect na yan, bakit pa ako gagamit ng neutralized term? Gagamitin ko to kill. Bakit ko pa gagamitin yung term ng neutralized, Mr. Chair? Can I hear from General Gamboa, Mr. Chair?
Mainit na siya.
So in order sa kanila. Sige, who came sige, ganito sa records ko, no? After naging chief Albayal, after Bato de la Rosa, Albayalde, Gamboa, Cascolan, Sinas, Eliazar, Carlos, Danao. Yun ang nangyari. Sige. Okay, the question of Senator Bato, he wants to direct it first to lawyer, lawyer, former police chief, Attorney Archie Gamboa. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to put everything in the proper context because if you only deal with how Attorney Jokno has interpreted the Command Memorandum Circular, you will have that kind of bias. Now, as an opinion, there are at least 3 laws that prohibits disclosure of classified documents. There's NACOLCOM Circular 2016-002. There's Republic Act 3019, Section 3. And there's Republic Act 6713, Section 7. All of this prohibits on the part of the government employee to divulge plans like this. For your information, that plan that was presented is classified as confidential. There are limits to the access of that. Why? Because while it may not endanger national security, peace and order, and public safety, it might be prejudicial to the interest, prestige of national government activities. It may cause administrative embarrassment. It may cause unwarranted injury, and it may be advantageous to other nations. I am telling this because first and foremost, those documents are not supposed to be accessed by the public. But this responsibility lies on the government employee themselves. Pero ito, wala na tayong magawa, Mr. Chair, dahil lumabas na siya. Now let's go back to how policemen would interpret this. Before we became members of the Philippine National Police, we were members of the Philippine Constabulary. And the word neutralization can often be found in operational plans of the military. It's always there. So probably, as we transition to the now Philippine National Police, we carry the same interpretation. Now, if you look at the entire CMC, the Command Memorandum Circular, in the coordinative portion, it emphasizes respect for human rights, as embodied in the 1987 Constitution, respect for police operational protocols. It's all there. So if you take it in its entire context, you don't necessarily mean neutralization is killing. Because it may cause, no? There's a question of bakit nag-iba ang shift ng strategy ng PNP to double barrel? Bakit merong tukhang, merong HBT na sinasabing nag-determine ng drug list? When you are a member of the military, even in our campaign against the insurgents, we always start with the order of battle. The order of battle is the list of suspected communists, be it armed guerrilla or even legal fronts. Because this is where you start your work. Because if you start from nowhere, where are you going to go? That's why in our campaign against illegal drugs, we start with the drug list, those that are listed. And then from there, we develop strategies first to look at them, maybe if we can file the appropriate cases or conduct probably bypass operations. Ang mahirap kasi if you take this into just one context and one page, actually I have listed that during the CMC 2016, there was a mention 4 times, page 3, page 12, page 15, and page 16, and negation in page 5. But if an ordinary policeman would interpret this, it means it will still be based on how the law operates. As a chief PNP and as a lawyer, I would not allow that it will go out of the bounds of the law. Mahirap kasi pag kunin mo yung context na isang page lang or dito ka lang sa neutralization. Why don't you go through the different pages? This is a memorandum circular covered by almost 18 pages. And take the interpretation in its entirety. Hindi lang doon sa neutralization. I don't know what could be the reason, but that's how a former chief PNP and a lawyer says it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
But is the word neutralization commonly used in police documents? Sige, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Yes, sir. Even in the military set.
In the police, kaya kung kinocontextualize pag tayo, kinocontextualize ko, kayo ba police? You consider yourself military?
No, sir.
Police. So, in the police context, common ang word na neutralization.
Yes, sir. Even if you can see on the different 6 memorandum circular, you see it's
Kaya nga, but that's one document. And then, I'm not now asking you, before ka naging chief, siyempre, ang lawak na experience mo. Madalas mo na-encounter sa police career mo ang word na neutralization.
Yes, sir.
So just as you made the study kung ilang beses ginamit siya dito sa document, can you give us a study kung ano yung mga police documents na na-encounter mo ang neutralization at saka negation?
I am just saying, sir, that the 6th memorandum circular issued during 2016 to 2022, the neutralization of the negation has always been used in the different circulars. And this has passed through at least 3 chief PNP signing the circular.
And did it all start with this particular memorandum circular, the number 16-2016?
Yes, sir.
Dito ba?
Yes, sir.
Kaya nga, so after this, madalas nang gamitin si
Yes, sir.
neutralization.
Yes, sir.
Yun ang point.
Even on the memorandum circular signed by Chief PNP Albayalde, maybe because of the misinterpretation, the neutralization has already been defined.
Has already been
Defined in the definition of terms.
Albayalde time na. Sige po. Chief, ito ang aking records dito. Ano ka? You were chief of October 14, 2019. Kino-consider ka na ba chief nun? Up to...
Yes, sir, as officer in charge, but limited on the...
Up to September 2, 2020.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Alam mo ilan ang casualty sa war on drugs? Do you know? Sa term mo?
I think 662, sir.
662.
Yes, sir. We have already list on the different died in police operations of the different terms of the chief PNPs.
Yes. Basta your particular term 662.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Risa.
Salamat kayo, Mr. Chair. I'll be asking follow-up questions after all the former chiefs PNP have spoken. Pero I think may binanggit ko si former Chief PNP Archie Gamboa at least 3 importanteng punto. Una, talagang magkakaiba yung sa militar or even the PC before bilang military organizations na gumagamit ng yung list of targets at saka yung use ng word na neutralization. Iba talaga sa context ng kanilang dating counterinsurgency operations ng PC at ng AFP until recently na pumipit sa external defense. Ibang-iba supposedly ang PNP. That's why nagpasa ang Kongreso noon ng PNP Reform and Modernization Act to create the new PNP. So ibang-iba po yung paggamit ng neutralization or negation sa PC noon at sa AFP, maaring hanggang ngayon, kesa sa PNP. Pangalawang importanteng binanggit ni former Chief PNP Archie, sinabi nga nila na why would they want to arrest rather than have those effect of killing? Kasi po, yung isa pang pag-uusapan natin in this hearing or perhaps the next hearings, Mr. Chair, mayroong tinawag na nangyaring perverse incentive. Lumabas na po sa isang resource person. Pag-aresto, walang reward, walang incentive. Pero pag napatay, may incentive. At may gradations pa ng magkano yon, depende kung low level or high value yung napatay or pinatay. And pangatlo po, I just would like to return dun sa pinresent so far ni na Attorney Jokno, Attorney Chal, na pati doon sa mga nakuha nilang after reports ng PNP sa mga napatay, yung mga nakalista earlier for neutralization or negation, nakalagay po killed. So in the course of the years of the drug war, in the course of the years of the EJ case, talagang napagpalit-palit na yung neutralization, negation, at yung pagpatay as a description and siguro in the nature ng mga human organizations sa pagkaintindi even during the operation. So just for the record, Mr. Chair, bago yung ating iba pang former chiefs PNP.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Mr. Chair, I have given this body the Google meaning of the word neutralization. This time, I would like to share with you the police meaning of neutralization as defined in page 188 of the Police Operational Procedure Manual. And it says, neutralization, a police intervention in strict accord with the use of force continuum and or principle of proportionality on the use of force purposely to contain or stop the unlawful aggression of the offender. This may include an arrest, capture, surrender or other acts to subdue the suspect. Wala mang nakalagay dito na kill sa definition ng PNP Operational Manual, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mahirap kung magbigay ng meaning, somebody from outside the PNP ang mag-interpret sa isang police term. It should be people from within the organization be given the chance to interpret this term accordingly, Mr. Chair.
May we know when the PNP officially and formally defined the word neutralization? Because sa notes ko, mayroong -21, so it gives me the idea it's 2021.
Regardless, Mr. Chair.
Am I correct or not?
Yeah, this is 2021. Dahil nga sa palaging minimisinterpret ng publiko yung term na neutralization, the PNP come up with the correct meaning.
Is it a fact that in the command memorandum circular number 16-2016, where the word neutralization appears, wala pa siyang definition ng time na yun?
Wala pa, Mr. Chair. But it doesn't mean kung walang nakasulat na definition, isama mo na puro patay-patay na lang, gusto mo sa neutralization.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Do you want to continue with the ex-chief? Senator Baton, do you want to continue?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Same question, kung natatandaan niyo pa, sir. The same question ni Senator Baton. So, the bold Sinas, we have yes, sir, General Retired, the bold Sinas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to thank the committee for inviting me. Nagbigay na po ni Senator Bato at saka ni Sir Archie po ang definition. Yun po talagang inadapt namin, Your Honor. Hindi po kagad patay. Because the context talaga, kasi kaya yung operational procedures, kasama po yun sa tinuturo at saka nasa mga training at saka mga discussion. Hindi po kagad patay. Dapat we do the after the case build up, the arrest, capture, kung mag-surrender, i-surrender. Tapos kung mayroong imminent threats na talagang lumaban, doon po talaga nag-engage ang police po. Kaya nga pinakita rin po kanina na may mga instances din na pag hindi ready ang police, kami po ang mapapatayan. It does not mean na pag sinabing neutralize, ang sinasabi namin sa mga tao namin sa baba during our conferences, our coordinating conference and meeting, ay patay. Hindi po yun, sir. Ang muna talaga is to neutralize, to stop their operation, to stop their aggressions on equal force, just enough to neutralize them. Yun po, sir, ang pa namin. Yun po ang ginagamit na term na pinasa na po namin sa baba. It's not immediate killing, sir, ang bago namin. So we have the same stand po, sir, with Senator Bato and Sir Archie, sir. Thank you po.
If I may, just very quick intervention, Mr. Chairman, because I was listening attentively, whether as to when the word neutralization came into the picture and the definition came in later, as you mentioned, 2021. So my next question, or probably a practical question, would be, how do you come up with a list of persons that you need to neutralize if you don't have the definition of neutralization? I think it's a practical question, Your Honor.
We take that up sa some of the future.
I just want to put that
tuloy lang natin sa ilan. Pero hindi, may nasabi kasi si General Sinas na yun ang, sabi mo, yung interpretation na yun ang pinaabot mo sa baba. So, you mean to say, nag-issue ka ba ng mga circulars when you were Chief PNP na you interpreted neutralization?
No po, sir.
How did you do
We
it?
do with our conferences, with our...
Sir Urban?
Yes, sir, verbal po, sir.
Sige, General Danao, please, same question na ni Senator Bato.
Yes, sir. Honorable Chairman and other members of the Senate. Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Sir, I was assigned as the officer in charge of Philippine National Police from May 2022 up to August. So it's only 3 months, and that was at the time of election. And from 2016 to 2018, I was just a mere directorate or staff of the Directorates of Intelligence and the CIDG. But as far as the neutralization word is concerned, as being discussed before during the height of the drug war. For me, sir, I would take it as the neutralization is a form of police operation. First, sir, is the voluntary surrender of the suspects of illegal drugs. That is one. And it could also be through the legal arrest of the suspects through bypass operation, through conduct of search warrants, and the other forms. It could also be through checkpoints. Kasi minsan, sir, may mga checkpoints dyan na makikita in possession, sir, yung illegal drugs ng mga suspects. And it could also be, the word neutralization could also be the meaning, the killing of the suspect. So yun, sir. So pero yung sinasabi siya na interpretation, how we conduct operations sa baba, sir. Masasabi na killing, parang medyo wala naman kung gano'n. But it is only how to the people on the ground on how they interpret it as such.
Thank you. Okay, ganito.
Mr. Chair.
Sige, just if possible, briefly lang ni Chopper, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unang-una po, I think the comments that were made missed the point entirely. Kasi ang tanong talaga dito ay, bakit pa nilagay yon sa isang command circular? At may point out ko rin po, naalala ko rin na Senator De La Rosa na mismong kayo po noong 2016 ay ginamit niyo din po ang salitang neutralized. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. But may I point out that Senator De La Rosa in 2016 also used the term neutralized to refer to a bounty being raised to have him killed by supposed generals who were allied with the drug of those people involved in drugs.
What's your source?
This is from
check din namin.
Amita Legaspi, GMA News, published September 28, 2016. Dito po sa GMA News Online.
Well, Mr. Chair, siguro mamaya kung ma-share sa atin yan para makareact ako properly.
Please share with the Senator.
Wala akong context.
Kaya ko tinanong para yung staff ma-check agad ng staff.
Just a few more points if I may, Mr. Chair. General Gamboa mentioned the use of the order of battle, pero matagal na po yan na-ban. Bawal na po gumamit ng order of battle sa ilalim ng Anti-Torture Act. So kung sabi niya ay yun ang ginagamit nila sa counterinsurgency, yun din ang basis nila sa drug list, wala na po yun eh. Pinagbabawal na po yun na matagal na ng ating batas. And finally, the point that confidential daw yung circular na ito at dapat daw hindi kami nakakuha ng kopya. Kami mismo ay nag-request sa PNP para sa kaso sa Supreme Court at binigyan po kami ng certified true copy na sinabit po namin sa Supreme Court. Yun na po yun.
Senator Lisa.
Salamat kayo, Mr. Chair. A follow-up question, Attorney Jokno. Attorney Chair, apart from semantics, may basis po ba sa karanasan na yung naging interpretasyon ng iba sa neutralize o negate ay pumatay?
Ayun nga po, yung naipakita kong mga slides kanina na mismong galing sa Police Santa Ana, Police Tondo, mismo kay Colonel Jovi Espenido, sa PIDEA Chief. Lahat po sila ginagamit nila yung salitang neutralize. Ang ibig sabihin ay kasama na doon yung pagpapatay.
Mag-ready ka muna, Colonel Espinido, tatanungin kita. Pero ito lang, para lang just educate this representation or the Committee General Gamboa. General Gamboa, bakit mo nasabi in the first place na top secret or secret ito na wag i-circulate itong command memorandum circular? Bakit? Why?
Sir, Mr. Chair, as I have said, the sanction goes to the government employee, not to the recipient.
So, but why? Bakit limited circulation ito? It was really designed for limited circulation.
No, sir. Meaning to say, the circulation is controlled. There are different classifications of the documents in the police. Like there's secret, there's top secret.
Anong marka nito? There's no marking.
It's supposed to be confidential, sir. That's supposed to be a cover page. And down below should be stated confidential. But probably because the PNP already officially released it, that's why they removed it.
So there's something wrong kung may separate page doon ang confidential and yet sa document itself walang tatak na confidential. So if ever nakikinig ang PNP sa atin, if that is what you want to happen, tatakan nyo na confidential yung dokumento mismo, wala na rito. There's no more trace that is confidential. Anyway, okay na po yan, just for my information. Colonel, ikaw yung ito, sasabihin ko nga sa kanila, hindi ka naging PNP chief, pero talagang sa ground ka. You conduct police operations, etc. And I think you have an admission under oath that you interpreted the word neutralization as not naman siguro meaning to kill, but as including the possibility of killing. Sige, just explain to us ano yung ibig niyo sabihin.
Good afternoon po, Mr. Chair, sa lahat. Good afternoon. Sa akin naman, as an operatives, matagal sa non-commission officer, ang sa amin, Your Honor, ang pag-intindi, pag may neutralization, may report pagkatapos ng trabaho sa status. So, neutralized, then the remarks is nahuli or namatay. Not totally, sa interpretation namin, na nakalagay diyan neutralization, patayin. Magtrabaho lang to stop anything as long as illegal. So sa remarks, nakalagay na doon ang specification. Nahuli, nandoon, tinahil sa court ang complaint at saka namatay, Your Honor. Kami ang mag-implementer kasi sila yung mga harap ko ngayon, sila ang taga-gawa ng circular. Pero the truth is, ako number one ang nag-implement. Paano i-implement ang neutralization? Hindi nakapokus sa neutralization, kundi nakapokus kung sino ang target na illegal na hulihin ba or mamatay kasi yun na, may firefighting na ang nangyari. But not totally na nakalagay sa isip namin as non-commissioned officer na nasa field, nasa crowd na yun patayin kasi neutralization, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. Kasi kami ang magharap sa korte kung sakali. So hindi. Maski hindi na naman, patayin lang kasi neutralization, no. Kaya sinabi ko sa Quadcom Committee, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, na pwede. Sa lahat pwede. Possibility as long as real trabaho, kung ano talaga yon ang harapin mo, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Sige, Senator Bato, clarify the situation.
Meron kang sinabi, Colonel Spiro, na pwede. Pwede. Ano mo ibig mo sabihin doon sa pwede? Pwedeng mamatay?
Lahat ng possibility, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, kasi sa situation na nandyan, ang daming experience ko for my 28 years.
Yeah, pwede mamatay kung,
kung lumaban.
Yun,
example
mo kasi you're living space of doubt na pwede pala.
Pwede sa lahat.
Pwede kung
lumaban. Yun ang sinabi ko.
Sige, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Colonel, okay. Kunyari, hindi neutralization yung word na ginamit. Ginamit, arrest. O ano. Pag lumaban,
ganun pa rin.
Hindi.
Mr. Chair.
So, okay. Senator Risa.
Salamat kay Mr. Chair. Related dun sa isang puntong binanggit ni Police Lieutenant Colonel Espenido, balik lang kay Attorney Jokno. May pattern naman po bang nakita yung flag related sa mga kaso di umano ng nanlaban? I mean, kapanipaniwala ba na lahat self-defense on the part of the law enforcer yung pagpatay sa mga ito na sinabing nanlaban?
Dalawa po yung nakita namin. Unang-una, sa Santa Ana Police Reports na naibigay sa amin, meron silang tinatawag sa PNP na information report. Ito yung report na doon nila nilalagay yung mga information about the suspect galing sa mga informant nila. At this is used pre-operation. Sa mga information reports na nakita namin, nandun na yung salitang immediate apprehension and neutralization of that particular suspect. Second, yung pangalan nila ay sa maraming kaso ay nasa listahan din ng drug watch list for that particular area. And then later on, pagka nag-operate na ang police doon, meron silang report na nanlaban kaya napatay. Nung curious kami po noon, kinompare namin pati yung language, yung mismong wording ng iba't ibang mga police report tungkol sa nanlaban. At yung isang very striking sa amin ay halos identical yung ginamit na salita. Kumbaga parang cut and paste yung mga ginamit na salita. I can provide the committee with copies of these police reports.
Please do, Attorney Chel. Salamat tayo, Mr.
Kung pwede, more than just providing us with a copy, Attorney Joko, parang memorandum of position paper, inorganize mo na yung observations mo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Para you direct our attention to what you have noticed.
Yes.
Ito, Colonel Spinito. Mr. Chair.
Just to respond to the pattern of Senator Lisa.
Sige, Father, go.
Once again, going back to our documents, listening to the narratives of the families, wala po. From the 312 that we have, no one fought back. Ulitin ko po, wala po nang laban sa kanila. Salamat po.
Salamat, Father Flavi.
Yes,
Mr. Chair, if I may, habang on deck si Father Flavi and mamaya itatanong ka rin kay Attorney Chel. Father, tama po ba na sedition cases were filed against you? Kasi kaugnay po ito ng banta na hinaharap, hindi lang ng people on the ground, pero yung mga gusto magdepensa sa mga EJK families.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Salamat, Father. For the record, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if I may ask a similar question kay Attorney Doc, no? Kay Attorney Chel. Salamat kayo, Mr. Chair. Attorney Chel, could you describe briefly how was it to be an opponent of the war on drugs during its peak? Anong klaseng mga hamon ang hinaharap ng mga human rights advocates? Kasama na po yung galing sa legal community.
Ako po ay naging, sabihin na lang natin, biktima ng isang late night speech ng dating Pangulo. Napaulit-ulit niya akong personal na nilalait at I found it very offensive because it had nothing to do with the work I was doing. But of course, Pangulo po siya, gusto niya magsalita ng ganun, hindi ko siya mapipigilan. Aside from that, there were definitely dangers involved in assisting victims of the AJ case. Wala naman po mga direct threats, pero minsan ay napapansin namin na mayroong mga lumilipot-lipot at lalong-lalo na pag kinakausap namin ang mga testigo at biktima ng EJK survivors ay very security conscious kami dahil alam namin yung dangers nun. Naalala ko rin, Sen. Teresa, yung sa kaso nila Kian, na yung mga witnesses po ay nandun sa kay Bishop Hambo at may pagtatangka na kunin sila ng pulis. Mabuti na lang may mga media na andon at nung may balita na may ganun nga, ay hindi na tinuloy.
Salamat, Attorney John. Salamat ka, Mr. Chair. And I believe, speaking of dangers, we also have here today as resource persons former Senator Laila de Lima and former Mayor Jed Mabilo. Perhaps at the proper time, Mr. Chair, we could also hear them. Salamat ka, Mr. Chair.
I'll give them time na, Mayor Mabilog and Laila, if they want to give some opening statement. After this question of mine to Colonel Spinito. Colonel, isa pa, one question. Sa ilang years ka sa police?
28, Your Honor.
Grabe yung mga operations mo, high profile, di ba? Parahuinog, ikaw?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yung early morning raid sa bahay?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ilang patay doon?
Ang patay?
Yeah,
simultaneous yun sa area, sa 6 search warrant, 16, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Okay, basta operative yan, general, mga operative. Okay. Sa entire 28 career mo, 28 years career mo sa police, ikaw ba'y nakatanggap ng instruction, whether in writing or sa pananalita, na ginamit ang word na neutralization bilang code na patayin mo?
Sa pagtanda ko, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, wala akong specific na sabihan na neutralize. Huli ay yung arrest, marami.
Okay. So, ikaw ba'y nasabihan na arrest pero code word yun na patayin mo?
Hindi, Mr. Chair.
Ikaw ba'y nagamitan ng ibang word na code word sa napatayin mo?
Wala. May isa, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, yung trabahoin.
Okay.
Trabaho yung ganun. Pero,
anong basa mo, anong intindi mo doon sa trabahoin mo?
The result din, Mr. Chair, hulihin, Yun na talaga palagi ang
Pero anong ending ng specific na trinabaho mo? Napatay o nahuli?
nahuli. Nahuli yun.
Nahuli? Maalala mo pa pangalan, sino yung subject matter nung trabahuin mo na nahuli, ang ending ay nahuli din?
Mayor ng Gandara, Samar, Mr. Chair. With the person of Mayor Cabuños at saka may apat niya na security na police na warranted.
Anong year yun?
2011, 2010, 11.
Yung pagtatanong ko sa iyo, credibility questions na ito kasi hindi naman drug war ba yan?
Hindi.
Yes. Just to test yung credibility mo.
Yes, are we commencing questioning Ariel Espinito?
Sana ng time lang kung may opening statement si Mayor Mabilog at saka si Senator Laila de Lima, and then after their opening statements, kung meron man, kung kayo pipilitin, then we now open the questioning. But we will follow the order. May order tayo, tapos magti 10 minutes po tayo. Pero kung pwede mag-request, iklian natin mga 5 minutes per senator. Okay, so ladies first, Senator Laila de Lima, just in case you want to deliver a statement.
Very short.
Yes.
Very short.
Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Very short, Your Honor. Mr. Chair and the honorable members of the subcommittee conducting today's debate. We can destroy and we need to destroy drugs, but we cannot destroy lives. Yan po ang sagot ko dun sa very passionate defense of the former president as to his policy of killing alleged drug offenders, alleged drug pushers, alleged drug users. We can destroy drugs, but we need not destroy lives. I just wish to emphasize that. I said that in my privileged speech in August 2016, after I filed a Senate inquiry, a resolution calling for Senate inquiry. This man, the former mayor of Davao City and the former president of the Republic of the Philippines, for so long have evaded justice and accountability for the thousands of those killed in the name of the so-called war on drugs. Hindi pa po natin siya napapanagot after all these years. And these killings had started nung time pa niya as mayor. Yung phenomenon ng Davao Death Squad. Pinatuloy niya at nagiging klarado sa mga naririnig natin sa House of Representatives Quadcom hearings that yun din ang ginawang modelo ng war on drugs starting 2016. I was hoping that Colonel Garma and the others who already testified there at the Quadcom hearings, including also Kerwin Espinosa, would be here so that our discussions, our presentations would be in sync with each other, or that we listen to them again, and then I will respond to them. Now, I responded to the crisis that we faced starting in 2016, as I said, by filing the resolution and by delivering a privileged speech. Ang problema, hindi ko po yun natuloy. Yung aking pag-imbestiga noong mga nangyayaring patayan early on kung saan nung naging Pangulo si Rodrigo Duterte. Malungkot po ako, or actually I have mixed feelings now. People have been asking me, how do you feel that you're again appearing before the Senate for the first time and setting foot in the premises of the Senate? Ang sabi ko, mixed feelings dahil sana na noon pa hindi na natin hinintay yung libo-libong mga pinatay. Pero nagagalak naman ako that I think we have the right environment now. Sana po, marami pa ang lumantad para magsabi pa kung ano talaga ang tunay na layunin ng Project Double Barrel. Yung kulang ko kasi noon, nung nag-imbestiga ako, when I presided over the Senate committee hearings, yes, we were able to present. Actually, konti lang, dalawa lang ata out of the 13 available CHR witnesses. But because I was eventually ousted as the chairperson of the committee, after I presented Mr. Edgar Matubato, hindi na po yun natuloy. Pero, ang talagang magiging kulang ng investigation na yun ay yung mga insider na makakapagpatunay sa atin na yung Project Double Barrel is the very program that was used in eliminating and in killing drug suspects. Because malinaw sa mga naging pronouncements ng dating mayor, ng dating pangulo, na yan ang pinaka-polisiya na niya in addressing the drug problem. Nasabi na ko kanina, yung mga examples, marami pa po yun. I have a whole collection of his statements which really categorically show very clearly, manifestly, that he was inducing, encouraging the killings. And it cannot just be purely rhetoric. Kasi sinunod yung mga binanggit niya. Sinunod yung kanyang mga sinasabi na kailangan patayin ng mga yan. Ang nanlaban man o hindi, ang problema sa nanlaban, hindi ho kapani-paniwala. Siguro may ilan-ilan na may mga nanlaban talaga. Pero sa karamihan, sa mga lumabas, sa mga kwento ng mga kaanak ng mga biktima, ay karamihan sa kanila ay hindi nanlaban. Ano ba yung nangyari sa akin? Hindi lang sila nakontento na alisin ako bilang committee chairperson, but sinundan po ako ng katakot-takot na acts of persecution. Kasama na yung halos araw-araw na minumura, halos araw-araw na pinapahiya, halos araw-araw na I was deprived of my honor, and because they tried to destroy my reputation. At hindi pa po sila nakontento doon, nag-file sila ng mga gawag-gawang mga kaso para subukan ako na mapatahimik. Hindi po sila nagtagumpay doon. Kahit nasa loob po ako sa kulungan, I continued to monitor what was happening. I had with me already the records ng Senate investigation, at least nung ako pa yung nag-preside. I even filed and submitted a comprehensive dissenting report doon sa naging majority report by the committee, the Gordon report. I filed a dissenting report. I also had the records of my investigation of the TTS phenomenon. Pero isa pong ang pwede natin makita doon is that hindi natin mga natapos yun kasi nandyan yung atmosphere of, or the atmosphere of fear, the culture of fear and impunity. Sa Davao, meron kaming ilan-ilan nakausap na sekreto. Pero hindi naman sila pumayag na i-present sila publicly dun sa TTS inquiry ng CHR. Now, doon naman sa Senate inquiry, sabi ko nga, hindi naman talaga tinuloy. Kaya hindi kagulat-gulat na yung naging conclusion ng majority is that the killings were not state-sponsored. Kung binigyan sana ng pagkakataon na talagang ituloy yung investigasyon na yon, na mas magiging seryoso ang investigasyon, wala man lang iniisip na whitewash ng investigasyon because the then president was still at the height of his power, ay siguro pwede natin na-prove yun. Hindi nga po yun nangyari. Ngayon tayo umaasa na dahil dyan sa mga lumalabas na ng mga revelasyon, pwede. At nandyan na yung mga ebidensya na mga state-sponsored yung mga killings.
Mga ka-old school ba, pwede naman pa-like yung ating live. Like naman kayo dyan.
1 minute.
Alright. Now, gusto ko sana magpaalam sa committee that in my presentation, not today, because yung presentation ko dapat na ano rin, isusundan ko yung kina Father Vladi and then kay Attorney Job. No. Now I want also to present new angle. Gusto ko sanang i-tie pa talaga, i-link pa talaga sa DDS killings yung mga nangyaring patayan since 2016 or pagpatay under the name of war on drugs. I would wish to ask for permission that that's going to be the focus, especially so na lumilinaw na yun, sinimulan na nung testimony ni Colonel Agarma na yun ang ginawang model. I would not have the time now to really explain all of that, but I can really come up with a comprehensive summary ng mga sinabi nun nila Edgar Matubato, yung mga sinabi subsequently ni Arturo Las Cañas, who there was a DDS, denied responsibility for the killings, denied that it was then Mayor Rodrigo Duterte responsible for that, but in a subsequent appearance, wala na po ako noon, nakakulong na po ako, he recanted and gave us this very comprehensive story, lalo na dun sa kanyang ICC affidavit. I would want to
Sige ma'am.
present
Yes ma'am. Okay. Can you wrap up? Okay na po ma'am.
for now.
Wrap up
Sige
mo
po.
na kasi kailangan talaga.
We will give you the time, pero pwede ba mag-request din ng committee, can you give us a preview of what you will be presenting? Siguro if you can organize also your observations and your findings in a memorandum or position paper type document.
I will
Please
do
give
that.
us. Thank you.
I will do that, Your Honor, including the dissenting report and then including
Thank you, ma'am.
all the observations.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chair, just very short. Can we have the assurance of Senator De Lima to be around once Erwin Espinosa and Rooney Dayan will be present in this hearing? Because I'm going to ask him questions. Nandiyan na yung
who is Rolly Dayan?
Rooney Dayan was a known driver of Senator De Lima. Mr. Chair.
Is he the partner of Senator De Lima?
Mr. Chair.
That was revealed by Rooney Dayan during the previous hearing many years ago, Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
let's focus on our topic. Okay, gentlemen. Okay, sige po, ito. Already moved na yata yung kanina pa, no? Na Ronnie Dayan will be invited to the next hearing. Senator Laila De Lima has manifested their intention to attend the next meeting. So, the next hearing. So, tugma lang.
Yes, Your Honor, because that's
respond.
where I will make a comprehensive presentation and also comment on those revelations by Mr. Kerwin Espinosa during the platform, and perhaps he's expected to reiterate that here. I was hoping he would be here, including Colonel.
You will be there as a resource person, no? You will be there as a resource person, not to defend yourself. Wala, hindi resource person po rin.
Chair,
Okay, so Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few questions addressed to former Senator Lima. During your time as chairperson of the Commission on Human Rights, when did you start serving as the chairman of the Commission on Human Rights, if I may ask?
I was appointed in 2008
Up to 2010.
up to 2010,
All right.
and I was appointed as Secretary of Justice.
Did you conduct investigations regarding PJ case?
Yes, the CHR and bank conducted public inquiry right there in Davao City.
May I know kung ano-ano po yung mga lugar na inimbestigahan niyo tungkol sa EJK?
Yung tungkol pa sa lugar, it was actually the entirety of Davao City because of the phenomenon of DDS. At inimbitahan nga po namin the former mayor who appeared and acted as resource person, and mga ilan-ilan ng mga opisyal, maraming opisyal actually, the city councilors, barangay chairman, PNP officials.
Paki-like naman yung live natin, mga ka-school. Salamat
Halos
po.
wala na nag-appear dun sa mga nakausap namin discreetly, confidentially, who shared their knowledge about the DDS. These are also self-confessed DDS members, just
Wala
like
naman pong bayad ang paglalay.
Kaya lang po,
Malaking
in the
tulong lang po sa
2009
atin yan.
inquiry, wala pa po sila Edgar Matubato and Arturo Las Cañas. Na-mention yung mga pangalan nila, pero wala pa po sila doon. Hindi pa po namin sila na-access at hindi po na-present doon sa GDS inquiry.
So wala ho kayong results ng investigation. Were there any cases filed because of your investigation, Madam Senator?
Okay, when I was appointed in 2010, meron po ako yung aking mga personal investigation notes, pero wala pa ho yung naging resolution. Now we turned over the records to the Commission on Human Rights, and then later they came out with the resolution. Now that was, I think, in 2012, June 2012. Yung resolution nila, one of the recommendations is for the filing of the administrative and criminal cases against then former Mayor Rodrigo Duterte and some other officials. What I know is that this was referred to the office of the Ombudsman, but I think later on, Mr. Duterte was cleared of that there was no finding or no cases filed.
So the former president was cleared?
No, it was not really clear because I think, if I'm not mistaken, the main reason why no cases were filed with the Ombudsman against former Mayor Duterte and then President Duterte is that nung linabas na po yung from the Ombudsman is he was already the president. Well, so on the presidential immunity.
In the course of your investigation, when you were CHR chairman, and you thought, you think that the former president was involved in the killings in his hometown in Davao, why didn't you file cases against him?
Mismo.
The investigation was conducted. But the problem was that those who were in the know, yung konti ho, ng mga self-confessed DDS members at the time, they're not willing to testify.
When you were DOJ secretary, why didn't you file a case against the former president?
Mismo.
You had all the means, you had all the power to do so. When you were secretary of the Department of
I
Justice.
actually referred the matter of when Edgar Matubato came to us for witness protection. I refer ko po ulit yung the DDS matter to the wala po.
Bakit wala? You were a very, very powerful member of the cabinet during that Aquino administration. You did not do anything?
Correct.
It's not
To
that I
pursue
did
the
not
case?
do anything.
To pursue
It's
the
just
case?
that I asked the NBI to pursue further the investigation. Pero wala na po na i-submit sa akin na report, they were telling me that they had also so much difficulty accessing possible witnesses at the time.
All right, one more thing, Madam former Senator. Why is it only in Davao that you had this investigation? Bakit Davao lang? Why were you so focused? Why are you so concentrated in investigating Davao?
We were focused on investigating the so-called DDS phenomenon because we have read some reports about it. Foremost of which was the report of the UN Special Rapporteur Phillips Alston. And he did come out with that report citing certain findings.
Paki-like naman po yung live natin.
UN
Yun lang
Special
po itulong nyo.
Rapporteur Philip Alston. And meron din pong report, yung Human Rights Watch, they called it, "You Can Die Anytime," also referring to the DDS phenomenon. So we felt that at that time, because of these reports, and our CHR regional office did confirm that there were killings, but they could not tell us, or they refused to tell us that it was actually the doings of the DDS on orders of then Mayor Rodrigo Duterte. But the insiders, the ones I mentioned kanina, I think there were 3 of them, which we interviewed secretly or discreetly, they did say that there was such a thing as a group as a Davao Death Squad, and then formed by the former mayor, and then getting orders also from the former mayor, something that were validated later on by Edgar Matubato and Arturo Las Cañas.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I would like to invite the attention of former Senator, which she was still a sitting member of the Senate. With regard to the committee report of the Committee on Justice then, for the years, if I may read, for the years 2001 to 2009, under the Arroyo administration, 91,762 killings were reported, or an average of 10.196 killings per year, 850 killings per month, or 28 killings per day. On the other hand, for the years 2010 to 2016, under the Aquino administration, there were 85,878 recorded killings, with an average of 40,313 killings per year, 1,193 killings per month, or 40 killings per day. You were the Justice Secretary during the Aquino administration. Why did you not investigate these killings?
All right, may I start by saying that on the matter of EJ case in general, especially with respect to the killings of activists, I did recommend, and it was adopted, there was this Administrative Order number 35, creating an interagency committee to look into the various drug killings. And the various activist killings targeting members of progressive groups, leftist organizations, and that was somewhat rampant during the time of former President Arroyo. Now, bakit wala pa po yung drug killings? Kasi nga po, pinapapursu ko pa sa NBI. It was not the real focus then of Administrative Number 35, which is the Special Interagency Committee to address extrajudicial killings. Now, talking about the Gordon report, you mentioned the Justice Committee report, which was subsequently headed by former Senator Dick Gordon. Sinabi nga niya po yun, na bakit yung EJ case lang, bakit yung ibang mga EJ case ay hindi natin kailangan imbestigahan, hindi natin inimbestigahan dun sa Senate Committee. Mukhang may problema po sa ganon. Kasi ang nakita ng committee, ng majority committee in coming up with that
Huwag po kayo maingay, libre lang
is that,
mag-like.
well, hindi actually nila nakita na may special complexion at the time, at the start of the drug war killings beginning 2016 under the Duterte administration. I'm not talking about the drug war killings kasi wala namang ganong war on drugs specifically in Davao City, although among those or many of those victimized were also alleged drug offenders aside from petty criminals and other kinds of criminals. So, nakita dapat yun, and that was the very point of my resolution that I filed calling for an inquiry na medyo ibang fenomeno nito ngayon sa war on drugs na ito sa ngalan ng war on
Salamat
drugs
po sa mga
ay
nag-like.
may mga pinapatay in numbers, substantial numbers, in the name of war on drugs. Kaya dapat, hindi yung naging issue talaga. Bakit hindi na lang natin imbestigahan yung buong mga pangyayari ng mga EJKs in various administrations? What they fail to appreciate, I'm talking about the committee report, is that the focus of my investigation ay yung mga dumadami na halos araw-araw na pinapatay since day one of the former president's assumption into office. And even before his official assumption into office, meron na talaga na mga pinapatay araw-araw, halos araw-araw, nakita natin yon. So that's supposed to be
Mr. Chair, teka muna, Senate President Potemno, reminder to everyone, especially the members of the committee. Ang subcommittee natin, ang instruction natin, Philippine War on Illegal Drugs. Okay. I know malaking overlap niya sa EJK because marami siguro nga napatay in the name of Philippine War on Illegal Drugs. But this is not strictly an EJK hearing or investigation, okay?
Wala na lang, 300 likes na tayo.
Lalo na sa members ng subcommittee. May mother committee tayo, yun ang instruction sa atin. Investigate the Philippine War on Illegal Drugs. Okay, so if I make
Mr. Chairman, can you extend that statement of yours to all members of the Senate? Because I'm not a member of the committee.
Yeah, you will be.
I was just,
you will be.
I was just making to ensure that all members are oriented properly, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to wrap up my questioning to Senator De Lima. But I would like to put it on record that the resource person, the former senator, did not answer directly my question, Mr. Chair. And I might be mistaken of defending the former president. I am not defending the former president. In fact, if it is his turn to answer questions, I will ask questions also.
Darating po tayo. So, anyways, Senator De Lima will be present in the future hearings. Yes, Senator Lisa.
Hello. Yes, salamat kayo, Mr. Chair. Just a brief manifestation. Kanina mention was made of a resource person na iimbitahin din natin to the next hearing. And a personal detail about that resource person. Gusto ko lang i-make off record na it is already common knowledge na dahil isang leader, si Laila De Lima, nung siya ay senador at siya ay babae, wineponize talaga yung batas laban sa kanya in the most sexist and misogynistic way. Lalo na sa, unfortunately at that time, yung kabilang house. So I look forward dun sa ipepresent niya sa committee nito, Mr. Chair, yung kanyang pag-aaral, comparison, nung napag-alaman, nung CHR, nung siya ay chair, tungkol sa mga extrajudicial killings sa Davao City at comparison nun sa nakita nilang ng komite niya dito sa Senado na EJ case panahon ng war on drugs. And I look forward na hindi natin papayagang maulit yung pambabastos na ginawa sa kanya, lalo na sa kabilang house noon at sa online trolling na ginawa laban sa kanya bilang isang leader at bilang isang babae. Just for the record, Mr. Chair, with full confidence that our committee, subcommittee, and our Senate will uphold that. Dagang salamat, Mr. Chair.
Si Bibi pala hindi leader, hindi rin
Yes, Mr.
babae.
Chair, first of all, I just would like to be clarified because the beginning of the hearing, you told us that Senator Joel Villanueva is being appointed by you as the vice chairman of this subcommittee. So therefore, he's a member of this committee. He's claiming to be not.
No, he will be a member. Everything will be fixed, Mr.
Thank you.
I'm willing to
Mr.
be
Salva.
questioned by Senator.
No.
If there's any question that you would like to
we will
raise.
fix everything.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, I just would like to put on record my observation in this committee hearing that in this committee hearing,
Apat na lang, 300 lang
our
na,
resource
huwag na ipagkait.
persons are given even 10 to 15 to beyond the 15 minutes time to speak up. Unlike what happened in the Quadcom in the lower house, wherein kawawa ang mga pulis na ginawang resource person doon. This question is answerable by yes or no. Yes lang or no lang. No more explanation. Pero dito, Mr. Chair, we are treating our resource person with dignity and respect.
Thank you, Council Jean.
So I just would like to put it on record, Mr. Chair. And as a follow-up to the question of our majority or Senate Pro Tem
Council Lucky Boy, hello.
to Senator De Lima, Mr. Chair, isn't it a fact that NBI is operationally and administratively under the Department of Justice?
It is.
Yes.
Council Fanny.
So if it is, if you are morally convinced about the wrongdoings of the former mayor of Davao City, about these killings, bakit mo po hinahayaan lang na walang report ng NBI sa iyo? You have instructed the NBI to follow up on this investigation. Tapos natapos na lang yung buong year, 6 years of the Aquino administration, hindi ka nakapag-file ng kaso kay President Duterte. Is that malfeasance on your part as the Secretary of Justice, wherein you are morally convinced na may ginawang masama? Si Pangulong
Thank you,
Mayor
Council
Duterte. Tapos ngayon, hinayaan mo lang NBI na walang ginawa, walang binalik na report, or baka sinabihan ka ng NBI, ma'am, ang ating kaso will not stand in court. Baka ganun ang sinabi sa iyo. Kaya wala na nangyayari doon sa ginawa mong tasking sa NBI.
Can we request for a brief answer?
My brief answer is that I did make some certain follow-ups, and there was reports from the NBI, verbal reports. When I asked about them, and what would they tell me? That nahihirapan sila na mag-access sa Davao ng mga possible witnesses.
Can I have the name of the NBI chief during that time na kinausap na sinabihan niya? What's the record lang?
NBI, yeah, was it, yeah,
Tatay.
Maka-recall na lang, ma'am. And then once you recall, tell us. Okay. Nandito pa kasi ako sa time na I'm giving the victims the chance nga to speak out, to air. Okay, nandito pa tayo. Dalawa na lang naman yung ang tatanungin ko. Okay, Mayor Mabilog, you want to say something? Pwedeng hindi, pwede meron. Nasa sa'yo.
Ito na yung pinsan. Ngayon, biktima na.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, honorable members of the subcommittee on the Blue Ribbon Committee. Good afternoon po. First and foremost, gusto ko nga po sabihin na I was not and never will be a drug protector. I don't know personally nor did I benefit in any way from any illegal drug personality in Iloilo or elsewhere. Naging kabataang barangay chairman po ako, city councilor, vice mayor, and mayor for 6 years. And kahit naging mayor ako for 6 years, kahit wala po akong formal training as mayor.
Thank you po sa 306 na nag-like.
Addressing illegal or crime or illegal drugs. Wala pong training na binigay ko sa
Loud
amin.
and clear pa po ba tayo sa
I
live?
took this is decisive action to combat the drug problem of the city. As a matter of fact, it was even recognized on the national level by both the PDEA and the police, PNP, in 2014, 2015, 2016, and 2017. So,
Thank you, Consul G.
And as mayor in the beginning, as mandated by law, I am aware of my authority to set local policies and priorities related to crime and drugs. I'm also aware that the law that dictates that the PNP and the PDEA handle crime investigation and response and the combating of drug trafficking and enforcement of drug laws, while the mayor relies on the police and the PDEA to implement them. So until such time that my name was included in the list, and until that I was granted political asylum to the United States of America government, and that's why I'm here, Mr. Chair, at the behest of the Senate, as a matter of courtesy to this institution, to answer the best of my knowledge questions related to the inquiry. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Last ko na gusto ko i-recognize ngayong hapon na upon the request of Attorney Jokto, si Roger Herrero. Pero wala siyang affidavit. So ang ginto na lang ang request ko Attorney Jokto, can you prepare the affidavit of Roger Herrero? Give it to us before his actual appearance before this committee. I will give him time sa second hearing as a victim.
Thank you sa mga nag-like.
Kasi mabigat na story ako nito.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
bago natin iwan po yung salamat tayo, Mr. Chair, before we leave the victim families, also for the information of the committee, nandito rin po kasama natin si Vincent Go, ng tinawag nila sarili nila night crawlers. Sila po yung mga photojournalists na dinocument yung EJ case all throughout the war on drugs. So available din po sila, Mr. Chair,
Thank you,
to answer any questions of the senators.
Vincent Go, can I make the request to your organization, Night Crawlers, if you can make a 5-minute presentation sa next hearing. I expect na maganda mga pictures to kasi I think you're photojournalist or you're a photographer. So sa next hearing na po, Mr. Go, please organize your data. So nasabi ko na yun.
Tingnan nyo, nandito rin si Kuya Ipe bilang suporta kay PRRD.
Questioning proper by the senators by order of appearance, but we give priority to our officers. But ganito, wala kasi sila Colonel Garma and si Colonel Leonardo. But since public knowledge na rin naman yung sinabi nila okay? Widely publicized na.
Bakit sa Quadcom araw-araw kada hearing nandun sila pero sa Senate wala sila.
On those matters. Kung gusto lang po ng mga members ng committee. Okay,
Wala
so,
pa po tayong bangkain, Council
sila, former Secretary Panelo at saka former Secretary Belica, invited by Senator Bongo. I can give you 3 minutes for opening statement if you want.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. President?
may I interrupt you?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, but I have to respond to the remark of Senator Lima. It is only fair na bigyan niyo ako ng 1 minute. And I have read, this is part of my speech, but I want to make it of record. Ito yung the long and short sa
Kanya-kanya
trabaho
pong gastos to, hindi po kami
ng
basta
mayor
pumunta lang
pati
po ako dito.
presidente ako. Is that the jobs yung dalawang trabaho was never easy. And it was not meant to be. I have tried to do the best I can to address the problem of illegal drugs and without compromise. Kasali na lahat yung naririnig niyo. Whatever it is, hindi ako nag-compromise. Sinabi ko ito. Pagka pumasok kayo dyan, walang compromise, walang ariglo, walang usapan. Do not do it in my city. Nung presidente ako, sabi ko, bitawan ninyo. Kasi pag hindi, magkakaroon talaga tayo ng problema. Ito lang itong I said, I've tried to do the best I can to address the problem of illegal drugs firmly and without compromise. Yan ang gusto ko lang iiwan dito bago ako alis. O bago ako alis sa mundong ito. For all of its successes and shortcomings, it was not a perfect one. Maraming mali. Baka may maraming krimen. Alam mo, gusto ko lang iiwan ito sa Pilipino. I would never have any other chance maybe in the future. That for all of the successes and mali o ano, I and I alone take full legal, moral responsibility. Yan ang iniiwan ko sa inyo. I am ready for your question.
Thank you. So, okay, so I assume Attorney Panelo, Attorney Isabel Cap, no more opening statement?
I have, Your Honor.
Okay, can we observe strictly 3 minutes? Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, Salvador Panelo, hereby depose state under oath that from July 2016 to October 2021, was the Chief Presidential Legal Counsel of then President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. From October 2018 to April 2020, I also served as Presidential Spokesperson of PRRD. As Chief Presidential Legal Counsel, I provided legal advice to PRRD on various matters and issued statements providing legal support for the actions of PRRD and his administration. As Presidential Spokesperson, I spoke on behalf of PRRD on matters of public interest, actions, policies, programs, official duties, and accomplishments of his administration. In connection with the Philippine War on Drugs, which is the subject of the investigation in aid of legislation of the Committee on Accountability of Public Officers and investigation of the Blue Ribbon Committee of the Senate of the Republic of the Philippines. I had no participation therein, apart from issuing statements on behalf of or in support of PRRD or responding to queries from the media on statements from PRRD on the matter in my capacity as Chief Presidential Legal Counsel and Presidential Spokesperson. During my tenure as Chief Presidential Legal Counsel and Presidential Spokesperson, and even thereafter, I did not observe or otherwise acquire knowledge of any malfeasance, misfeasance, or nonfeasance in connection with the war on drugs by any government official, including former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, Senator and former Special Assistant to the President Christopher Lawrence Bongo, and Senator and former Chief of the Philippine National Police Ronald Bato de la Rosa. Specifically, I did not observe or otherwise acquire knowledge of any reward system for killing of illegal drug personalities, any orders to kill drug lords, or to implicate political opponents in the illegal drug trade.
Alam mo ba kung gaano lang siya kalapit sa akin? 2 di pa lang.
Alleged before the Committee on Dangerous Drugs, Public Order and Safety, Human Rights and Public Accounts, or the Quad Committee of the House of Representatives.
from my point of view,
Can you wind up, sir?
yes, last paragraph.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
From my point of view, there was nothing illegal with PRRD's war on drugs because it was a
Sa totoo
legal
lang, nung nagsasalita si
and
tatay,
necessary
tinikilabutan
response
kami dito.
to the country's pervasive and destructive drug problem. PRRD merely complied with his constitutional duty, which is his prime duty, to serve and to protect the people. And his campaign promised and mandate to rid the country of the drug menace.
Salamat po, sir. Thank you. You submitted an affidavit. Mr. Belica, pero keep it within 3 minutes. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Greco Belica, former Presidential Anti-Corruption Commission Chairman, and I'm executing this sworn statement to comply with the directive of the Philippine Senate's Authority of Public Officers, an investigation subcommittee in relation to its motor profit investigation
Kaya nga, kung may sumpit, pwede.
on the Philippine War on Illegal Drugs. That President Duterte created the now defunct ACC through Executive Order Number 43, which was signed in October 4, 2017.
Yung mga troll dyan, kayo na bahala, mga admin naman kayo.
To directly assist the President in investigating and or hearing administrative cases primarily involving graft and corruption against all presidential appointees as defined by Section 5 EO 43, and to perform such other duties as the President may direct. That on January 12, 2018, I was appointed as one of the 4 commissioners of the PACC and 1 chairman. Thereafter, in March 15, 2021, I was appointed as chairman of the PACC following the passing of my predecessor.
Inaantok na si tatay.
And I left office at October 8,
Ay, kasi magtanong.
2021 when I filed my certificate of candidacy to run in the election. That my previous position and function as well as jurisdiction of the ECC did not extend to any investigations and operations
Lalakad ako doon sa
on
kabila,
illegal
lalakad
drugs,
ako sa
but mainly focus on investigation over alleged graft and corrupt practices by presidential appointees.
Kaya napunta ako
within
si
the
Dr.
executive
Ren.
branch
Tignan
of
niyo ako,
government.
dadaan ako sa kabila.
Paragraph A, Section 5 define the scopes and jurisdiction of the PACC that states the Commission shall have the power on complaint or motu proprio and concurrency with the Office of the Ombudsman to hear, investigate, receive, gather, and evaluate evidences, intelligence reports, and information in administrative cases against all presidential appointees of the executive branch of government. Occupying the position of Assistant Regional Director or equivalent to the rank higher, otherwise classified by Salary Grade 26 Act, including the members of the governing board of instrumentality. That consistent with Section 10 EO 43, complaints and cases filed or extended to PECC relating to possible violation of RA 9165 are immediately referred to PDEA, DOJ, PNP, NBI for proper investigation. To the best of my knowledge and recollection, all illegal drug-related matters outside PACC's jurisdiction were referred to these agencies. That outside from my previous official position in the PACC, the only involvement that I personally had with respect to the anti-illegal drug campaign of the President, of the government, before and after President Duterte is in my personal capacity as a minister of the gospel and founding chairman of the Yeshua Change Agents Organization.
Sige, I will let you finish the paragraph. Sige. Just continue.
Through the YC, I have helped and continue to help in the demand reduction program of the government by helping in the prevention campaign of those at risk of illegal drug use, as well as the rehabilitation and recovering of former drug dependents.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I have a copy of your affidavit. Salamat po. Thank you. So now we will commence with our questioning by the senators.
So nakita niya na ako. Lapit ako na si
Upon the request
Dr.
of
Ren.
Senator Bato de la Rosa, is there Colonel Grijaldo here? Colonel Grijaldo, upo po kayo dito kasama namin. Well, I mean, Senator de la Rosa will be the one to...
Kuya Ipe, solid support kay PRRD, oh. Hindi talaga iniiwanan.
Okay, so,
Yan si Kuya Ipe.
okay, pursuant to our guidelines, we will now commence questioning. We will have to start with our Senate officers. So I now recognize Senator Jinggoy Estrada. You have 10 minutes, sir. 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some questions addressed to the former president. Mr. President, kanina pa ako kayo tingin sa amin. Hindi kayo tumitingin sa kanan. Hindi ko kayo tumitingin sa kaliwa. Papansinan ko kayo ni Senator De Lima.
Wala mong kadagan, dito lang.
Mr. Chair.
To be serious,
Yes, Mr. Chair, I beg the
SP Pro Tempore to lead us in setting the tone that this is not a laughing matter.
I'm
Yes,
not, I was not joking.
I was just, para ma-lighten lang yung mood, Mr. Chair. Anyway, on a serious note,
Yes,
Mr.
continue.
How do you assess the campaign against legal forestry in your time, Mr. President? Do you consider it as a success, Mr. President?
Mr. Senator, it is a continuing problem for the country and for the entire world. The drug problem is a very serious and pernicious, virulent ailment that the country is facing. Panahon ko and the previous presidents. Yung panahon ko, hindi siguro ninyo nagustuhan, not you, yung the entire country. I am addressing the entire country. Baka hindi ninyo nagustuhan.
Salamat po sa naglalike ha.
But yun ang style. Sinabi ko nga, I tried to do the best that I could. Eh kung nagkulang ako, pasensya.
Hindi ka
Pero ang solution during my time was a call of duty of the president. Ako yun. Kasi ako yung presidente sa panahon. At hindi ako nagkulang, Mr. Senator. Nag-warning ako lahat narinig ng Pilipinas. Huminto kayo sa droga. Bitawan ninyo, drop it. Kasi magkakaproblema talaga tayo. Pag nakita tayo sa isang kanto at may hawak mo ang droga, problema na talaga yan. So, yun, nagkakaroon tayo ng problema. May patayan. But it was not a state-sponsored killing. There was never an official order to the police and the military and to the agents of government to kill. Andyan si Senator De La Rosa. Wala akong sinabi na ganun kasi abogado ako. Ang sinabi ko, yung sinabi ko nung nagtuturo ako sa Police Academy, that in your fulfillment of duty, yung elements of self-defense would apply to you pag you are trying to arrest a person. Alam mo, ang trabaho ng pulis kasi, pag sinabi mong aarestuhin kita, hindi hinto dyan. The police must arrest and overcome the resistance para madala mo yung kriminal doon sa istasyon at mabook mo para makulong. Yan ang problema at naawa ako sa mga pulis. Hindi mo masabi, bitawan mo yung baril at pag hindi sumunod, sabihin lang ng pulis, o sige, bukas makita tayo dito, huwag ka nang magdala ng baril. O, hindi yun ang tinuro ko sa kanila. Natuturo ako sa Police Academy. Yan lahat yan sila dumaan sa akin. Yan, because yan ang turo ng sa College of Law. That's the law. Kung ano yung sinabi ko sa police, batas yan. Walang compromise dyan when you are arresting a person. If he resists, pag ayaw magpa-aresto, you have to overcome him. His resistance. Ngayon, pag lumaban, nagkaletse-letse, may baril, may magpatayan talaga. Kaya yan ang problema ng polis, kaya naawa ako. Kaya ako rin nandito, guns, siguro, paano na rin ng guns, God sent yung invitation. Naawa ako dito sa mga pulis na tinatawag ninyo at inaano ninyo, yung trabaho ng pulis kasi involves personal contact. Walang trabaho sa pulis, sabihin niya, halika dito. Bitawan mo yan, mag-surrender ka. Sumama ka sa akin. It is always a confrontation. And if the other guy is armed, there will always be kamatayan or injuries.
Mr. President, if I may...
Like
yes,
naman
sir.
po.
Kasi napapanood ko kayo sa TV, nung hindi pa ako senador during your term, meron ko kayo sinasabi, ubusin ko kayo, papatay ko kayo. Ano po ibig sabihin? Sino po yung uubusin ninyo? Sino yung papatay ninyo? Ito ba yung mga user, pusher ng illegal drugs?
Yes, sir. Lahat. Conductors, kidnappers.
Hindi lang sa drugs?
Hindi lang droga, sir. Lahat po. When I was mayor, kalaban ko lahat ang kriminal. Huwag naman yung mga estafa. Wala nang alam niya yung mga chiki-chiki. Yung mga kidnappers sa Mindanao po, marami yan. Ay yung mga lawless elements doon, when they go on a rampage, they take over the entire municipality. I-hostage na lang yung municipality, yung bangko lahat doon, hinuhold up. At yung police hindi makagalaw kasi nakapalibot sila and there are civilians. And they cannot start a war because the civilians eventually will be killed in the process. Pati sila.
Nung sinabi niyo kung uubusin ko kayo lahat, papatayin ko kayo lahat, ito ba ho yung naging resulta kaya marami hong naging patayan? Ganun, Pangulo.
Literally, yes.
So, pero wala ho kayong inuutos sa mga dating chief of police ninyo, chief of PNP na pumatay.
Warning lang na, istorya mo lang yan, sir. Alam mo, pagka mayor ka, o presidente ka, pag sinabi mo, hoy, kuminto kayo dyan, masama yan, illegal yan, walang mangyari sa syudad mo. Pag sinabi mo, kuminto kayo, papatayin ko kayo. Pag hindi sila huminto, the police would come in. Sabihin ko sa police, pag naghawak ng baril, kaya sila, dumaan yan sa Davao lahat. Koy, pati ito, si Danao, lahat yan sila, dumaan ng Davao. Ang order ko talaga sa kanila, kung maghawak ng baril, patayin mo na para one less criminal Eh bukas mag-hold up na naman yan, may problema na naman tayo. Ganon rin sa po, sir.
So, Ginoong Pangulo, nung mayor po kayo ng Davao, do you confirm the existence of the Davao Death Squad?
No, sir.
Wala po ng Davao Death Squad. So, ano po yung iniimbestigahan ni former Senator de Lima nung siya chairperson ng Commission on Human Rights? Or ang iniimbestigahan po niya yung DDS, if I'm correct. Am I correct?
I don't know how the term was coined.
Senator de Lima, were you investigating the Davao Death Squad when you were chair of the CHR?
Yes, that was the
But
focus.
the former president doesn't confirm the existence of the Davao Death Squad.
That has been his position nung tinanong ko po siya, nung nag-appeal siya sa public inquiry. And there's no such thing as DDS. But there are people, there are witnesses who said that there is such a thing as the Davao Death Squad. It may not be the correct term, or it may not really be or explicitly called the Davao Death Squad.
Who coined that name, that phrase, the Davao Death Squad?
I think it was media, it was certain sectors, certain groups.
But it was not the CHR which you had before, Madam Senator.
We knew it to be as the Davao Death Squad because of the various reports. But it did not originate from us, the term Davao Death Squad. What is clear to us is that there was this group of assassins, and some of them are actually part of the Davao City Police Office. And there are also the Abanteros, the assassins themselves, with respective handlers. And already, Mr. Matobato and Mr. Las Cañas.
If I may cut you, Madam Senator, make a quick interjection on this, Senator.
Okay, our rules on interjection. I will have to ask the permission of the senator who has the floor if you want. And then, please limit it to maximum of 2 and very related to the topic that we're discussing, okay? So,
Kahit one lang, Mr. Chairman.
one or two. Okay, Senator Lisa Ontiveros is recognized.
Salamat ka, Mr. Chair, and salamat sa SP Pro Tempore. Very quick, at the proper time, and this is related to the line of questioning of the SP Pro Tempore right now. At the proper time, I will ask the Chair's permission to play a never-before-played video that precisely talks about the Davao Death Squad, exactly related sa line of questioning ng SP Pro Tempore at this moment, Mr. Chair. Salamat, SP Pro Tempore. Salamat tayo, Mr.
If you
Chair.
permit it, Senator Bato.
Senator, may I
Yes, sir.
interject? Lahat itong sa right side ko, dumaan ito ng Chief of Police, Police Director. Oro, commander ng death squad dyan.
But there was no existence.
Trabaho ng police yan. Literally, hindi mo sabihin ng death squad. Yung isang senador, yan ang nakaupo dyan, si Senador de la Rosa. Death squad rin yan. Because they were police directors handling the controlling crimes in the city. So pag sinabi mong death squad, it's a very loose term na ginagamit mo lang parang gano'n isili. Lahat yan sila, ito, si Danaw, ayan o. Ayan, nagdadasal, kasaan na niya siguro. O paano ba, ilan bang pinatay mo? Dumaan yan. Ito, De La Rosa. Tanungin ko sila ngayon, tanungin ninyo. Openly, lahat niya dumaan pagka-police chief. Pati yan si Gamboa. Tanungin ninyo. Ganaw, kung may utos ba ako na patayin ninyo yung tao na katali yung paa, pati kamay sa likod, or assassinate them. Ang sinabi ko ganito, prangkahan tayo, encourage the criminals to fight. Encourage them to draw their guns. Yan, buhay yan. Ayan ang sila, yan ang instruction ko. Pati yan si Kuy. Encourage, pati yan si Dear Rosa, encourage them lumaban. Pagka lumaban, patayin ninyo para matapos na ang problema ko sa syudad ko. Nung na-presidente ako, ganun rin sa command conference. Yan sa Malacanang. Yan ang utos ko. Bakit ko pagbigyan important? Criminal, they go after the innocent people robbing. Mabuti na lang sana kung aakyat ng bahay. Mayor ako matagal. Aakyat ng bahay. Magnakaw. Rerapin yung bata. Rerapin yung babae tapos papatayin. Kung ikaw ang mayor, how do you deal with the problem? Ano kaya ang tingin ninyo sa... I'm sorry to tell you, I'm sorry to express to the nation. Unforgiving ako. Hardliner. Alam nila yan. Pati pulis alam nila. They are not ready siguro to talk about it. Sinabi ko yan sa mga pulis. Kayong mga pulis, pag pumasok kayo dyan sa droga, kayo ang mauuna.
No need to strike it out if that is the real way that the mayor then
Correct, walang strike out. Walang strike out.
Sige, as chairman, Mr. President, fact-finding muna. General Gamboa, you were formerly Chief of Police of Davao. Yes, answer.
Palike-like naman, mga old school. Sayang naman yung 1-4 na nanonood. Pakilike naman.
Chief of Davao?
Yes, sir.
General Sinas, former Police Chief of Davao?
No, sir.
Catalino Coy, former Police Chief of Davao? Yes, sir. How about Karamat, former Police Chief of Davao? Tamay, sir.
No, sir.
Okay, para klaro. Sige, go. Senator. Okay.
Ako, hindi mo ko tanongin.
Yes, we need to.
Siya po police.
Because alam ko chief ka ng police, but former chief of Davao.
Mr. Chair, hindi na,
Isa
short introduction. Mr. Chair, yung DDS, yung term of DDS, siguro sa amin dito, Danao, General Coy, General Gamboa was never a chief of police, but assigned yan sa Davao, sa Police Regional Office 11. Ako, assigned ako ng Davao as City Director. At doon ako nagsimula yung career ko sa Davao City. Just this weekend, Mr. Chair, in-interview ako ng mga media ng Davao. Umuwi ako. At harap-harapan, sinabihan ko sila, kayo kasi, mga media ng Davao, kayo nag-imbento ng term ng Davao Death Squad. Pag may namatay, binabalita kagad yun, Davao Death Squad, Davao Death Squad. Kayo, nag-imbento ng term na yan. Sabi ko sa media ng Davao. And later on, one of the media ng Davao, dinibag yung aking statement. Sabi niya, sir, with due respect, bago namin yan na-create yung term na yan ng Davao Death Squad, meron kasing isang namatay, sir, na isang namatay, binaril, may nakalagay doon na placard na Davao Death Squad. Kaya doon nag-start yung paggamit namin ng term ng Davao Death Squad. So therefore, sabi ko, okay, I will correct my statement. Hindi kayo ang nag-invento, but kayo ang nag-propagate ng word na yan. So yun na, lumaki na nagiging ginamit na. Pag may binaril, sabi ka agad, Davao Death Squad. Kahit na binaril dahil jealousy ang motibo, o kaya malaking utang, nakadispal ko ng pera, binaril, DDS ka agad ang pinapalabas sa term. So, yan na. Lumaki na yung pangalan na double squad, Mr. Chair.
Yan na po yung intervention niyo.
Yan, na yun na. Thank you.
Sige pa, before I return the floor to Senator Estrada. Doon sa umami na naging chief, sino? Chief Catilino Coy, naging chief ka. Danaw, naging chief kayo. Do you mind or don't you mind having been called as the head of the double death squad by the former president?
I think he's just joking there. Pero kagaya nga po ng sinabi ng ating mayor, sir, in my stint of almost 3 years as the city director of Davao, wala po talaga yan yung sasabihin na you kill him. Wala pong gano'n, sir. So it's just a matter of taking things on your hand. If you will take it literally, yung sinasabi niya sa media. Kung ano yung sinasabi niya ngayon, sir, yun na yung sinasabi niya. Pero yung kamong sasabihin niya na, Danaw, patay mo sa ganito, there's no such thing. So walang ganun.
Is there a danger that your men will incorrectly interpret what the mayor was saying?
Well, nung panahon ko, sir, as city director, I don't deny, sir, that there were some killings. Pero talagang, ang tao ko, sir, ilan din ang hospital ka. Even in my term as my regional director of 4A in NCRPO, in NPD. On record yan, sir, nasa hospital. Hindi lang, sir, nasa hospital, kundi namatay yung pulis natin. So, anong gagawin, sir, ng pulis? Pag ikaw ang nasa sitwasyon namin, sir, are we going to allow just to kill the PNP there? So siguro, sir, maging emotional man tayo dito, sir, pero kami po mismo is nasa front line in enforcing the law. Pero there's no such thing as sabihin na pakain mo lang si ganito, no. Walang ganon, sir.
Sige. Can we hear from Catalino Coy? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I find very much me being associated with the BDS because during that time when I was the city director of Davao, it was really a problem for us, especially the unsolved killings. Actually, we had a case in Ombudsman because of that, because of command responsibility. It is really a challenge for the PNP to investigate those cases because even the relatives of some of the victims used to cooperate. And we believe also, and there was a suspicion that there were really some PNP personnel and even some civilian individuals who are involved in those incidents.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Senator Jingo, you have last 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair, if with the indulgence of the SP Pro Tempore.
Yes, Senator Risa.
Opo, Mr. Chair, kasi siguro napansin pati ng former president yung shock ng lahat. Bakit, sir, yan ba ang trabaho ng pulis? Na pumatay ng mga suspected criminals? Sir, yung mic nyo.
Pag lumaban. Bakit
Iba
sila?
po yung pagka-express kasi kanina, so I had to clarify.
Bakit sila?
SP Pro Tempore.
Bakit sila?
Salamat, Mr. Chair. No. Hindi yan ang tanong ko. Talagang, maling, napaka hindi magandang impression po ng mga statements kanina. Kaya I appreciate the candor of Yusek Huy at pati kanina ni General Danaw.
Bastos to sa Risa.
May I interrupt you
I'm done, Mr. Chair.
kindly. Yung mga to, ma'am, galing ito ng mga sa Academy PMA. Hindi ito mga bubo. Hindi rin ito papayag na utusan mo ng illegal. Doon na sa academy nila, sa PMA, they are born there to, yung ano talaga yung batas. Kaya pag inutusan mo yan, sabihin mo, patayin mo sa sir, mukhang hindi pwede yan, sir. I try. Ako mismo, I try. Ako, marami ako patay mo sa sir. Kulong mo na lang natin, sir. Total. Sabi ko siya, siguraduhin mo lang na hindi marili. Kasi gagawa ng kalupuhan yung uli and they will mag-hold up na naman yan. Yan ang lalo na yung mga kaso na mag-knockout, tapos mag-rape, tapos magpatay, o
Mr. Chair,
Like, can we let the president complete his sentence? What were you trying to say, sir? That
Yes,
mag-rape, magpatay, magnakaw, magpatay, and then what do we do with that?
ganun na lang ang sadness ko sa trabaho.
Thank you.
Kaya hindi ko lang sinabi ko yan kasi hindi ko lang na sila mautusan ng gano'n na gaya na sinabi ko. Nag-rape ng bata yan, pinatay, patayin mo. Hindi ko mautusan itong mga to. Sabi ko, karamihan na hirap kay Mayor, hindi manumala yan ganun. Sabi man, sir, mahirap yan. Kulungin na lang natin siya. Walang dumaan yan sa There was never a time na sinabi ko, patayin ninyo yan. Minsan yung harap-harapan sa crime scene, nakita ko yung bata, 3 years old, rape, patay, tapos nandoon yung tiyuhin. So sinabi ko, putang, patay mo na. Out of outrage. In the moment of outrage yun, sir, kulungin na lang natin yan, sir.
Ano nangyari doon, Mr. President? Yung incident na yun, napatay na yung tito? Pinatay? Hindi.
Hindi.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Senator Risa.
alam ko po na matatalino mga taga-Philippine Military Academy. Hindi po yan ang issue. Ang kinaklarify ko po ay kanina sinabi nyo na in-encourage nyo ang PNP na i-encourage yung suspect na lumaban para mapatay, para masabing ng laban. Correct. It was a very incorrect.
Correct, yes.
Very incorrect.
Yes.
I may say as a civilian, sa professional police.
It depends on, ano na natin yan, no? That's your view.
It's not my view, Mr. Chair. Thank you for putting it on record.
Pagka-mayor, pagka-prosecutor. Ako, alam ko, dumaan ako, prosecutor, mayor, presidente, alam ko ang trabaho ko.
Yes, salamat kayo, Mr. Chair.
Hindi ka nagdala ng syudad eh. You never
Totoo
had a
po, Mr.
chance
Chair.
to solve the problem of the community.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for
Senator
putting it on record.
Hindi tayo magkaintindihan dyan.
Senator Estrada has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Pabalikin ako, sir. Gagawain ko uli yan. Sublado.
Palakpakan yung crowd, oh. Oh, bigla mo.
Silence the gallery and those who will do that again, exclude them from the hearing hall.
Gallery, please do not encourage me.
Mr. President, it's now Senator Estrada who has the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
sir.
Alam niyo po, nag-mayor din po ako ng San Juan, kaya I know where the former president is.
Marami ka rin siguro pinatay ka rin.
Mr. Chair, Mr. President, ibigyan muna namin kayo ng pagkakataon to air your side dahil nung napanood ko po yung mga revelations ng mga resource persons sa Quad Committee sa House of Representatives. Marami po mga revelations po ang mga naglabasan tulad po ng kay Colonel Garma. Ang sabi po niya, she received a call from you sometime in May 2016. Can you confirm this, Mr. President?
Ay, hindi ako tumatawag ng police. Bahay? Yung sabi niya doon sa bahay? Hindi ko pupunta ng...
Before you assumed the presidency, you were still president-elect at the time. Sabi niya May 2016. So I presume you were still president-elect, Mr. President.
I do not remember calling you. And for what? Yung presidente ako, nandyan na yung lahat nasa akin na
ang sabi po kasi niya doon sa kanyang revelation doon sa Quad Committee, nagpapahanap din po kayo ng isang police officer na miyembro ng INC. Tama po ito. Yun po ang sinabi ni Colonel Garma doon sa Quadcom, sa House of Representatives, Pangulo.
I hate to say this, but sinungaling yung gagang. Bakit ako mamili ng Iglesia ni Cristo? Aglipay pati isali ko na lang. Yung Mormons. Why would I zero in sa Iglesia ni Cristo? For what reason?
Yun po ang sinabi ni...
Kaya, sir, I am just trying to explain to kung bakit ako magpatawag ng Iglesia ni Cristo. Ipatawag ko na lang yung Mormons pati yung Agripay. Trabaho nila yan, sir. Ako, Mayor Presidente. Wala akong pakialam kung anong relihiyon ninyo. Ang trabaho ko yun. Alam nila yan. Alam nila yan kung paano ko sila murahin mo. Do not give me that shit to good time.
Mr. President, pero gaano niyo po kakilala itong si Colonel Garma? At kailan niyo po siya nakilala?
Saan ba ito nagka-problema itong babae na ito? Wala ito sa asawa eh. Si
Niligawan niyo po?
Si Pilila.
Niligawan niyo po?
Sino?
Si Garma?
Wala na siguro akong ibang makita. Hindi, sir. Ganito naman. Hindi ko naman inaano. But, alam mo kasi, pag tao ko, alam mo na parang close mo talaga. Kasi, ganun ako trato dito sa pulis. Ito sila, sir, mabuti nandito kasi puro dumaan ito sila sa akin. Ganun talaga ako.
Pero bakit po siya nagsasalita ng nagbibigay po ng revelation doon sa Quadcom? Ang sinasabi nila, hindi po totoo na tinawagan niyo po siya noong May of 2016 at nagpapahan po kayo ng isang police officer na miyembro ng
Yes. Hanggang ngayon, sir, it's a mystery. Bakit ko siya tatawagan at bakit ko sabihin sa kanya maghanap ng Iglesia ni Cristo na marami namang pulis sa Davao na membro ng Iglesia ni Cristo? Why would I specify a person belonging to a religious sect when, as a matter of fact, there are a lot of policemen who are members of the Iglesia ni Cristo in Davao City? What would be the point of asking for a special person? Hanggang ngayon, sir, hindi ko nga mapataw. So sabi ko, well, I don't know, but it's a lie. Or making up stories. I don't know what she's driving at o ano ang gusto niyang ipalabas sa at the end of the story.
Mr. President, kailangan niyo po itong si Colonel Leonardo?
Yes, sir.
Sino po ang nag-recommenda sa inyo na i-appoint po si General Leonardo? Kasi base siguro sa testimonya ni Colonel Garma, siya yung nag-recommenda kay Leonardo sa inyo para i-appoint. Totoo po ba?
Well, kasi, alam mo, I cannot create a unit sa police because we do not have that kind of authority now. Hindi ako pwede magtawag ng police dito o sige, kayo ang unit and you are you do this job, you have to clear it with the... At hindi papayag itong mga chief of police kasi meron niya silang organization mismo for drugs and for itong whatever mga specialized narcotics, tapos itong mga smuggling.
Hindi, kasi po ang testimonya po ni Colonel Garma sa Quadcom sa House of Representatives, tinuturo po niya itong si Leonardo na nagbibigay po ng reward money sa mga police officials na nakakahuli o nakakapatay po ng mga drug pushers. Gusto ko lang, at least you can air your side, Mr. President, kung talagang totoong may reward money.
Sir, lupin kita ng ganito. Bakit ako mabayad? Yan. Kung may pera, bulsa ko na lang. If there is a fund for that, why would I give it to them? Trabaho nila yan eh. The best that I could minsan is pupunta ako. Iyaya ko sila ng magkain. Or kung may mga problema sila na personal, alam mo sir, ganito yan. Yung policer, maliit lang talaga yung sweldo. Maliit talaga hanggang ngayon, maliit talaga ang sweldo. Pag hindi pumasok ang local chief executive o city mayor at may problema ang personal yung police, cancer ang asawa. Sweldo. Walang ibang puntahan yan, ikaw. Pag hindi mo tinulungan ang policer, patay. Yung sweldo nila cannot cope up with the demands of mga problema. Minsan, yung tanongin ko, ilan ang anak mo? Magsabi, alam nila yung estasyon. Sa estasyon nila, yung station commander sa sila. Tapos magtanong ako sa isang police, ilan ang anak mo? Sabihin, 6. Sir, ito, prangkahan. Nagagalit talaga ako. Putang. Sildo mo ng gano'n, tapos sige ka, putulin ko yung barlin ko. Pero, nandito man sila, sir. Ano you can ask them. Stricto ako kanila. Pero, ano ako sa police? Because pagka may problema sila, nandiyan ako sa kanila. Pero police talaga ako at matagal akong nagturo sa Police Academy kasi noong practicing lawyer ako, wala masyado akong kita kasi bata pa ako. At maaga ako nag-asawa, karoon ako ng anak, kulang panggatas, kaya ako nagturo sa academy, kaya yan sila dumaan lahat sa akin. Lahat yan sila nakatikim ng lecture sa akin, sir. Wala akong sinabi sa kanila na pumatay ka ng tao, barilin mo, nakatalikod, ano yung sa law school ko, sir, yun ang tinuturo ko sa kanila. Yung criminal law ko dito sa law school ko, yun ang dinala ko sa kanila. At mas maganda kasi natitempla ko, I could use the common
Bayaan mo na yung ayaw mag-like. Okay lang yan.
Kaya malapit yan sila sa akin. Pero alam nila pag nagkasala sila, alam nila yan. Pagka sinabi ko nga sa kanila, ito, pardon, allow me to use the word. Sinabi ko talaga sila, putang ina kayo mga polis kayo. Huwag kayong pumasok dyan sa droga. Huwag kayong pumasok sa kidnapping. Kasi ako mismo, ako ang papatay sa inyo. Ako ang papatay sa inyo. Totoo yan, sir. Alam niya, buhay man sila lang. Sabi ko, putang ina, huwag kayo pumasok. Yan, sir, kayo. Papatayin ko talaga kayo. Kaya yung pulis na nagkasala, sir, mga ganun, either pagka nagkasala, wala na. Mawala.
Mawawala po.
Oo, yan. Ano yung na sila? Kasi sabi ko, papatayin ko talaga. Pagka na pag nagkita, kaya papatayin ko. At kung tanongin mo ako, sir, na may pinatay ako, hindi pa na ako ang iniimbestiga ngayon. So, hindi ako sa akin.
Di, ako na lang po magtatanong, meron na ba ako kayo pinatay? Meron po ako.
Sir, may ano ako, may mundo, lalo na sa yung outrage. Yung hindi ko matanggap yung minsan yung pamilya na ubusin mo, patayin mo, tapos i-rape mo. Mukhang ano sa akin yung sir talaga.
Loud and clear ba na yun?
Nawiwirla ako. Masyadong ang fuse ko dyan. Mainit talaga ako. Alam nila yan. Kaya behave. Sir, ito tanong nyo, prangka-prangka. Nandito, or citizens of this country. Anong pinaka-safe na city for the longest time hanggang ngayon? Tanongin ko kayo.
Ano, Davao.
Noong panahon po ng tatay ko, San Juan po.
Sagot na.
Kasi sir, pinaback-upan ako ng tatay mo. O ito to, wala lang tayo mong gano'n. Ilabas na lang natin. Ang sabi ng tatay mo sa akin, sir, you do what you have to do to make your city safe. Kasi ang Davao nababalitaan na maganda. Kaya ang Davao nag-flourish. Kaya ang Davao malinis. Kaya ang Davao ngayon, anytime maglakad ka, walang gagalaw sa iyo. Alam ng tao kasi pag magkamali sila, hindi yung police, they have to deal with me. Dapat ako ang imbestigahin to extradition case. Wala yan sila. Ako mismo ang...
Mr. President, nung time na mayor ka, merong police na nag-involve sa droga sa Davao?
Marami, sir.
Oh, what happened to them as far as you know, Mr. President?
Ayan, sila.
Sila ang may alam. Tanungin natin sila.
Sinabi ito. Sabihin mo, 24 hours, sabihin mo sa putang inang pulis mo. Pag nakita, ako yung patrayin mo.
Sige ba, I will now take the time of Senator Estrada. So, sino yun?
Si Puno lang, sir. Huwag ka na lang lumayo. Yun yung sabi mo.
Mamaya, sir. Mamaya. Unahin ko muna itong bisita natin because we will always be with him. So, we have lots of opportunities to ask you, Senator.
It's the best performer, sir. Kaya Senator.
Mr. President, can I ask ito muna sila? General Gamboa,
Your Honor.
hindi ka man nag-chief ng Davao, but tama man tumaan ka rin sa Davao, sa career mo. At ano highest ang position mo po dun sa Davao?
Yes, sir. I was the official spokesman of the police regional office. Then I led it for 2 years.
Regional?
Yes.
How about the city level?
Wala, sir. I was not assigned to the city office.
Salamat
How about
po.
General Sinas? Sir, you were never chief, diba? So, tumaan po ba kayo sa career niyo sa Davao City?
Never, sir.
Never. Oh, okay. How about si General Karama? Hindi, sa mic, sir, para nakarecord. Never? Sa career niyo?
No, Mr. Chairman.
So only General Gamboa sa regional level. What's the pressure of the Senator de Lima?
Just one or two sentences, Your Honor.
Again, please.
You all heard from the horse's mouth. There are indeed death squads, and pointed to certain former PNP chiefs or chiefs of Davao. These are very clear. Davao death squad to liquidate criminals, suspected criminals, inducing, encouraging, and prodding people to kill directly or indirectly is not part of the duty of an executive official, whether it is mayor or president. Malinaw po, yung Davao Death Squad andyan. Marami pong sinabi dyan tungkol sila Matabato and Las Cañas. And Colonel Garma has confirmed that there is such a group, only that they are covered by code of silence. Hindi po madali talaga ang kumuha ng mga pag-aamin sa mga police officials na sila ang mga inutusan para pumatay. Ang dami pong mga binarig sila Matabato and Las Cañas tungkol sa mga specific cases of killings na yung order either pinapadaan kina Sonny Benaventura or kay Las Cañas, and at times even from then Mayor
Mr. Chair,
Duterte himself.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Thank you, ma'am.
Senator.
Yes, we have the floor.
The former senator is jumping into conclusion. Let the committee decide whether indeed there is an existence of the Davao Death Squad.
Senator Estrada, may I just...
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, Mr. President.
One statement. Kung lahat man ito, kung totoo, bayanin niyo ako ng kaso. May korte. At sinasabi ninyo na bakit ninyo nalaman na matay, na ganun-ganun. So, ibig sabihin may witnesses kayo. O, file the case in court or file the cases in court. Sabi ko nga dito sa ano ko, mine and mine alone. Gusto ko ang syudad ko maganda, malinis, at livable. At sa awa ng Diyos, ako ang nauna sa Pilipinas. Alam mo bakit, sir? Ako po'y empleyado lang ng gobyerno. I started as a prosecutor. Kaya kapak ko yung kriminal, pati yung mga kriminal.
That is why, Mr. President, I was asking during my line of questioning a while ago, addressed to former Senator De Lima, why did she not file cases when she was the head of the Commission on Human Rights? She investigated, allegedly, the DBS, if there is a right term for it. She did not file any cases. You were present, Mr. President, when Senator De Lima, or when she was the chair then of the CHR, you were present during the investigation, if I am not mistaken, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
And the president, when I asked him, denied that there was an existence of the Davao Death Squad. My question lang, Senator De Lima, bakit hindi kayo nag-file ng mga kaso? Kung talagang naniniwala po kayo na meron mo talagang death squad, why did you not file cases immediately when he was just still a mayor?
Yes, Your Honor. Nasagot ko na po yun.
Hindi mo
Dahil
sinasagot
yung mga pwede talagang mga maging witnesses ay hindi pa willing, takot pa na mag-testify against the former mayor.
All right, when you were Secretary of Justice, you had all the power. You were a very, very powerful cabinet member under the Aquino administration. Why did you not pursue it?
Because at that time, wala na nga akong nagiging resulta ng mga nagiging investigation din. Because again,
Madam Chair,
mahirap
Madam
kung-
Chair, Madam Senator, you were a very, very powerful member of the cabinet during that Aquino administration. You had all the resources. You had the NBI at your disposal. Lahat ng mga government agencies were under your disposal. You had the ear of the president. Bakit hindi kayo nag-file ng ng kaso laban kay Mayor Duterte?
At that time, the relevant, real evidence, testimonial evidence, wala pa po sa aking disposal. Although I did try, yung sinabi ko po kanina, na rinifer ko na muna sa NBI. So, kaya lang, yun ang naging report, binalik nila sa akin. Now, they're trying, pero nahihirapan din sila na i-access yung mga witnesses.
Mr.
Ay,
President,
yung
Mr. Chair.
sinasabi po kanina ni former President Duterte na Davao is the safest city, I think that is belied by statistics. I don't have the exact statistics now, but I read certain data. It's not the safest city. It has
So what is
among
the safest city
highest,
as far as you
I
know?
would not know. It's just it registered as among those with highest data on killings or murders. So how can it be a safe city?
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, the permission of Senator Jingo?
I think the former president wants to answer the accusations of these
Mr.
statements.
President, yes, you're recognized.
Maraming namatay, sir. Marami talaga. Thousands, I would say, from yung naging mayor ako. Marami. Ito yan sila na. Dito yan sila na. And they would tell you, si Danao, si Koy, si Buwa. Ito Senator ba to? Maraming namatay, pero ang namatay sa mga kriminal. Alam mo kasi ang Davao is a crossroad. Kasi ang unang nag-bloom sa Mindanao, naroon ka man, sir, ang Davao. Kaya saan yung progressive at saan yung pera negosyo, nandoon rin yung mga kriminal. Kasi ang negosyante pati ang kriminal, magkasama yan. Kung saan yung pera, mga negosyante, nandoon yung mga kriminal. Kaya ganon. Kapag kabubo ka na mayor at hindi mo takot kang makulong, ako, di makulong, di makulong. I can make the confession now, if you want.
Mr. Chair.
Talagang niyayari ko. Pero huwag mo naman mga pulis kawawa naman. Meron akong death squad. Death squad. Ito, pero hindi yung mga pulis. Sila rin yung mga gangster. Yung isang gangster, utusan ko. Patayin mo yan, kaya kung hindi mo patayin yan, patayin kita ngayon. Bakit mo isakripisyo yan sila? Alam mo sir, ganito. Mabutit na lang nandito if you give me time. Ang pulis sir kawawa. Hindi mo alam, ito nandito itong mga, pag ang pulis na paila ng kaso sir, suspended yan. Wala ng pagkain yan sa the day that the suspension is issued, that day ang police wala ng pagkain, ang mga pamilya nila wala ng pera, ang mga bata wala ng pamasahe, pinto lahat. Paralyze ang pamilya ng pulis. Hindi ninyo alam yan. Kaya may kaibigan kayo ng pulis, tanungin ninyo. Yan ang buhay ng pulis. Kaya protektado ko yan sila. Pagka in the fulfillment of duty, sabi ko sa kanila, magpakamatay ako sa inyo. Pero pag nag-abuso kayo, nagpatay kayo ng tao, nag-hold up kayo, nag-kidnap kayo, putang ina, ako mismo ang papatay sa inyo.
Mr. President,
Kayo
Mr. President, okay, ako muna may tanong. Kasi medyo nalito rin po ako. So, ibig niyo sabihin na gusto niyo proteksyonan yung polis, ayaw niyo silang gamitin sa maipit sila kasi kung masuspend sila, kawawa pamilya niya. Tapos nabanggit niyo, may sarili kayo ngayong tinayo na it's fun. Is that what you're trying to tell us? Para hindi po kami nalilito po. I mean, can we be very clear?
Hindi naman.
Salitang ano po ito? Salitang diretso. Opo.
Hindi naman let's go. Basta alam ng tao sa Davao na nandyan ako at magkamali ka and you commit a heinous crime at walang mapuntahan yung agrabyado. Ako yan.
And then how do you remedy the situation, Mr. President? Or how did you remedy those situations na nalapitan ka?
When I am called for another investigation, sir, sabihin ko, hindi ko malikod drama. Tanongin niyo ako ulit, tapos, well, my experience, 73 years old na ako, sir. So, in a few years, 2-3 years, may sakit na rin ako. Gusto ko iwanan yung lahat para malaman.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Just one last statement.
Last.
Your Honor, I cannot help myself.
No, excuse me. Senator Estrada has the floor. Merong intervention, Mr. Tito.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Senator Bato, go ahead.
Yeah, I just would like to put on record na the statement of our spokesperson, Atty. Laila de Lima, that Davao, dinidisclaim niya palagi na Davao is not the safest place in the Philippines. So what does that make of all these awards that was received by Davao City? Not only the LG of Davao City, the Davao City Police Office, ay palaging Best City Police Office of the Year. Halos forever na eh. Kaya there came a point na yung Davao City Police Office ay hindi na sinasali sa best competition as far as unit performance is concerned dahil yung ibang mga syudad hindi na makakatanggap ng award. Dahil Davao City palagi na nanalo based on record yan sa Camp Crame. Ngayon, it is, ako mismo, I'm from Davao. I can tell you, Davao City is the safest place anywhere I go in the Philippines. The safest place for law-abiding citizens and the most dangerous place for the criminals. Talagang pag gumawa ka ng kriminal Davao, pulis ako ng Davao, hahabulin talaga kita. Hahanapin talaga kita, Mr. Chairman. Pag ikaw gumawa ng krimen sa aking syudad, hahabulin talaga kita. Kaya po,
Mr. Chair.
pagbigyan sila na naman.
Sige pa. Okay lang.
Last statement before I give the floor to Senator Risa. Just would like to put on record the statements made by former Senator Digong. During the investigation here in the Senate, during her term when she was still a senator, wala pa rin nakita ebidensya tungkol sa mga DDS na tinatawag. Nung CHR chairman siya, wala rin nangyari sa mga investigation at wala pa rin nakita ng ebidensya. Nung secretary siya ng DOJ, which is a very powerful cabinet position, wala po rin siyang mga nakitang ebidensya. At hanggang ngayon, yun pa rin po ang sinasabi niya, wala pa rin gustong mag-testify, wala pa rin siyang kinakasuhan. So I think that is a matter of incompetence, Mr. Chair.
I take
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
exception to that, Your Honor.
Okay, to be fair. The chair will be fair. Excuse me, everybody, Mr. President, teka muna. Sige,
Hindi ko po.
yes, Senator De Lima, sige, short ano lang, short
Hindi ko
response.
nagustuhan yung ganung conclusion na
Okay.
wala akong ginawa or that incompetent. Malayo kong description sa akin yan. I always do my job. Depende sa mga circumstances, depende rin sa kung ano talaga yung makakalap. And hindi ko tama na nung Senate inquiry, kasi nandun po si Matabato, pre-send ko na po. Pero after I presented him, inalis na po ako as Senate chairperson. Now, ano yung tungkol sa safest city?
Ma'am,
What-
let's
what exactly
excuse me.
is the standard?
Can I stop you there? Huwag na natin, let's not debate on the safest city. I mean, focus pa tayo, no? A Philippine war on illegal drugs. So, anyway, opinion na po yun. There's no right and wrong opinion. Yes, Secretary, please.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. Chair. Huwag nating kalimutan, may bombshell na inamin ang dating presidente kanina. Sinimulan niyang i-implicate, ilaglag yung mga ilan sa mga dating PNP officials natin na involved daw sa Davao Death Squad noon. Pero sila mismo, sinabi nila na may death squad sila. Siya. Bagamat hindi daw police, may death squad siya. Yun yung iniimbestigahan nga natin dito, Mr. Chair. Yung war on drugs, yung extrajudicial killings na nangyari ng war on drugs, sinimulang modelo sa Davao noon, tapos iniimbestiga natin kung yun ang ginamit na template o modelo para i-scale up nationwide. So, bombshell yung sinabi po ng dating presidente na meron na silang death squad. Ano man ang pangalan yan, police o non-police ba yan? Kasi it looks like what we are investigating now. Yung ginamit na instrumento para sa war on drugs na nagbunga ng napakaraming extrajudicial killings.
You are
For the record, Mr. Chair.
correct, ma'am. Tama
Thank you,
ka talaga.
Mr. Chair.
Tama ka talaga. So, ganito na lang. Huwag lang yung pulis. Kawawa yung wala. Sa dapat experience, dapat, ako, imbestigahan niya ako, set a date for an investigation para sa akin. Ako ang imbestigahan ninyo. But kunin ninyo yung record sa Davao yung namatay at sabihin ko sa inyo kung wala akong taguin. Alam mo, nag-warning ako, huwag kayong gumawa dito. Kasi gusto ko ang Davao was a very kawawa noon. Alam ninyo, sir, alam ko. Panahon ng NPA nung hindi pa ako mayor, kita mo ang Davao. Left and right ang hold up, walang makalabas sa bahay. Pati mga polis, takot. Kasi nandyan yung mga NPA, pinapatay sila. Kaya sinabi ko, nagagyat ako sa bukid, nung mayor ako, sabi ko, ayaw ko ng away sa inyo. Pero yung mga pamilya ninyo, nandyan sa syudad natin, yung mga top honso ng Communist Party, bilangin ninyo ilan ang taga Davao. Saan ang pamilya nila? Davao.
Sige ba?
Kaya umakyat ako sa bukid. Sinabi ko, stop it. Huwag ninyong patayin ang mga pulis ko kasi putang ina yung pamilya ninyo. Yayariin ko yan.
Mr. Chair, if I may, dahil matagal na po yung sa NPA, kung maaaring mag-follow-up question ako sa dating presidente.
Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Squad.
Mr. Jeff?
Salamat kaayo, Mr. Chair. Kanina, sinabi nyo there were 7 people dun sa inyong self-described death squad. Ano po yung mga pangalan nila? At paki-describe yung structure ng organization na sinet up nyo, yung death squad na iyon.
Yung death squad ko, ang death squad ko, ma'am, is before it is organized. What yan?
Ano po yung structure ng organization na iyon?
Against criminals.
Hindi po, yun yung task siguro na binigay niyo. Pero anong structure ng death squad niya iyon?
Structure against crime and criminal.
Ibig sabihin, ano po yung setup? At sino yung 7 yun na miyembro ng death squad niyo?
Fight crime.
No sir, yung pangalan ng sabi niyo, 7 tao na nasa death squad niyo.
Mukhang patay naman sila lahat, no?
It's okay sir, ano pong mga pangalan nila?
You know, when I was mayor, 43, I am now 73. For the life of me, I cannot remember the name.
And ano po yung structure ng 7 yon? Merong bang team leader, may 2 teniente, then may 4 pa na tao? Ano po yung structure ng organization na iyon?
I said I am 73 years old. Hindi ko nga alam kung bakit nandito ako para mo.
Sir, I'm sure alam niyo kung bakit kayo nandito. In fact, kayo po yung nagsalita ng pinakamarami sa resource persons. May reward po ba yung 7 iyon sa death squad niyo?
Again, ma'am?
May rewards po bang ibinibigay sa mga miyembro ng death squad niyo tuwing nakakapatay sila?
Police?
Police ba yung death squad niyo?
Yun ang allegations.
Hindi po, yung sinabi niyo kanina.
Huwag kayo lumabas yan.
Hindi po ako lumalabas. Ibang lumalabas.
O,
Yung
dito
sinabi
tayo
po ninyong death squad,
may
rewards po ba yun?
Centered sa police na sinasabi na binabayaran.
No sir, pina-follow up ko yung sinabi ninyo.
Yung civilian?
Unprompted. So kung civilian yun, yung sinabi nyo na death squad nyo na 7 tao, may rewards po ba yung 7 tao ngayon kapag nakakapatay sila?
Hindi ma'am, mayayaman yung mga maraming gago na mayayaman sa Davao.
Ano pong connection ng mayayaman sa Davao?
Gusto po
dun sa
matay
miyembro
ng
ng
mga
death
kriminal.
squad?
Because they want the city to be safe.
Nagbibigay sila, yung
Because
mayayaman,
you
ng
want
rewards sa
business
death
to thrive.
squad? Yes sir, bago po yan. Sinasabi nyo ba na yung mayayaman sa Davao nagbayad sa death squad para pumatay?
No, hindi ma'am.
Si
Sila
Colonel
mismo.
Makasait po ba kasama sa death squad na iyon?
Sino?
Colonel Makasait, kasama po ba sa death squad na iyon?
Colonel Makasait. Ma'am, alam mo sa totoo lang, mahabang istorya to.
It's okay sir, maikli lang sana.
Pero
yung
ang
sagot.
problema ma'am, patay na yung tao.
Si Colonel Makasait ay patay.
Ayaw kung marami. Police officer in the police department. Pero patay na yung tao.
Okay sir, may
Huwag
rewards
mo
po ba sila?
tanungin kung anong history yung tao na yan, patay na.
Okay, may rewards po ba sila, yung mga miyembro ng death squad niyo?
Sino? Ako? Okay.
Yung 7 miyembro, kung sino man ang nagbigay, may rewards ba sila kapag pumatay sila?
Walang reward, ma'am.
Nonsense na
Walang
nonsense.
Hindi po. Bakit ako magbigay ng reward sa mga
Paiba-iba, hindi po.
trabaho
Paiba-iba
nila
po
yan?
yung sinasagot nyo eh. Hindi ko tinatanong yung mga pulis.
Oh.
Tinatanong ko po yung mga miyembro ng death squad nyo.
Ah.
Binabayaran ba sila kapag nakakapatay sila?
Wala.
Wala. Okay. So libre lang yung pagpatay.
Senator, this is just an intervention.
Ay, sorry.
You have to
I
follow-
apologize, Mr. Chair. Yes, I submit, Mr. Chair.
The time for Senator Estrada has expired. Senator Villanueva, for just an
Chairman, yes,
interjection.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I've been here for more than 4 hours, and according to the ground rules set by the chairperson himself, we will be staying here only until 4 in the afternoon. So
The latest.
we only have about 38 minutes, and I'm the only senator who did not make any opening statement. And just to expedite the deliberation, Mr. Chairman, may I just be allowed to move that my opening statement be inserted into the records?
From SEC, please. Please accommodate
Yes,
Senator.
yes, Mr. Chairman. And let me just state for the record, Mr. Chairman, our consistency in this particular issue, Mr. Chairman. Since time immemorial, we have been very keen and very serious in
Abutin nyo na
our,
1,000 likes mga
intention
old school.
to address the problem of illegal drugs. And that is why war on drugs per se is a very noble intention, a worthy, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, of our support yung war on drugs. Importante lang talaga nakikita natin yung tamang implementasyon at makita din natin, Mr. President, yung root cause of the problem. And that's the main reason why we are all here today. And partly, Mr. President, may I just put also into the record the importance of emphasizing the need to build the capacity of our law enforcement agencies. And I have been consistent with that since 2016, Mr. President, when I became a member of this August Chamber. For our enforcement agencies to uphold human rights as a core part of their operations and training. And number two, we have been pushing for independent and impartial internal affairs service to thoroughly investigate police misconduct and prevent further brutality. And last but not the least, Mr. President, that I'd like to raise and put into the records is that there have been so many articles and positions that I have been espousing, and we have been calling the government since the day I became a public official, Mr. President. We've been urging our government to view drug or substance abuse to the lens of social justice and public health. Ito po'y base sa mga datos na nakuha natin na talagang isa sa pangunahing dahilan sa paglulong ng ating mga kababayan sa paggamit ng droga ay ang kahirapan po sa buhay. So I would just like to put that on record. If you would allow me, Mr. President, and I think next in line is Senator Bato de la Rosa, who is also having a reservation that this presentation would be your vice chair for today's hearing, Mr. Chairman. May I just ask one question, Mr. President?
Yes, I will use your chairman's discretion. Ask your question.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you very much. We are very honored that our former president is here with us, sir. Thank you for being here with us. And I just noticed yung kung sinabi niyo po kanina, and I'm humbled and grateful na binanggit po ninyo, Mr. President, kanina na yung programa and war on drugs hindi naman perfecto at sinabi niyo po na meron ding mga kakulangan at pagkakamali. May we know just one question, Mr. President. Kung kayo po yung tatanungin, Mr. President, ano po yung mga binabanggit niyo po kanina na hindi perfecto, may mga mali po, at ano po yung gusto niyong ibahagi sa amin bilang mga legislators to address these concerns, Mr. President. Thank you.
Sir, hindi tayo nakulang sa batas. Kompleto tayo. I've been, once upon a time, prosecutor, fiscal, lahat na. Dinaanan ko na lahat, sir. It is really the determination sa local officials. Alam mo kasi ang droga is a very dangerous ano. Kaya as we are talking now, hindi perfecto itong ating bayan. May mga mayor na nasa droga rin, na yumaman dahil sa droga. Nakikita mo naman yan eh. Mag-mayor. Tapos, sabihin mo, kung dating dito sa Maynila, may bahay na, maganda. Hindi lang nakikita doon sa probinsya, pero kung nakikita mo dito, kaya makilala. Mayor rin kasi ako eh. Kita mo, magagandang kotse. Mercedes-Benz. Hindi nga ako nakapahawak ng kotse na yun. Makikita mo, maraming sir, may problema tayo sa droga. Alam mo kasi ang droga, madali kaya pumasok lahat, pati pulis. Lahat, it permits the entire unpredictable society. We are talking here of extrajudicial killing, but there is more to it than you look beyond. Kasi it's not really in the killing. Madali yan, sir.
Madaling isulbat. Only sabihin lang ng presidente na sa mayor. Tama. Mayor, lahat kayo. Tawagin mo mayor. Ginawa ko yan. Tawagin ko. Tapos mag-isang order. Tawagin ko sa Malacanang noon. Pinulong ko. Tapos magsabi ako, ganito ang gusto ko. Kaya pero ito ngayon, sir, maraming mayor na pumapasok sa droga. Kasi nga, pera. Kailangan nila ng pera para maganda yung buhay para sa kanya, pati mga anak, pati looking forward to fund the next election to stay in power. Ganon ang kultura ng Pilipinas. Hindi lahat. Maraming mayor na matitino. Pero marami dyan pumapasok sa droga or they are on the take for the money. Kaya, tingnan mo lang, kung hindi doon sa kanilang probinsya, dito mo tignan sa Maynila. Kasi ako mayor, marami akong kilalang mayor. I cannot talk about governors. Yung mayor lang, kasi may mayor siliban kami. Kung nakikita mo lang paglabas ng patatawag kami sa Malacanang, paglabasan yung tinitignan ko lang yung mga kotse lang nila. Mercedes-Benz, hindi naman ako nangilit, pero ako, sorry, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, yung binanggit niyo po, no, hindi ho perfecto, may mali, at ang una hong pumapasok sa isip niyo na mali ay yung binanggit niyo po, determination from the LGU side, Mr. President. Yes. And when you say determination from the LGU side, sila po ba kasama ho dito yung implementasyon ng nais niyong polisiya para durugin yung pong at i-address at linisin yung mga drug syndicates, Mr. President?
Sir, depende po sa karakter ng mayor. Kasi may mga mayor na, yung complacent, tapos ayaw ng always looking forward to re-election, ayaw ng gulo, ayaw magkakaroon ng problema. So itong mayor na kung gusto niya talaga mawala yung droga, ako noon, nung na-mayor ako, I was not looking toward a re-election. Wala sa isip ko yun. Ayan sila si Bato. Nung nag-mayor ako, sabi ko, hindi ako interesado na ma-re-elected. Putang ina, magtrabaho tayong lahat. Ito ang gusto ko. Pati kayo mga pulis, putang ina, papatayin ko kayo ulit. Ninyo akong... Kasi pagka-mayor ka na, magpa-ano-ano ka lang, pa-lutay-lutay ka lang, wala pangyari sa Pilipinas, maniwala ka. Lalo na yung mga mayors na pumapasok sa droga, yan ang dapat unahin patayin.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. President. So what I'm getting, Mr. President, is that yung imperfection noong ating programa ng War on Drugs, nakabase po doon sa ilang mga local government units na wala ho talagang totoong political will para labanan ito dahil binabanggit nyo nga po, marami or may ilan sa mga LGUs ang pananaw ay ma-re-elect lang. Hindi talaga durugin.
Ayaw magkaroon ng problema sa re-election niya. Yung iba naman, takot. Lalo na sa probinsya. Lalo na yung yung nagninegosyo ng droga, may mga baril, tapos may tao.
Mr. Chair, with the permission of Senator Villanueva, quick interjection.
Yes, Senator Ontiveros is recognized.
Salamat tayo, Mr. Chair. Salamat, Senator Villanueva. Just to make of record na sinabi ng dating presidente na yung mga mayor na suspected na involved sa drugs, dapat patayin. That is not an acceptable statement ng isang naging presidente tungkol sa mga naging kasama niyang nagtatrabaho sa gobyerno ng mga mayors. For everyone, whether mayor, whether maliit na drug suspect, kahit pa yung mga high-value targets, may due process. And the president of all, dapat ang nag-a-uphold niyan. So unacceptable po sabihin na ang mga mayor na drug suspect ay dapat patayin. For the record, Mr.
Okay, ma'am. Ganito yan. Mabutit dumating ako dito. Pasalamat talaga ako para lumabas, ilabas na lang natin yung totoo. Alam mo, pagka-mayor, pagka-sindikato, hindi mo matanggal yan. Hindi mo basta-basta matanggal yan. And they are there, so many stories about, hindi na ako kailangan magbigay ng example sa inyo. Dito sa Maynila, mga mayors, pera. It's always money, 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 money. Kaya pagka nandyan, either they are in cahoots with the law enforcers or yung ibang mayor takot. Yung sa probinsya, kung magka-mayor ka, kaya huwag kayo may nakikinig ngayon, huwag kayo magpili ng mayor na pitsugin. Kasi wala talagang mangyari. Pagka mayroong mga sindikato, ex-policemen, ex-soldiers na may baril, tapos takot kang mamatay, walang mangyari sa sigat mo. You have to, maraming problema na nakatago, ma'am, na hindi natin nakikita. Nasa undercurrent yan. Hindi natin nakikita yan.
Sino po ba yung mga yon?
All over.
Mayors.
All over. Hindi ko masabi ulo.
Just for the record again, Mr. Chair, thanks to Senator Villanueva, unacceptable na sabihin ng isang dating presidente, o kung sinabing ninyo noon, nung presidente kayo, na ang sino mang suspect, maliit man, malaki, mayor, na suspect sa drugs, ay dapat patayin. Kasi may due process po. Salamat kayo, Mr. Chair. Salamat, Senator Villanueva.
Yan ang, that is my stand. If you do not agree with me, I'm sorry. But I'm dealing with the serious problem of my country. Hindi mo madala sa pakiusap yan. Sabihin mo, putakin kung ito kapag hindi, tutudasin kita. Yun ang, lalo ng pulis. Putakin itong mga pulis. Pagka pumasok yung pulis na doon, hindi masabi, uy, pulis, kuminto ka. Puntahan mo yung pulis, sabihin mo, mga pulis, kung mga tao na harapin ka, o dito, total, let us be, labas na lang natin yung, pati yung lungguay.
Pero Mr. Chair, forgive me for interrupting. Speaking of lingwahe, sorry sir, Mr. Chair, baka maaring ang resource person tumigil magmura kasi bahay natin itong Senado eh. Salamat kaayo.
Thank you. Hindi tayo
Mr. President,
excuse me, sir.
I am relating a conversation. Hindi ako nagmumura.
Mr. President,
Sinasabi ko yan kung ano ang sinasabi ko doon sa tao.
klaro na po yun, Mr. President, na when you relate to the police officers, may kasamang mura. Pero okay na, klaro na po yun. Pwede na natin hindi ulit-ulitin, Mr. President.
Hindi lang,
pwede lang.
Papatayin kita. Hindi lang ako magmumura sa...
Okay. Iwasan lang po. We try our best na iwasan na po. Anyway, naiintindihan ko.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one last because I sincerely appreciate, Mr. President, yung binanggit ng ating dating Pangulong Duterte na hindi perpekto, maraming mali, and binanggit po niya yung kamalian na nag-stem from the local government units. At binanggit po ng ating dating Pangulo na pati pulis may pagkakamali din. And I think it happened, itong nakita natin noong August 16, 2017, yung kay Kian De Los Santos. Mr. President, I was the one who first called for the investigation and filed the resolution here in the Senate about what happened doon sa Caloocan. And ang nangyari nga po dito, 3 policemen, si Juarez, Pereda, and Cruz were found guilty of murder. They are sentenced to reclusion perpetua, imprisonment of up to 40 years. Ganun din po yung nangyari kay Carl and Kulot de Guzman, neighbors from Cainta, Rizal. Ganun din po, no? Si former PO1 Jeffrey Perez was convicted by reclusion perpetua. Ito ba, Mr. President, yung binabanggit nyo na involved din minsan yung police. Ibig niyo po bang sabihin, yung mga police po na minsan gumagawa ng beyond doon sa dapat nilang tungkulin na gawin ay dahil sila rin ay involved sa droga?
Correct. Correct. Alam mo kasi ang police, hindi na papatay lang o masisino lang yung civilian. Bakit sila maghanap ng sakit ng ulo? Kaya yung mga pulis na nandyan sa itong mga pulis ngayon kikinig ka sa atin, mabutit alam nila. Kayong mga pulis na nasa droga sa sindikato, kayo ang dapat talagang. Kaya, maswerte kaya bigyan pa ako ng pagkakataon maging presidente, uubusin ko talaga kayo. Bullshit ka.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Ganito kasi, you know, pag hindi ko kasi ginawa itong ginagawa, isasakripisyo ko yung mga bata at isasakripisyo ko yung mga tao and yung pag-progress ng sulat. If I allow the criminals noon, kidnapping dito, kidnapping doon, droga dito, droga noon, magulo ang syudad. Yun ang sitwasyon. Nung pumasok ako ng mayor, nag-warning ako. At ang nang-warning ko talaga ganito, wag mong gawin yan kasi papatay. So, ang Davao ngayon, maganda na, tapos naman sila lahat, napatay naman, wala naman siguro managdag. Kung may gusto din, sige. Alam mo, it's a matter of yung iyong karakter, iyo yan. Yung karakter ko akin. Yung views mo sa buhay, iyo yan. Yung views ko sa buhay yan. Yung political agenda mo, iyo yan. Meron akong political agenda. Kanya-kanya tayong filosofiya pagtingin sa buhay. Kaya, na-timingan mo lang na kung ako ganito ang utak ko, ay yung masasamang tao, pasensya. But foremost is really, I protect the innocent at saka yung taong bayan.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. President, nabanggit mo kanina na Metro Manila mayors and then siguro mga highly urbanized cities yan. I'm sure in the other places of the country na highly urbanized cities na involved sa droga. When you were president, siyempre yung disciplinary action, pwedeng ma-initiate sa office mo. So, did we use the disciplinary provisions in the local government code to discipline the mayors of the highly urbanized cities under the office of the mayor?
Mahirap, sir. Mahirap talaga, sir, because una, matatakot talaga ang mayor. Especially dito sa Maynila. Puro sindikato dito. Kasali na ang pulis, sundalo, kriminal. Ang problema dito sa Maynila, sir, hindi mo malaman kung sino ang kalaban mo. Baka sabihin mo lang kriminal, sindikato, hindi mo alam pati pulis. Mga pulis, alam nila yan. Ito mga pulis na dito, alam mga pulis, alam nila yan. Na may mga tao sila na ganun. Ang problema, Hindi nila basta-basta mapaalis. Siguro, i-isolate nila, assign nila ng duty na medyo mapalayo. But they can only do so much. Pero paglabas ng opisina yan, sir, may baril, may authority, and they come into contact with criminals, yun ang problema ng bayan.
Mr. President, did we use the disciplinary power or authority of the Office of the President over these highly urbanized city local government officials during your term, 6 years? Did you use it?
Mahirap, sir, yung mayor.
Yes, mayor. Against the mayor.
Mahirap because yung word na due process, sir, yun talaga. I am not trying to belittle the democratic principles of our country. Pero yung due process, sir, yun ang pinakamahirap. Pagka pinailan mo ng kaso due process, it would take years. At kung may abogado yan, sir, matapos na ang termino ng animal, wala nangyari. Kaya, hindi naman ako nag-iayabang. Lahat naman tayo may init sa ulo. Pero, pag mayor ka, kung sabihin mo, si Mayor Duterte, ilang termino na yan, love siya ng tao. Sinasabi, hindi ko kailangan ang love ninyo. Just obey the law. Huwag na yung love ninyo, hindi ko kailangan yan. Marami akong love sa labas. Naglalove. Ang problema dito, sir, is when you are a mayor, dito lang tayo sa mayor, pag hindi takot ang tao sa iyo, kung sabihin mo lang, huwag yan kasi por respeto sa mayor. Respect is not enough. Dito sa Pilipinas, kung sabihin mo, huwag natin gawin yan, por respeto kay mayor. Ibang klaseng tao yan, sir. Medyo yung lasing-lasing siguro, putok-putok. Malasing, pang-pang-pang. Kung gawin niya kasi nakakaya kay mayor. Pero iba yung kriminal, sir. Yung mga kriminal, hindi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I take advantage of the presence of the CHI Chairman, Attorney Palpalato? And thank you for attending us. Very short notice. Umaga lang namin siya na-imbita. Can you tell us briefly, ano ginagawa ng CHI? Kasi merong unfinished business ang former chairman ninyo. Kanina sinabi niya, ni Santo Laila de Lima. Can you tell us briefly what are you doing on the complaints or grievances against the Philippine war on illegal drugs? And maybe, siyempre, I'm sure mahaluan mo ng konting overlaps, EJK dyan. Yes, go ahead, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon po. Regarding po dun sa DDS investigation conducted by then Chairperson Laila de Lima, yun po ay natapos ng court commission under Chairperson Eta Rosales. Katulad po na nabanggit ni Madam Chair, nagkaroon po ng endorsement sa Ombudsman for the determination of filing of administrative and criminal cases. Regarding the drug war, yun pong 5th Commission under the then Chairperson Chito Gascon conducted investigations on killings in relation to the drug war. Meron pong nailabas na report during that time. Ito po yung report on investigated killings in relation to the anti-illegal drug campaign. Nilabas po ito noong April 2022. Subalit, ito pong report na ito is not on the determination on accountability. It's more on policy recommendations to different agencies of the government. Pero tinignan po kung meron mong paglabag sa karapatang pantao. And ang conclusion po doon sa report na yun is there is a violation of human rights, particularly right to life. And it's the failure of the state to address the problem. Wala pong, doon sa report pong yun, wala pong determination kung sino accountable. That's why ito hong aming commission ngayon, the 6th commission, formed a task force para po tignan ulit yung mga kasong inimbestigahan ng commission and to determine ang accountability naman kung sino ho yung dapat managot doon sa mga pagpatay. So ang naging problema ko kasi ng commission dito ay yung pong mga kapulisan, they refuse cooperation with the Commission on Human Rights. Ayaw po nilang bigyan ng dokumento ang komisyon. At dahil dito, naging problema ng komisyon ng pag-conduct ng investigation, hindi po namin natapos. And sa ngayon, because of these congressional inquiries, umaasa ko kami na makakuha kami ng bagong ebidensya at finally, ma-close po namin itong investigation ito.
Mr. Chairman, if I just clarify.
So, work closely with us kung gano'n. And then, bigyan niyo kami ng inputs. Ano yung mga information na gusto ninyo palang makalap namin?
Mr. Chairman, yes, Your Honor. Ang isa pong pinaka-importante po siguro sa amin in relation to our investigation, yun pong directive from the Philippine National Police preventing the sharing of information to the Commission on Human Rights on the basis of Executive Order Number 2. Yun pong exceptions.
Dated one. EO number 2 dated para ma-situate natin kailan in-issue yan.
It was issued during the time of former President Duterte.
Kaya anong month yan? Basta 2016 to 2022 yan. EO number 2.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So, yun po yung naging problema. Kasi yung police po, nung nag-iimbestiga ang komisyon, pumupunta ko sa different police stations kung saan merong nangyaring pagpatay. At humihingi kami ng mga investigation reports,
Mamaya lang,
reports,
800 likes na
evidence
tayo.
ang available sa police. Hindi ko sila nagbibigay. At iba-iba po yung dahilan. Isang dahilan yung EO2. At ang iba pong dahilan, meron ng direktiba coming from the leadership of the PNP. Pinagbabawalan makipag-ugnayan ng Commission on Human Rights. Kasama ko yung mga NGOs or human rights workers.
Ano naman documentation? Ang direktiba from the leadership of the PNP. Anong documentation?
Meron nung sinasite na memorandum from the PNP.
What is it? Can you identify the memorandum?
Sir, may I be allowed? Hindi na siguro ako.
Chairman, you will continue. You will continue. We'll just allow the President to interject. Yes.
Mabuti itong napag-usapan na rin natin ang puro tayo Pilipino, sir. Pilipinas po. Dumaan ako, mayor, congressman, yung presidente ako. So, more or less, medyo kapak ko yung ano. But let me start by saying that talagang hardliner ano. Hindi ko siguro sa disiplina rin ng bata ko kanina, nanay ko na. Pag nagkasala ka noon, talagang 5 oras ka dyan sa altar na kagano'n. So, yung ano namin, kanya-kanya tayo ano, nung na mayor ako, gusto ko yung tama lang. At gusto ko protektahan yung pamilya ko, the city of Davao, yung mga tao. Huwag mong saktan. Kaya yung mga kriminal na nag-warning na ako, tapos they persisted, lalo na sa droga. Alam mo, sir,
Yes, Mr. Chair, in the interest of time, with all due respect, pwede po bang matanong yung follow-up question sa CHR?
Sige, sige.
No, I'm asking Mr. Chair.
Sige ako, ma'am.
Yeah, Mr. President, sige, thank you for the input. Sige, can we continue with the chairman of the CHR.
Bastos talaga to siya, diba?
Sabi mo, may direct, in addition to EO number 2, na-encounter ninyo mga problema, may directive from the PNP leadership. Can we get the documentation? Which one?
Ang isa ho yung memorandum, sir, ang memorandum dated July 28, 2017, isinayad po ito ng Internal Affairs Service ng Philippine National Police sa pag-deny ng aming request and subpoena for documents. Meron din mga verbal instructions coming from the alleged superiors ng mga chief of police.
Okay, are you encountering the same problems or reasons as of the moment when you want to find out what happened from the station?
Sa ngayon po, kasi after the House of Representatives initiated the hearings on the HAK, nagkaroon kami ng opportunity to speak with the PNP Human Rights Affairs Office, and we brought up the issue. And we were hoping na magiging cooperative ang Philippine National Police this time. Kaya lang nung sumulat po kami, ganun pa rin po, ayaw pa rin nila mag-supervise.
Ganun pa rin, yan ang testimony mo yun sa atin, ganun pa rin, ngayon.
Yes, yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to ask the report now, Senator Bacono, just one quick interjection, because the chairperson of the Commission on Human Rights made mention na hindi kompleto yung report. Is that correct? Because I have here with me a copy of that report, the 2022 report of the Commission on Human Rights, na nakalagay po dito yung drug killings. I am not sure because it's concerning for this representation to hear that it is not a complete report. And while reading the report, and if I may, Mr. Chairman, this is just 3 sentences. Number 1, use of excessive and disproportionate force is evident in most cases where only 1 victim is involved versus 3 policemen. 2, 86% of those who obtained gunshot wounds were shot in the head or torso, indicating an intent to kill. And 3, in at least 59 incidents, witnesses argue that the police engaged in violent conduct and or employed disproportionate and excessive force, including A, forcefully barging in the house, B, physical abuse of victim before being killed, C, threatening witnesses, D, dragging away of victims from the place of incident before being killed, etc. I just wanted to find out, Mr. President, ito ba, report talaga nila to? Ito ba'y kompleto? At ngayon narinig ko, hindi kompleto. Then, why are we getting these reports, Mr. President?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To respond, yun pong report na binabanggit, tama po kayo, this was officially released noong April 2022 by the previous commission. Kaya ko po nabanggit na hindi siya kompleto because this is only a report on the sampling made by the commission. Kung titignan po ninyo, ang total number of cases that were investigated by the commission is around 3,790. Pero po yung subject ng itong report ito is around 882 cases lang po. Dahil po, kaya po nagkaroon ng sampling lamang dahil nga po yung difficulties in the conduct of investigation. And out of the sampling made, nagkaroon mo sila ng analysis and they came up with findings and recommendations. Kaya nga nakita rin po namin, pag-assume namin sa office, na kailangan pa ituloy yung investigation kasi nga ang karamihan sa most of the recommendations contained in the report are only policy recommendations. So pag magbasa ng measure, how the police should do their work, pero wala akong determination as to the violation committed by respective individuals. Wala pa pong ganun. Kaya nga po ngayon, ang commission, we form a task force again to look into these cases and determine accountability and hopefully come up with a recommendation to the relevant government agencies.
Do you have a time frame for that? Time frame?
Wala pa po kami na isa na time frame kasi nagsimula na
Thank
kami.
you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator.
Mr.
Senator Bato.
I just would like to correct the chairman on the Commission on Human Rights about his statement that PNP continues to deny deny documents or refuse to cooperate with any investigation being made by the commission. I would like to cite to you, this is a news item from Inquirer.net in August 29, 2017. Ito alam ko, Inquirer.net is galit na galit dito sa war on drugs. Pero sabi, for the benefit of this committee, I would like to read. Ang headline is PNP agrees to CHR request for documents on drug war deaths. Philippine National Police Chief Director General Ronald Bato de la Rosa met with Commission on Human Rights Chairman Chito Gascon, the late Chito Gascon. May his soul rest in peace. On Tuesday at Camp Crame for a dialogue on human rights and the war on drugs. In a press briefing after the meeting that went for about an hour, Gascon said they requested for the case folders of deaths involving police and the war on drugs that are under investigation, as well as the status of persons arrested still in jail. Gascon later told reporters in an ambush interview that the PNP agreed to make available the case folders involving deaths from illegal drugs starting May 10, 2016. So, nung ako pa ay Chief PNP, I was cooperating with the CHR. And pumunta pa nga si Chairman Gascon doon sa opisina ko at hiningi yung mga folder and we cooperated with them. Bakit yung report nyo ngayon ay sinasabi nyo hindi nag-cooperate ang PNP?
Mr. Chair, hindi naman po lahat ng request ng komisyon. Kaya nga ako sabi ko, isa sa mga naging problema sa investigasyon ay yung non-cooperation ng police. May mga pagkakataon na nagbibigay at mayroong pagkakataon na hindi talaga nagbibigay. At tinanong niyo po kami
ngayon. Siguro mas maganda kasi nag-usap naman kami, no? Chief to chief. Chief PNP, chairman ng CHR, nag-usap naman kami. Kung may kailangan kayo, punta kayo sa Krami. Baka yung reklamo niyo punta sa mga station, baka yung tao doon sa station medyo sa mamaya na sir, hindi kami pwede magbigay kung wala tira sa aming station commander. Parang gano'n siguro sinasabi sa inyo. Dapat nag-usap naman kami sa taas, doon na kayo sa amin doon na sa taas kayo maghingi. And that the higher reports of we will direct the police station to provide the needed documents.
Ang problema po natin ay hindi ho ganyan ang trabaho ng komisyon. Kasi kapag ang nangyari ho ang isang insidente, halimbawa sa isang lugar, sa probinsya, hindi naman ho, ang tao ho namin po direktang pupunta agad doon sa lugar at makikipag-ugnayan sa mga relevant agencies, mga testigo at kung sino ang makakatulong sa investigasyon. Kung ang gagawin ho namin ay makikipag-ugnayan agad, muna kami sa central office, sa Krame, mahaba ho yung panahon. Kung may
No, mas madali yun. You're wrong. You're wrong with your assumption. Mas madali yun kung direkta kayo sa Chief PNP. Chief PNP, ano police station? Iloilo City Police Station? Okay. Iloilo. Kailangan na si Sir yung report niyan. Mas mabilis yun. Kesa kung direkta ka doon, tapos wala doon ang Chief of Police, sabihin ng officer on case. Yung investigator on case. Sir, pasensya na sir. Hihingi mo na ako ng clearance dahil yung hipe namin nandoon sa Krame, wala, hindi ko kahihin ng clearance. Mas mabilis yun. May usapan na kami.
Mr. Chair, ang tanong ko po ay kung bakit ho ang ibang mga police, ibang station nagbibigay at nakikipag-cooperate at bakit ho ang iba ay hindi?
Kaya nga, for uniform implementation of my guidance to all commanders down the line, lumalik na kayo sa Krame. Dahil no way na hindi nila susundin yung utos ko kung dumaan kayo sa akin. Or for that matter, to the next Chief PNP na kung wala na ako, yung mga succeeding Chief PNP. Kasi may usapan na kami Commissioner Chairman Gascon.
Have you tried lately
Sa ngayon po,
to coordinate sa taas?
Mr. Chair, yes, Mr. Chair, we wrote a letter to the Chief PNP, particularly pertaining to these cases, the killings in relation to drug war. And again,
merong pag-alinlangan to entertain you, to share or to address your need for information. ang masakit nung kung may nasa site silang basis not to cooperate with you. Yan ba ang nangyayari sa ground?
Ang ginagawa kong basis pa rin is yung EO2 under the list of exceptions. Ang FEO2 po ay EO2 was issued 2016. It pertains to freedom of information na pinasa ng Office of the President before.
Can I request for parang some sort of memorandum
Yes,
kung
sir.
yung na-encounter yung difficulties para organize yung ano dati? Yes, so Senator Risa.
Salamat kayo, Mr. Chair. Even while we're waiting for that memo, nakikita ko po sa gallery ang ating PLLO. Baka pwede na pong, if the Chair allows, pwede na pong i-explore ng PLLO, ma-rescind o kung ano yung tamang term, ma-rescind ng OP, ang Executive Order 2, and kung pwedeng ma-inform ang komite ng CHR, ano naman yung sinasite na issuances ng PNP National Headquarters sa Krame na basis for any of the police stations refusing to cooperate para matanggal na rin ang agam-agam ng lahat, klaro sa lahat na at the level of PNP National Headquarters, at the level of OP, the way is clear, and in fact, better kung pwedeng i-authorize ng OP or i-authorize ng PNP National Headquarters yung full untrammeled cooperation sa CHR, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Basta kami, willing to act but we want yung real life ground level yung experience ng CHR. So okay, next in line to ask questions.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. President. Yes.
kunti lang, total.
Go ahead.
Paminsan-minsan na to. Pardon, may strip set to may sore throat ako. So, I do not mean to be disrespectful.
Hey, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Makatinay na yung strip set to may. Pakinggan lang ho ninyo ako. Total, tinawag lang naman ninyo ako. Pakinggan ninyo yung kunting kwento ko. The human side. The human side sa misery ng drugs. Alam mo, mayor ako. Halos lahat ng problema ng alam mo, ikaw, alam mo na, chairman, alam mo yan. Yung may isang nanay pupunta ng Middle East. Yung iba, maswerte. Yung iba naman, malas. But usually, they are treated as slaves. Alam mo yung mga countries na yan, ang pagtingin kasi nila sa mga nagsilbi sa kanila, they are not even treated as servants. Almost ang tratamento nila as slaves. Itong nanay na ito, nagtrabaho ng 4 na taon sa labas. She keeps on remitting money to the family, hoping that yung pera niya, pinapadala niya doon sa asawa niya, maibigay doon sa mga anak para sa pag-aral ng mga bata at for the upkeep. Ang isang experience ko ang nanay na talagang humiga dyan sa harap o sa sahig sa City Hall in total desperation relating to me kung ano nangyari. Pero marami na akong narinig na ganito at alam ko sa inyo, alam ko ganun rin. Ito minsan sila inaabuso. They are treated as slaves. And yet, para lang mabuhay, makapagdala ng pera sa pamilya niya dito sa Pilipinas, para lang mabuhay at makapag-aral ang mga anak nila, they would endure itong mga klaseng abuso, pati na siguro rape, they would just keep silent. Sige sila padala ng pera sa para mga anak nila. After 4 years, itong sabi ko, yung umiyak doon sa City Hall na umiga sa side. After 4 years, trabaho, pag-uwi niya, nakita niya ang anak niya. Isang adik na. Hindi natapos ang eskwela, yung padala ng pera niya, yung sakripisyo niya, baliwala. Doon sa druga na punta. Yung pera na pinagpawisan niya, na inabuso siya, at treated as slaves doon sa labas ng bayan natin, magpadala ng paralang dito. Pagdating dito, ang mga bata exposed sa drugs. Hindi niya makapagtapos. Makita niya pagdating dito, walang nakatapos, puro drug addict. Yun ang kaya yung outburst ko minsan, marinig ninyo dito or outside. Yun yung rage ko sa druga. Isang nanay, trabaho sa labas, sakripisyo, 3 taon, 4 na taon, padala ng pera. Pagdating dito, pag-uwi ulit to find out na yung mga anak niya, mga drug addict, sa druga, walang nakatapos at napurnada ang pawis niya. Yung umiga siya dyan sa sahig, dyan sa City Hall, nag-iyak. Umiga siya sa sahig, iyak siya. Sabi niya, Mayor, paano ito? Sabi niya, gusto niya na ako ang magbigay ng relief ng grievance niya. May reklamo siya sa akin mismo dito sa mayor. Hindi siya nagpunta ng pulis sa akin. Yan sa probinsya eh. Diretso yan sa mayor. Mayor, ganito ang nangyari. So, ganun ang mga istorya na kaya yan kung bakit ako talaga mainit at nakikinig ang Pilipinas ngayon. Kayong matulista. Mainit talaga. O yan yung mga police chief o dumaan yan sila. Koy, pati si Danao, pati si alam nila yan, mainit talaga ako sa droga. Mainit talaga ako sa droga. Kaya mabuti pa lang, wala na akong trabaho. Kaya yun ang istorya lumalabas sa Davao na gano'n-gano'n. Baka totoo yan, Senator. Baka totoo o baka hindi. But I am not prepared to admit anything. Kung ano yung nag-chismis, alam mo, hindi pa chismis yan kung walang nangyari. May nangyari yan, napapag-usapan yan. Kung ano man ang lumabas niyang istorya sa labas ng Davao, kung ano ang nangyari, anong ginawa ko, ipaubaya mo na lang sa ano. Hindi mo naman rin ako makulong kasi you have to produce witnesses and you have to go to trial. At hindi naman ako pwedeng gano'n na lang magpakulong. Pero basta sabi ko, pag nagkapanahon ako ulit ng takbo ako ng mayor, menos talaga lang, I will do the same thing again and again and again, basta nandyan yung truth.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Mr. Chair, I believe we've given the proper leeway and respect to the former president. Hindi po ito midnight COVID briefing. And I hope we can stay on track. Hindi po natin pinag-uusapan kung mali ang droga. Pinag-uusapan po natin kung yung polisiya, naging polisiya niyo.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Salamat sa akin,
It's
Mr. Chair.
actually the turn of Senator Bato, and let's give him 10 minutes of uninterrupted time to ask questions.
Sandali mo naman.
Before my time starts, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman.
May I just be clear on this? Yung ano yung lumalabas sa character ko, yung policy ko, yun na yung experience ko, kaya lumalabas yung sa utak ko, pati bunganga ko. Yun na yung galit ko. Galit talaga ako sa drugas, sasabihin ko sa inyo. Mainit ako.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Lahat tayo, we are all the product of our own experiences. Sige, Senator Bato, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just would like to remind our colleagues, Mr. Chair, if I may, that we invited the former president to listen to him. Sana kung magsalita siya, bigyan na naman natin ng time din. Pumunta siya dito. Si Senator de Lima kanina, haba na sinasabi. I never interrupted her. Kahit anong sinasabi ng mahaba.
Correct.
But itong ating nag-raise pa nga ng hand yan kasi gusto niya magsalita. Sana, hintayin natin matapos. Huwag natin i-interrupt, Mr. Chair. Yun lang po. Nagpapalabas na ako ng aking observation.
Salamat sa Senator. Pero yun, nasabi ko na rin. Nalabas ko na yung galit ko. It's really a rage dito sa... Anak pa rin ako ng mahirap eh. Dumating kami ng Davao na we have to act. Puro kahoy pa yan. We have to clear the forest para makapos ito. Kaya dumaan ako dyan sa yung boulevard na yan. You'll be familiar because you're from Mindanao. Diyan kami nakatira. Nagkarindirya ang nanay ko noon nung dumating kami sa... Kaya nakita ko yung hirap ng... Lalo na sabi ko yung nanay na lumabas, nagtrabaho, padala ng pera, tapos yung pera niya nandoon sa droga.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, but tapos na ako. Nailabas ko na. Salamat.
Grabe, no? Ang napaka-ano ni Tatay Digong, nagsasorry pa.
Requested by Senator Bato, sino ba mga PNP? Karamat, you're requested by Senator Bato. Pero klaruhin ko lang kay Dr. Liabres and Mr. Kevin Bumagat, you're requested by Senator Bongo. Okay, so relax naman kayo. Sige, go ahead, Senator Bato.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, just would like to ask the former president if kasama ba sa sinasabi niya na Davao Death Squad. Kasi alam ko, magaling ito si Mayor pa sa noon, magaling ito sa Saywar eh. Yung meron siyang abilidad, wherein yung mga kriminal, pwede niya ma-encourage magbabarilan na magpapatayan yung mga kriminal. Kasama ba yung mga former mga criminal mayor na Mr. President na may turing mo na yun na rin kinukonsider mo death squad as for euphemism. Sinasabi mo lang death squad yung mga criminal or killing each other.
Magtanim pala ng intriga.
Intriga, ginagawa mo, kaya sila nagbabarilan.
Yan ako mahusay. Kaya ako na presidente. Presidente ako sa intriga. Magtanim ka lang ng intriga dito, intriga doon. Alam mo, utusan mo lang ito, gawin mo to, tapos magputok yan. And that would start the war. Hindi naman kailangan na, ilang kayo na dumaan, dadaw, uy, pati, parte yung buhok. May inutos ba ako sa inyo nung talian mo ang tao, patayin mo? Sabihin mo sa kanila nga. Nandito na tayo kasi yun ang ano sa akin extrajudicial killing. Mag-inutos ba ako sa inyo ni minsan na patayin yung kriminal na nakatali dyan o nakaiga? Tell the people now, bago tayo mamatay. Ikaw, Senator De La Rosa, did I ever tell you to shoot a criminal na defenseless na nahuli na ninyo?
Never in my whole life, Mr. President. I can tell you.
May sinabi ba ko sa inyo na isalvage ninyo yung tao?
Never, Mr. President.
Alam mo bakit? Diba sinabi ko sa inyo, huwag ninyong gawin dyan kasi yung karma, babalikan tayo ng babalikan. Kaya tayo umiiwas
Mr. President, I would like to make it clear na meron akong napatay sa Davao in a legitimate encounter because you instructed me to operate against these people. Kaya napatay namin yung tao na yun, mga kalaban na yun.
Ilabas na lang natin yung
legitimate operation, Mr. President. That was a legitimate operation.
Ilabas na lang
Hostage
natin
taking,
yung
Mr. President. Hostage taking. Kidnapper. Marami ko napatay. Kidnapper. Doon sa bangko. Na doon, nag-withdraw pa ng pera sa bangko. Sabi mo sa akin, Bato, siguruhin mo yung mga kriminal na yan, dinala nila dito yung kidnap victim dito sa Davao, dito pa mag-withdraw ng pera, siguruhin mo na mahuli ninyo yan. Pag lumaban, you know what to do. That's your word. True enough. Patay yung mga kidnapper, Mr. President.
Nandoon ako.
Yeah, because ayaw mong may mga kriminal na papasok sa ating syudad.
Siguro po, kidnapin mo yung babae, dalhin mo sa Cotabato, tapos ibalik mo sa Davao, pakain ka pa doon sa bahay ng papanutuin mo pa yung in-check doon sa tapos pagbaba nila, nandun ako na yan sila. Sabi ko, patayin ninyo yan.
And Mr. President, I would like to remind Mr. Chairman that if you are going to review yung mga media interview ko sa Davao, there were many times na sinabi ko sa media ng Davao, pag mayroong patay at nag-responde ako doon, sabi nila, pinatay doon ng Davao Death Squad. Openly sinasabi ko, kayong mga Death Squad dyan, kung sino-sino yung nagpa-Death Squad dyan, magaling lang kayo pumatay ng walang kalaban-laban. Andito ako. Ako si Colonel Bato. Kung gusto ninyo ng barilan, dito kayo sa akin. At lalaban ako sa inyo. Kung sino yan nagpa-Death Squad na yan. Kaya mali po na sabihin na kami po mga dati sa Davao na Cebu Police ay membro ng Death Squad. Siguro, Senator Risa was not listening to the answer of General Danao.
Mr.
So,
Chair, I
sinabi
was
niya
listening.
na-
It was the former president who said na ang mga PNP ang death squad.
I declare a suspension.
Ako. Thank you for that reminder, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Our hearing is resumed.
Thank you for that reminder, Mr. Chairman. Sorry if I made some lapses in my interpellation. Very clear yung sinabi kaya ni General Danao. Na yung sinabi ni President Duterte ay take it as a joke. We know how President Duterte tells stories. Kapag yung sinabi niya na, yan, si Bato de la Rosa is a death squad yan. Ako, 100% joke talaga yung sinabi niya. And in fact, binawi naman niya afterwards. Sinabi niya na hindi kasama ang police sa death squad. So, yun lang po. I just want to set the record straight, Mr. President. Now,
Senator Bato, before you continue, to complete yung story mo about this kidnapping, gano'n, can you give us the date ng incidente? Baka may marami nakikinig, gusto i-research yung pangyayari nga. Anong mga panahon yun? Para
just to complete this, tanongin ko lang, magtanong.
Hindi mo naman siya kumalala. Sige, go ahead, sir. Go ahead to your next point.
I just would like to ask the former president, sir, noong ikaw ay presidente, lahat ng tao sa Pilipinas, kinukonsider kang hero dahil sa ginawa mo war on drugs. Lahat ng politician we're singing praises. Hallelujah! Thank you, Mr. President. Meron pa ng mga congressman nagsabi, Mr. President, sana ma-extend ang term ni Pangulong Duterte dahil sa ganda na nangyari sa ating war on drugs. 1.6 million ang nag-surrender in the first 6 months. The crime volume was reduced to 49% during the first 6 months. At ang nahuli, there were around 300,000 na nakakulong sa mga kulungan all over the Philippines. Kaya nagka-problema tayo kung paano natin i-deal yung overcrowding ng ating mga kulungan. Ito, buhay ito ha. Ito mga nagkakulong, buhay yan. Dahil hindi nalaban, hindi lumaban, kaya buhay sila. Around 30,000 nakakulong sa lahat ng estasyon.
Alam ng Pilipinas yan, Senator.
Yes, sir.
Sa TV yun nag-surrender lahat by the thousands. Nakita naman ng buong Pilipinas yan. Kaya ganun karami ang tama ng ating bayan. Tapos kung ganun ka lang, do not do that because that is not good. Do not commit. Kung ganun ang ugali mo, huwag ka nang mag-mayor, huwag ka nang ma-presidente, gago ka. Hindi mo alam mo anong gawin mo.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Presidente ako, ganun. Humtok tayo.
So ngayon, Mr. President,
kasi dito sa kultura natin, alam mo, the Philippines remain feudal until now. Kaya ang mga tao dito, pag may isang corrupt na mayor, lahat ng mga tauhan na yan, mga gambling, yung mga collection dyan, yung mga wedding, nandiyan sa gagong yan. Pag corrupt ang mayor, sira talaga. Kaya pag hindi, sa panahon ko, tinawag ko talaga, sabi ko, huwag sa panahon ko. Alam ko hindi mo maiwan yan eh. Kasi mukha mo po, yung mukha mo, ilagay mo yung mukha mo dyan sa pera mo, palit mo kay Rizal. Pero huwag sa panahon ko. Ayun.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Alam nila, ayan o, puro chipo. Ano?
Ngayon, Mr. President,
mabuti.
Nag-imbestiga.
Hindi mabuti yan, Senator, Mr. Chairman, give us enough time so that maraman na rin ng Pilipinas na kung ano talaga ang problema ng Pilipinas. Sisirain talaga ang bayan natin. kawawa ang mga bata. Yan ang problema ko. Kaya nung mayor ako, sabi ko, wag na wag kasi kawawa yung mga bata.
Now, Mr. President, ngayon na ikaw ay iniimbestigahan sa war on drugs. Where are they now? Yung mga nagsusuporta sa iyo noon sa war on drugs. Hindi na natin narinig ngayon. Iniwan ka sa ere. Ano po yung naramdaman mo?
Ako. Alam ko kasi, for the good time na yan sila. Yung mga crisis ng ganito, wala ka namang kaibigan. Wala nang sumusuporta. Of course, dito si kaibigan, dito si Mr. Bilisita, dito si Sad. Nandiyan sa likod ko. Ilan lang yan. Pero pagka ngayon ang Davao, nagkatabaw ko man. Nagkatabaw ko yun lahat. Yung mga general, dumaan doon. Good time na. Peaceful na. Walang gulo. Walang pickpocket. Pero wala, hanggang dyan lang. Kalimutan na ng tao yan because sa bagay naman trabaho mo yan eh. Tama naman sabihin ng tao na, bakit kami may utang na loob sa iyo? Bayad ka. Trabaho mo yan. Tama yan. In theory, tama yan. Tama sila. Kayong mga pulis. Ikaw. Pati ako. Pero yung dapat lang malaman na yung pagiging mayor ko, pagiging talagang presidente, dinibdib ko yan. Wala akong agenda. Wala akong dinagdag na baski isang poste sa bahay ko. Wala akong bagong kotse. Hindi ako nakatikim ng Mercedes-Benz. Dinibdib ko talaga ang trabaho ko para sa bayan ko. Ayaw ko maging hero. Kasi kayong lahat ng mga chief of police dumaan sa Davao.
And I would like to take this opportunity with the permission of the chairman. I would like to thank you, Mr. President, for your war on drugs. If there was no war on drugs, there is no Senator Bato. Maraming salamat po doon sa opportunity na binigyan mo sa akin na maging chief PNP at ako'y naging senador ngayon dahil doon sa war on drugs. Maraming salamat.
Nung nakikinig yung PNP, pati yung patuloy ninyo yan at trabaho kayo ng gusto kasi ang droga talamak. Kawawa ang Pilipino anong tawag na sa Tagalog, patapor-tapor, patamad-tamarang gano'n. Trabaho kayo ng gusto, alam ninyo na ang droga talamak. Kaya kayong mga presinto, yung area of jurisdiction mo, pag nandiyan pa yung droga, umalis ka. Kung chief of police ka ng syudad, pag may droga at hindi mo kayang pumatay, takot kang mamatay, utang ina, umalis ka dyan sa trabaho mo. Sorry for the...
Thank you, Mr. President. I think, Mr. Chairman, medyo mahaba na yung time na natin.
Yes,
Gusto na siyang pahinga.
Thank you. If the president can still stay a little longer, okay lang sir? For a couple more minutes?
Kaya natin yung disposal, sir. Ako magsabi ninyo hanggang bukas tayo dito.
Okay lang.
Wala akong magawa.
Actually, dapat sir na bago nag-apologize tayo kay President for starting our hearing in the morning. Doon siya nahihirapan actually siguro.
In the same manner that I would like to express my apologies, especially to Senator Rodubero, kasi sensitive sa mga ganitong yung karakter ko ho, ganun talaga. Baski saan mo ako ilagay ganun. Even in front of anybody. Ganon talaga ako. Bastos ako. Walang hiya ako. Kasi sa galing ako sa
Salamat
Class
kayo,
three.
Mr. Chair. Hindi ako sensitive. Ayaw ko lang talaga ng bastos. Ayaw ko ng walang hiya. Lalo na pag pinag-uusapan natin ng seryosong bagay ng war on drugs sa
Kaya
extrajudicial
ako
killings.
bastos
Salamat
man.
kayo,
Wala ang
Mr.
hiya
Chair.
talaga ako. Yan ang totoo. Siguro, hindi ako darating itong pagka-presidente ko, hindi ako bastos at sabi niya, hindi ako walang hiya.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I am now, hindi sa lahat pa, baka sabihin mo, walang hiya ako sa inyo. May kunting edukasyon rin ako. Decency. Yung demeanor ko, yung pinapakita ko sa inyo, yung galit ko, yung rage ko, sa kriminal yan. Naging prosecutor ako, tagal masyado. Professor ako ng
Professor ng
Police Academy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, ako mag-interrupt kay Senator Bato kasi dito naman si Aaron Aquino, General of PDEA. Thank you, sir. Kahit retired na kayo, ikaw
Akala ko ako,
sa PDEA. Pero, can I ask you about PDEA? Konting lang kasi metrics yung pinag-usapan namin dito. PDEA is a 22-year-old organization.
Mr. Chair,
Ang bigay sa inyo,
does that mean that I am finished already?
hindi pa.
Okay.
Ano lang, interjection. Kayo, binigay na sa yung ang basa namin sa law, sa anti-drugs, PDEA, dapat yan Do you have, naging head kayo or how long were you head of PDEA? Taon din ba? Taon? Years din?
It's 2 years and
2 years. Okay, so you're familiar with PDEA?
yes, sir.
Are you in possession or are you the repository of data about drugs? So paano gusto natin sukatin ang success ng Duterte administration's war on drugs? Hawak ng PDEA any metrics na before June 30, 2016 at tapos June 30, 2022. Meron kayong klaseng ganun data?
Is it matrix, Mr. Chair?
Ha?
Matrix, are you asking?
Metrics, data.
How much drug we have?
Marami siguro ways to measure the drug problem. Number of users, number of suspected pushers at what levels, big time, manufacturing, etc. Number of arrests, Do we have all of this data with the PDEA? Yan ang tanong ko.
Yes, sir. And I think sa dangerous drug board din, sir, may data.
DDB, kasi General po, yung nga pala naman sa DDB. So, ganon. Just, hindi ko na siguro kayo ipipress sa figures, but not you, General Aquino, but the current PDEA. Are you still with the DDB? Wala na rin, sir. The current DDB, kunang ko na lang. Ang sinasabi niyo sa akin, they should be in possession of the data. That's what you're telling me.
Yes,
So,
Mr. Chair.
okay, we will require them to submit. Kasi ang katanungan, marami rin nagtatanong is, ano ba yun? How successful was it? Pero we have to use some objective metric. Hindi pwedeng, siyempre, kung subjective, puro praises o puro criticism naman. So, mag-isip kami ng metric na how to measure a success or failure in the war against drugs.
Sir,
Mr. President, sige.
Senator, may I be allowed additional moments? Alam mo itong PDEA, hindi naman sabihin inutil. Pero kung yung PDEA, ang asahan mo to fight drug, patay ang Pilipinas. Take it from me, galing ako sa president. Galing ako mayor, congressman. Hindi kaya ng PDEA. Hindi nga niya alam sino yung mga diyan sa palibot dito sa batasan, sino yung mga drugista diyan sa Police talaga yan. Police. Ang sekreto niyan is mayor, pati police at barangay captains. Yun lang yun. Yun ang kailangan mo. Huwag na yan generals. Pulis, kapitan, pulis, barangay. Yan. Generals, malayo masyado yan. Sorry. Wala yan. You cannot solve the problem. Nandito na lang rin tayo pag-usapan natin what's the best approach to. The best approach really is dito sa baba. Barangay captain, tapos yung mga mayors, dapat nilang pukpukin talaga. Pag ang isang mayor, pag sinabi niya na walang droga dito sa syudad ko, hindi naman ako nagyayabang. Pupunta naman kayo ng Davao kung gusto ninyo. Meron kayo. Pero pag sinabi ko, dito sa Davao, walang droga, wala talagang droga. Ilang police chief dyan. Ayan, si Gamboa, Danao, pati ito, dumaan si Koy. Pag sinabi ko sa kanila, walang droga, kayo ang sabi ko, ipapakaw ko talaga sila ng cross. Nagpagawa ako ng cross dyan sa nilagay ko sa barak sa likod. Ipapako ko yung police director dyan na trabaho rin nyo yan eh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Bato, you have the floor again.
One interjection lang, if I may,
Papahingahin mo
Mr.
natin si President Duterte and I will proceed to Colonel Hector.
With your permission, pero kung ayaw mo, okay lang.
Ano yun?
Senator Lisa wants to interject. Okay? With your permission. Pwede hindi.
Para kanino?
For the record only. Okay. With the permission, Sir Bato, go ahead.
Daghang salamat, Mr. Chair ug Senator De La Rosa. For the record lang, in fairness sa PIDEA, Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency is the lead anti-drug law enforcement agency responsible for preventing, investigating, and combating any dangerous drugs, controlled precursors, and essential chemicals within the Philippines. So, tigilin na po natin yung pagsisira at paninira sa mga
Hindi mo
institusyon.
paninira.
Because
Sinasabi ko,
para sabihin
kulang.
Pero may nasabi
Hindi
rin
lang kasalanan.
may
Ang
nasabi
ideya
rin-
talaga,
hindi
kulang
detail.
ng tao,
Pero-
kulang ng organization.
Pero I heard the term, Mr. Chair.
You have
values
to
in
have,
detail.
Mr.
So,
President,
tao, pati
Well,
pondo ng pera.
there are ways na i-strengthen ang PIDEA na hindi natin
Hindi
sinasabi.
mo talaga istorya yan dito.
Actually, okay.
No. Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Sige.
Miyembro po ako ng committee nito, ng subcommittee at ng Senado. So, I am just making an interjection
Yes,
in fairness sa PIDEA na isa sa mga importanteng institusyon ng law enforcement natin, particularly in suppressing the supply of drugs. For the record lang, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair o Senator.
Sige, what's the opinion of the
Ako
President?
naging mayor, congressman, naging presidente. Ang sinasabi ko dito, wala akong tinatamaan. I'm just expressing, I said, my experience. Na kung ano talaga ang kulay ng droga dito sa Pilipinas. Maski dito sa batas. Maski dyan sa likos. Malakas ang droga dito sa batasan. Kaya kung kailangan mo talaga, kailangan mo ng pulis. Kailangan ng Pilipino, you elect a mayor now na magsabi one of the sa program niya, sa agenda niya, drugs. Maghingi siya ng chief of police na was dedicated at saka yung may character talaga. Pero kung chief of police na gusto lang ng promotion, retire na kayo.
Yes, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator, I will confirm no, na yung aid of legislation part ng ating hearing, isa yun ang lumalabas nga yung PIDEA, yung law creating the PIDEA, manpower, budget, etc. So,
Palakasin ninyo, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Kaya nga, isa yan. I will confirm it. Na yan ang isa sa mga initial kaagad na lumalabas na in aid of legislation na ideas. Yung PIDEA, pinasa lahat ng drug ano dyan, pero kaya ba? Yan. Nakuha natin ng feedback sa Presidente. So,
Kulang.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ayun, isa yun sa ano. Ipapalabas natin yan sa future hearings. Ano ba sitwasyon ng PIDEA? Si PIDEG, bakit na revive si PIDEG? Nakapagpay dati yata pagkalam ko. If I remember it correctly, NARCOM, pinalis natin may policy of law. Pero rene-revive, it's now PIDEG under PIDEG. Sige. I'll now recognize Senator Bato for his continued.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alam mo, kung ang problema ng droga ay napakababa na level na, siguro kaya ng PDEA kontrolin. But before we came into office, President Duterte at ako naging chief PNP, sobrang talamak ng droga. Everywhere, anywhere, buong Pilipinas, kalat ng droga. Kaya, what can PDEA do? They are only 2,000 plus. Ang PNP, 200,000 plus ang PNP. Kaya kinakailangan immobilize ni Pangulong Duterte yung PNP because ang PNP everywhere in the Philippines, up to the barangay level, may police noon. Kaya ginamit ang PNP para mag-wage ng war on drugs. Hindi kaya na PDEA. Hindi sa sinisiraan ni Pangulong Duterte ang PDEA. Talagang hindi kaya. 2,000 plus lang yung PDEA. Tapos yung PNP, 200,000 plus. So you better use the 200,000 plus at alam na alam pa ng mga pulis kasi yung iba nila mismo ay sila pa involved sa droga. Alam na alam nila yung personality doon sa area nila. So, yun po ang the rationale behind, Mr. President. So,
Ganito po, sir.
Yes, sir.
Pinatawag ninyo ako dito. Hindi ko kayo pinipilit na maniwala sa akin. Makinig kayo kasi ako galing talaga sa baba. At itong lahat na ito dumaan sa akin. Koy, lahat yan. Gambuwa. Bato. Makinig kayo kasi makinabang ang bayan natin. Hindi ang yabang ko dito, ang bayan ang makinabang natin. Hindi ako nagyayabang. Galit talaga ako. Kasi sinisira nila ang bayan ko. Ang mahirap dyan, ang mga anak. Yun ang sinasabi ko, lalo na yung mga nanay na nagtrabaho doon sa Middle East, na ni-rape, inaabuso ng nila. Tapos magpadala ng pera dito para sa pag-aral ng mga bata. Pag-uwi nila after, sa city ko, umiyak dyan sa harap ko. Nagligit-ligit sa Tagalog.
Kasi nag-ano na eh.
Gulong-gulong dyan sa harap na... Kasi yung pinapadala ng pera pala na yung dalawang anak niya, babae, puro doon sa droga na punta yung... Kaya kung makita mo, ayaw ko, hindi kasi kayo sa babae. Kung ikaw ang mayor, makikita mo ganun ang sakripisyo ng tao, dugo, pati pawit. Tapos ganun lang ang mangyari sa kanya. Ako ang nakikinig sa istorya dito. Ako yung mayor. Ako yung nagsasabi, I will protect the city. Ano? Putang, pagka-hipokrito po naman. Huwag na lang ako mag-mayor. Muna akong friend. Kaya ang na sinabi ko, stop ko. Patayin kita. Diretsahan na lang ako. Total, akin lang naman to. Ano, maybe because yun ba talaga ang totoo. Ang ganun mo, huminto kayo, papatayin ko kayo. Putang ina ninyo. Yan ang totoo. So, bitawan na natin. Total, Kongreso, whatever. We know the sanctity of the institution of Congress. But there is always a time to let go of your... At alam yan, puro alam ng pulis yan. Yan lahat na nakaupo dyan, yan, dumaan ng Davao, yan, alam nila ang sentimento.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sabi niyo na po.
Can we excuse the President kung magpapahinga siya?
We suspend for a few minutes.
Pagod na yun. Kanina pang alas 7 dito si Tatay. Alas 7. So, dapat actually makikita na natin si Tatay pagod na talaga.
Okay, let's resume our hearing.
So, dapat pagpahingay na nila.
Ask questions of Colonel
Grijaldo. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Grijaldo, isa ka sa mga pinapatawag doon sa hearing sa Quadcom.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, pwede mong i-share kung anong gusto mong i-share dito sa committee na ito?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Chair, Your Honors, sa ating lahat, magandang hapon. Allow me to read my opening statement. Matapos Quadcom hearing na umabot ng 14 hours, dumating ako sa bahay na madaling araw ng October 23. Kasagsagan ng bagyong Christine. Hinihintay ako ng ating pamilya at nag-aalala at di nakatulog hanggang safety akong makauwi. Dala-dala ko ang masamang karanasan at hinanakit sa pangyayari, pero di ko agad nasabi sa aking asawa. Hanggang lumipas ang ilang araw, napansin niyang matamlay at di ako mapakali. Di ko matiis na di ko sabihin sa kanya, kahit alam kong apektado siya at may nervyos pag ang pag-usapan ay tungkol sa trabaho ko. With great courage, I confided everything to her. Kahit ito ay malaking problema, and it will affect us, and it will change on our normal and simple life. My career for almost 30 years of service, our personal and family safety and security, and maybe I will be condemned or be ostracized. My wife hugged me and started to cry and asked me why. I told her patagal na tayong nagsusumikap and we have to be strong and survive together. Paano ni ang panahon na magpakabanata means makialam. Lisod, maging witness, rata, o maging innocent bystander. Maangol gyapon ta, o maging casualty tayo. Ipasabot na ko sa iya. I have to explain to her. Kailangan na ay mubarog sa kamaturan. There must be someone to rise up to the occasion. I told her that I have the moral obligation and a call of duty to uphold as police officer. In the eyes of God and in the soul of man, I have to say this, even God was betrayed 3 times. But this time, I have to say this, I don't want to betray our beloved country, our fellow Filipinos, and to God Almighty. I don't want to discredit the men and women of the Philippine National Police, the institution where I belong. I don't want to destroy my beloved alma mater, the Philippine National Police Academy, who molded me with moral values to speak for the truth that I owe, and it's time to give it back the honor and respect. Your Honor, allow me to read my affidavit.
David,
Yes, Your Honor.
also submit a copy to us.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mahaba po yan? Ilang pages pa yan?
Saglit lang ako, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Allow me to read, Your Honors, my affidavit. I, Police Colonel Hector U. Grijaldo, 3rd Level Officer, presently assigned a personal holding administrative unit, Camp Crami, Quezon City, after duly sworn to, under oath and in accordance with law, to hereby depose and states that I've been dedicated to public service for almost 30 years. And since I took my oath as cadet on June 1, 1995, on October 16, 2024, I was again invited as a resource person in the 9th Joint Public Hearing of Committees on Dangerous Drug, Public Order, Safety and Human Rights, and Public Accounts of the House of Representatives scheduled on October 22, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. I, together with other invited PNP personnel, attended the joint hearing in the House of Representatives. After I answered questions related to extrajudicial killings and the reward system, I was approached by a security personnel while I was seated in one of the witnesses during the hearing. The said person told me that I was summoned by Congressman Dan Fernandez. I went out of the room with the security personnel. When we were outside, he told me to go to the left corridor and proceed straight to the end room. While walking, I saw other witnesses who were standing in the corridor, including my classmate, Major Fortaleza and Captain Anova, who was wearing PNP uniform, and the latter acknowledged me by saluting. When I entered the room, I saw 2 lawyers of Police Colonel Garma standing inside the room. One of the lawyers approached me and then asked me what we are going to talk about. I said, I do not know. After a while, Kong Dan Fernandez entered the room and he asked me to sit beside him on his right side. And then Kong Abante entered the room, sat far end of the chair on the right. One of the lawyers of Police Karma stood near at my back. Kong Dan Fernandez put the paper he was holding on the table and told me, ito ang sasabihin mong statement na ito. While pointing on the paragraph on the paper, ito ang supplemental affidavit ni Colonel Garma. Sabihin mo, alam mo ang reward system. I-confirm mo lang. Kong Dan told me to read the said affidavit. However, I asked the copy of affidavit he was showing to me to read it. He did not give it to me. The lawyer of Police Colonel Garma said, ikaw lang ang pwede magsabi niyan, sabi ni Colonel Garma. I was puzzled and I asked myself, why me? I respectfully told him that I cannot confirm. They are saying, as I have not read the affidavit. We went silent for a while. And then Kong Dan Fernandez said, while holding the affidavit, saan ka pwede? Dito, noong 1999, about DDS, alam mo to, pulis ka na sa Davao nito. I politely told him that I was not still with the PNP because I was working with the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology in 1999 that time. After some time, Kong Abante asked me how many years do still I have with the PNP. I answered, I still have 4 years before my retirement. Then he made a remark, pwede ka pang maging general. I humbly responded to him, masaya na ako sa ranggo ko, sir. Pagkatapos nito, sir, uuwi na lang ako. At magtatanim na lang ako ng kamote sa amin. The cordial conversation between us continued. And I felt that they wanted me to convince me to do what they wanted me to do. Then Kong Abante asked me where I serve as a chief of police, to which I answered, Mandaluyong City Police Station. Kong Abante then persuaded me by saying, ikaw naman, Colonel, ganito na lang, alangan namang walang insidente o pangyayari sa panahon na yon. I answered, and I served as a COP in Mandaluyong during the COVID-19 pandemic, and there were less crime committed. And we did not receive any reward from anyone. I added that we only received funds, additional MOA or support fund from the Peace and Order Fund of the LGU. I then respectfully told Kong Dan Fernandez that anybody can debunk my statement if I confirm the testimony of Colonel Garma about the DDS in 1999, since I was not a member of PNP at the time. And I have no personal knowledge as to the reward system. Additionally, I said, the work of the policeman are noble and requires great sacrifice, even without the reward or award. It is our moral obligation and a call of duty to serve our country and people. Then Kong Dan asked me, si Colonel Garma, anong masabi mo sa kanya sa Barayuga? I politely told him I cannot comment on the case. When I respectfully answered him, sir, mahirap yan. Kasama kami sa nag-iimbestiga at hindi ko alam kung anong kinalaman niya at may investigasyon din sa amin, baka ma-incriminate ako, sir. After the discussion, they did not give me a copy of the second affidavit of Police Colonel Garma. I felt that I disappointed them. Kong Dan Fernandez and Kong Abante left the room, while I and the two lawyers of Police Colonel Garma stayed in the room for a while. I presume that they are about to present the second affidavit of Police Colonel Garma. I asked the two lawyers of Police Colonel Garma why they have chosen me. They did not answer me and just stared at me. And that I went back to the hearing room. When I went back to the hearing room, I immediately called the attention of Police Colonel Lito Patay, who were sitting behind the witness table. We proceeded at the back of the lobby area when they suspended the hearing. I confided and discussed to him what happened in the room with Kong Dan Fernandez and Kong Abante and the two lawyers of Police Colonel Garma. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Colonel Grijaldo. What motivated you to speak before this committee?
The time, Your Honor, I was insulted. And it is very offensive. And I think it is inappropriate for anyone to act like that.
So meaning, you feel that you are being coached to make that statement?
Yes, Your Honor. I feel I'd be corrupted to make that statement, Your Honor. Just because that time, habang nag-uusap-usap, habang nagkakaroon ng deliberation doon sa hearing, Your Honor, hindi ko alam kung may present nila si Colonel Garman at that time, Your Honor, na magkaano ng second supplemental, yung supplemental affidavit niya.
So do you feel harassed? Did you feel harassed?
It's an harassment and very offensive, Your Honor, and uncalled for anybody. At that time, I was wearing my uniform.
You're wearing your
Police
uniform
officer.
and you are being told to lie.
Parang
Am I
gusto
correct?
nilang magsisinungaling po ako, Your Honor.
So, Colonel Gerardo, I would like to thank you for your courage. I'm sure maraming police ngayon nanonood. And if you have observed, mabuti na nagsalita ka. Dahil if you have observed, the way they are treating policemen in the Quadco, it's very hard. I feel them. I feel them. Because naging police din ako. Kapag sasabihan ka lang, answer yes or no. You can only answer yes or no. You're not allowed to explain yourself. So, para bang you are being deprived? You are being deprived of your right to explain yourself. Kaya lalong-lalo na kapag ikaw itinuturuan na itong sasabihin mo, itong paragraph sasabihin mo, o dito, pwede ka ba dito? So, that's very inappropriate and it's very irregular for a lawmaker making an investigation in aid of legislation to make that kind of approach to a resource person na parang pinipilit na itong sabihin mo, iko-coach ka, ito, pwede ka ba dito? Parang lumalabas na meron talaga silang preconceived na goal na kung anong dapat lang mahit dito, kaya ginaguide yung magiging statement mo. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So ngayon, Mr. Chairman, kung nakikinig yun ang Philippine National Police, lalong-lalo na yung liderato ng Philippine National Police, I don't know what's his reaction with the statement of Geraldo, because Colonel Geraldo is just, I congratulate him for being so courageous enough to speak up for the truth in behalf of all the policemen na parang winawalang hiya sa mga tao na dapat hindi magwalang hiya sa inyo. Kung nakikinig yun ang CPNP, I hope this is your person, this is your man. Dapat dipinsahan ninyo ito. Huwag ninyo itong ilagay sa litsunan. Huwag nyo ilitsun itong tao na ito. Because he's standing for the PNP. Na dapat hindi ganun ang treatment ng mga resource person pagdating sa investigation. Kasi parang ang baba ng tingin na sa inyo, nag-iimbestiga sa inyo. Yun lang ang nakikita ko, masyadong mababa. That's all, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations. And we'd like to thank you for standing up.
Your time has also expired. But sige, the long and short of it, yung may maikling kwento, kasi hindi ko naman napanood buong Quadcom, kayo ba ay tumistigo sa Quadcom din, finally? Nagsalita rin kayo ron?
Yes, sir. We were already at the...
Nag-affidavit ka doon? Nagsabi ko
Wala po kaming pinapidapit ko just sa...
So, ilang tanong lang ang sinagot mo doon? Ilang tanong? Tungkol saan?
The last time that I was asked by Congressman Paduano, it's all about the operation sa Oron, Your Honor.
Oron? One particular operation?
Yeah.
Sa first appearance mo? Second appearance mo?
Your Honor, the first appearance on September 27 it's all about my about EGK that time, Your Honor.
Sige, basta wala kang affidavit, so makikita
No, Your
na
Honor.
natin. Okay, so my colleagues, no, the President is getting tired. So kung meron tayong questions for the address to the former President, tanungin na lang natin. Sir, okay. Okay ka lang, sir?
Sir, I'm good until 4 o'clock.
Yeah, I know.
5 na sir, 5 na.
5 o'clock na.
4 a.m.
Hindi,
4 a.m.
Hindi ako nagpapatawa.
Yes, I
Oh,
know.
yan, ha?
I know that, Mr. President.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay, so-
just to clarify, and then I hope I didn't miss anything.
Or
When Colonel
Humor talaga ni Pre.
Grijaldo made mention about him
Grabe.
being asked to
Ilang oras na siya
lie and being asked to be influenced by a legislator. He is by himself, Mr. President.
Ganyan, Sir
There's
President.
no one in the room who can
Witness, yun na daw naka-witness ng exchange na yun.
anyone, sir?
Present the time, the two lawyers of Colonel Garma, they were on the right side about that time, Your Honor, because it was discussed at the table in this place, and it was shown to them also. It can be seen by the two lawyers, because we are only 5 in the room, Your Honor.
And seen and heard
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
the words that you uttered a while ago.
Just because one of the lawyer reacted when I refused to confirm the statement, because the holdings of this paper like this was on the second page, and I've seen some notes or names, and my name was indicated in that statement. So when I rejected, or I don't want to say rejected, parang nag-explain ako na hindi ko kayang i-confirm yung statement na yun.
And what was the
Sabi niya,
reaction again? The reaction of the lawyers?
hindi na rin sila umimik, Your Honor. Kasi yun lang naman gusto nila na mag-collaborate sa statement na pinabit ni Colonel.
Thank you.
Okay, so can we now entertain questions directed to the former President? Ano, sir? You're right. Wait a minute.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
President raising his hand. Yes, sir.
Thank you for giving me the time. I'd like to ask the Colonel, sino yung idiot na superior mo?
What is the question, sir? That who is the superior of?
Yes, the one who... Alam mo, ano ang ginawa ng ulol na yun? Subornation of perjury. That is a crime. Tingnan mo sa device pinalto.
Kainain na si Tatay.
Subornation.
Okay po, I think you already stated it, ano? Kay Colonel Grijaldo. Nasagot na po niya, Mr. President. Nasa testimony na po niya. Sige po, can we now proceed? Who has questions for the former President?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make it clear na yung ginawa ng idioto na opisyal mo o classmate mo.
Sir, it's not officer, congressman. Congressman ang nagsabi sa kanya. Sir, congressman.
Yung idioto na congressman, subordination o perjury yan. He was suggesting, the mere suggestion of what he wants you to do is already a crime. Under the revised penal code.
Dan Fernandez.
Joke mo yung tao na mag-execute ng affidavit falsely or making a false narrative. Sovereign of perjury.
Yes, that's a crime under the
Yes.
revised penal code.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Sige sir, because okay, we are operating under time constraints. So sabi ko kanina hanggang 3 o'clock lang tayo. But sige,
Ang gagawin, gusto ko lang habulin yung classmate mo. Ayun, congressman. Parang papailan mo ng kaso.
Patay ka Labante, patay ka Fernandez.
Affidavit mo. Your narrative here
Yes.
is under oath. Hindi ko na kailangan yung affidavit mo.
Mismo patay kayo.
All I have
Labante.
to do is to take out your statement. The basis of filing a case of
Our transcript of records will be available to anyone who will request this attestation. Okay, Committee Secretary. Transcript natin available to everyone. Okay, so anybody?
Your Honor.
Senator Risa? Tell me.
Your Honor.
What is it about, ma'am?
About subordination of perjury.
We all know about the theory
I
about
just wanted to
subordination.
say na ganun din po ang ginawa nila. Subordination of perjury.
Sige po. Thank you. Thank you. Senator Risa Ontiveros is recognized.
Salamat kayo, Mr. Chair. So, bago po magsimula, gusto ko lang pong ipaalala sa ating lahat na seryosong usapin ito. At tiwala ako sa chair ng subcom na seryoso tayo dito. At hindi ko po na-appreciate ang napaka-casual na mga sagot ni dating presidente tungkol sa patayan. Tumatawad, pumapalakpak pa ang ilang kasama dito sa session hall. So siguro, tigilin na natin yung nakasanayan natin na normalize at gawing katatawanan ng patayan. Sir, sabi nyo, when you are confronted by a criminal, you must overcome the resistance. Ibig po ba sabihin na lahat ng na EJK may barel? Kasi kung gano'n, nasan na po kaya yung mga barel? Eh, dapat may libo-libo ng barel sa custody ng PNP. Do you have any thought on that?
No, that is you're asking somebody somewhere or to make an accounting which is not possible. That your question cannot be answered here.
All right, sir. So, but I think it can be questioned kung hindi nyo kayang i-address, itatanong po namin sa PNP. Sabi nyo rin po kanina, you take full legal responsibility for the consequences of the drug war.
Yes.
Kanina rin,
Yes.
kanina rin sabi nyo, maraming mali. No? So, halimbawa, si Kian de los Santos, menor de edad, hindi armado, nagmamakaawa, pero pinatay ng mga pulis sa drug war. Do you take responsibility for the death of Kian de los Santos?
Nakulong na yung mga pulis.
Criminal act.
The death. You take responsibility for his death.
Walang maniwala na abogado sa akin yan. That
Hindi
would
po,
be
sir.
wrong siya.
Hindi po abogado. Nandito pa lang tayo
I
sa
was
Senado.
referring
sa Korte.
to the policy na ginawa ko para sa mga pulis.
Yes, sir.
Sabi
At
ko,
nagbunga
put
yung
up and full
polisiya.
take full responsibility.
Yes.
for
And
that.
what about yung bunga ng polisiya na libo-libong namatay kasama si Kian de los Santos? Do you also take full responsibility for that? Because in October 2020, na-quote po kayo na sinabi nyo, if there's killing there, I'm saying I'm the one, you can hold me responsible for anything, any death that has occurred in the execution of the drug war. Noong October ulit, October 21, noong 2021 naman, in a Reuters interview, kinwote kayo na sinabing, if there is any person who is going to prison, it would be me. I assume full responsibility. So, do you assume responsibility for the death of Kian de los Santos?
No.
No. How about si Carl
Alam mo, ma'am,
Anthony
before you ramble on those communities,
No, I'm not rambling, Mr. Chair. Very specific.
ang law, guilt is personal. Tanong ko muna ng abogado.
Okay lang po. Kayang-kaya kong magtanong sa abogado. Sige, itanong ko po.
Before we proceed.
No.
Hindi tayo
I
magkaibigan
prepared
dito.
these questions with my
Guilt
legislative
is
staff.
personal.
Yes, it's very personal.
Hindi mo pwedeng ipasa sa iba yan.
No, hindi po ito pagpasa.
Ah,
Iniimbestiga
tama.
po ng Blue Ribbon yung war on drugs at yung naging bunga na extrajudicial killings dyan. And I am basing my question dun sa mga sinabi ninyo repeatedly, parang tuwing Oktubre nga sinasabi nyo, na you will take responsibility.
Correct.
So now let me ask you about Carl Anthony Nunez, 20 years old. Walang nahanap na droga o baril sa katawan niya. Sabi nga ng investigador, mistaken identity. Do you take responsibility for his death?
You know, ma'am, Tatay, ask for a recess of...
It's all right, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Hearing suspended.
Can the chair talk to the senator?
Can the resource person not point his finger at a member of the committee?
Mr. President, wala ka na ba sa mood to answer questions? We can excuse you. Kasi sabi mo kasi sir, you came here to answer questions. So, I mean,
And Mr. Chair, the chair is fully capable of talking to a member of his subcommittee without being
Alam mo,
appointed by the
pupasok siya
resource
ng mga
person.
gano'n na wala sa bata.
No, Mr. Chair. I am basing it both on the policy question and yung mga sinabi mismo ng former president.
Suspended tayo. Mr. President, suspended ito.
kayo.
Mr. President, ano to? You can answer it in the way that you want to answer it. Pwede ka hindi masumagot, isabi mo or what? Sige, so are we ready? Are we ready to resume?
Can you repeat the question mo?
We will now, wait a minute. So, okay, our hearing is resumed.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. Chair. Ang tanong ko po ay, if you take responsibility, as you said in October 2020, as you said in October 2021 about assuming responsibility for the war on drugs, do you take responsibility for the death of Carl Anthony Nunez, Mr. Chair?
Alam mo, yung policy, ma'am, hindi mo nakuha yung yung policy ng presidente.
Nakuha ko po policy
I
maker.
was talking about the policy. I take full responsibility yung sinabi ko na war on drugs.
You said,
Pero
sir,
kung
you can
magpasok-
hold me
magpasok ka
responsible
ng
for any death.
specific crime.
Yes, sir. You spoke
Hindi
about
pwede yan.
you spoke about
At
specific
saka,
crimes.
kung sabihin ko, I will take full responsibility, pagdating tayo sa korte, hindi naman tatanggapin yan.
Well, Mr. Chair, and if the resource person could keep his volume and pitch to a normal
Trying to
level.
pin me down on
Mr. Chair, you
Pagod
are
na si
pinned down
Tatay
by your
Diggs.
own statements of October.
You have to
No,
pin
no,
me
Mr.
down
Chair. I'm not trying to pin you
lawfully.
down on
This is
air.
no longer productive.
Mr.
So,
Chair.
it is
Do not pin me
suspended.
down on semantics.
Okay.
Wala na, pagod na si Tatay Diggs. Binabastos na kasi. Paulit-ulit eh. Pagod na si PRRD eh. Wala yung makakaubra kayo kay Tatay Diggs. Pero yun yung 7:30 pa lang nandito na sa PRRD, wala pang kain yan. Yung mamon lang kanina. Ito. Kaya nga eh. So ano, kaya niyo pa mga call school? Kami dito masaya pa rin dahil hindi kami titigil, hindi kami aalis dito hanggang nandito si PRRD. Ayan, nasaltahan si Tatay. Bastos talaga, mga call school, sobrang bastos. Nakita nyo pagkakaiba. Pag sa Congress, sa Quad Committee, pag merong isang hindi sasang-ayon, binibara nila. Pero kita nyo dito sa Senado, meron talagang boses ang bawat isang senador. mainit na. Eto, kompleto ng Duterte boys. Andito na si Senator Bongo, si Senator Robin. Ayan,
Gigilan, pupunta lang ako ng CR.
Sige sir, go ahead.
Ako daw sa juice dito.
Iigi lang si PRRD. So, ayun, no. Iigi lang siya ulit. No? Puro I love you naririnig natin dun sa plenary, mga ka-old school. Iigi lang. Paano niya, pahinga niya yan? Iigi lang talaga. Grabe, kanina ba? So, dito muna tayo. Ayun na yung mga Duterte boys. Ayan. So, bigyan muna natin ng space si Tatay Diggs. Adik na kayo kay Duterte. So ano, grabe no? Si PRRD ngayon pa lang nagsisimula. Kaya lang siyempre, paulit-ulit na yung tanong. Ano rin siya, hindi naman siya siyempre sa edad niya, kailangan din niya yung mga medyo konting respeto naman. Pero at least ang kagandahan lang, talagang willing pa rin si PRRD na sumagot sa kanilang mga tanong. Pero meron lang talagang isa na alam niya na aktibo dahil nandito ang kanyang partners in crime. Si ano, katubayan no? Si Aaron. Uy, malapit na tayo mag 1,000 likes. Salamat po. Malapit na mag 500 views. Dimos Limaco, hello po. Jade 43 Dunga PH, hello po. Ano to, Ralda Qatar, hello po. Salamat po sa inyo mga ka-old school. 96 na lang, 1,000 likes na tayo. Maraming salamat po. So kanina pa po tayo ditong alas 8 ng umaga. Nauna lang sa atin si Tatay Diggs. Si Tatay Diggs pa yung nauna, no? Maria Victoria Goodyear, hello po. Tony Reyes, hello po sa inyo. Bet, sir, pwede pasampal. Ang layo eh. Andun eh. Ito yung malapit sa atin eh. Ito. Yan. Wala, nag-CR lang po si Tatay. So, syempre, si Senator Robin, si Senator Bongo, nagpunta. So, ito pa rin po ang nangyayari dito, mga ka-old school. Magandang buhay. Sino yan? Ano yung nila? Alevru 11, hello po. Marlene Lantuga, hello po. Basa muna tayo habang wala pa si Tatay. De Villa, Mama Magril, hello po sa inyo. Sige, ngayon kayo mag-comment habang pwede may time ako mag-ingay at magbasa, mga ka-old school. Lolita Kagawokan, hello po. Old School Bet, hello po. Jose Napa, hello po. Dimos Limaco, hello po. Jud 43 Danga.ph, hello po. Alma Lanuza, hello po, shoutout sa inyo. Yes, ingatan natin. Cap Elzar, hello. Prime Eslawan, hello po. Lolita Kagakuan, kaya nagsabi ng totoo yung pulis, di kasi niya kaya magsinungaling sa harap ni FPRRD. Yes. Si Lima pa sipi-sipi lang katiksinil. Ikaw naman na Old School Mix Duhina, hello po. Sherilyn Maginda, hindi pa naging maganda. Go to hell. Nanay Tita, hello po sa inyo. At least meron pa tayong data. Akala ko maubusan tayo ng data. 6 hours na tayo naka-live, mga ka-old school. Pero sana po, magbigay kayo ng pang-load natin. Joel Bautista, hello po. Magandang araw po. Victoriano Amabao, hello po. MC, pakisabunutan mo nga sir yung paktang. Ang layo mo, ito yung kamay natin. Oh. Under De Lupe, hello. Call School Eric, hello. Elbo Santos, pag may nangyari hindi maganda, lahat kayo sa Senado mananagot. Badang Bundok, halatang masyado si Ontiveros. Nora Bazon, alam naman ni Risa ang sinasabi ni Tatay and I will take full responsibility. Correct naman, paulit-ulit lang. Habibi, hello. Pinabablock na nila ang ibang vloggers. Yes. Charlie Abatayo, hello sa'yo dyan. Mag-ingat kayo mga bayaning dakila sa Saudi Arabia. Juni Dumagat, hello. Gigil no. Hindi ako pwede magmura, dito lang tayo. Kailangan tahimik lang tayo. Ha? Kaya kailangan relax lang tayo mga school. Kailangan dito, pag nandito ka sa loob, santo ka. Mamaya na tayo pagdating sa bahay ha. Iniipong ko na yung galit ko. Nagdidilim pa rin ko, inom ng tubig, nakakataas ng pressure. Sabi ni Old School Bet. Dapat may follow-up question sa pulis na nagbulgar sa mga buhaya na yan. First meeting pa lang to. Old School Filipino boy, hello. Good PM. Lolita Kadowa, nyari ang mga quadcom. Kakasuhan ni Fprrd. Yes. Pag-usapan natin yan mamaya pagka-uwi ha. Maria Victoria Gadir, hello ulit. Ayan na si Tatay. Haze or yung inis namin kay Risa Apaw na, correct. Pero ako nakangiti lang muna. Paula Tobias, watching from South Korea. Ano sa'yo? Martin Duterte, ayan na si Tatay. Balikan na natin, huwag na ako. Parang namin naman. Konti na lang yung tao kasi wala na empleyado.
Okay, so
Angelo Mangundato, shoutout sa inyo dyan sa Marawi. Salamat po.
hearing is hereby resumed.
Okay na, tahimik na tayo ulit.
Senator Ontiveros has the floor.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. Chair. So, i-summarize ko na lang yung unang line of questioning ko. The point of my question tungkol sa assuming responsibility or not kina Kian, Carl Anthony Nunez, itatanong ko rin dapat sa Althea Barbon na 4 years old, at si Carl Arnaiz, at si Reynaldo de Guzman alias Kulot, na-confirm sa Caloocan Court na the evidence was merely planted by the police. Ang point ng unang questioning ko na yun ay kung ina-acknowledge nyo o hindi na yung policy nyo caused the death of innocents. So lastly, Mr. Chair, actually may mga 100 tanong pa sana ko sa dating presidente pero na-high blood yata sila sa akin. So 2 huling tanong na lang. Una po, yes, Mr. Chair.
Pero lang siguro kasi excited lang ako. First time ako naka-appear ng but walang personalan yan. It has nothing to do with you, yung character. Yung boses ko lang kasi excited. But if you are offended by the demeanor, then mag-change gear ako. I'll try to do it with moderation.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. Chair. Salamat kaayo, Mr. Chair.
At saka sa dali,
Mr. Chair.
and I'm addressing lahat kayo. Taga-probinsya po ako. Hindi ninyo pwede ako masumo na papaulit-ulit. Pag ginawa ninyo yan, isnabin ko kayo. Wala akong pera eh. I am not that rich na mag-travel dito sa aeroplano. Mahal yan. I am bubuhay ako sa retirement pay ko. So, pati itong pamasahe ko, retirement pay ko, wala akong negosyo ever since. Gobyerno lang ako. I've been an employee of government ever since. Kaya, I do not have my public life is open to everybody. So, magastos masyado kaya kung maari lang, tapusin natin ito hanggang bukas. Huwag na tayong umalis dito.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Salamat kayo, Mr. Chair.
So, tapusin talaga natin ito. Talagang tapusin natin ito dito ngayon. Huwag tayong umalis dito hanggang umaga. Umabot man tayo hanggang umaga bukas. Huwag tayong umalis dito. Tapusin natin dito.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Nanay Tita, thank you. Meron na tayong isang magandang kulay. Salamat, Nanay Tita.
So,
June Ray,
pangalawang
shoutout sa inyo
tanong ko,
dyan.
Tinawagan nyo ba si Senior Superintendent Padilla para i-congratulate siya sa pagpatay sa 3 high-value targets na Chinese nationals na inilagay sa loob ng Davao Penal Colony? Kasi sinabi nyo daw, congrats Superintendent Padilla, job well done. Pero grabe ang ginawang dinuguan. Do you confirm this, Mr. Chair?
You call Padilla now because he's lying. I do not know him, and I do not have to congratulate these policemen and soldiers. Trabaho ninyo yan. Why do I have to congratulate you? Trabaho kayo dyan.
So you do not confirm na tinawagan niyo si Senior Superintendent Padilla?
I only congratulate people with itong mga police na graduate with honors kasi nagtuturo ako sa Police Academy. May congratulatory message ako. Congratulate ako.
Well, Mr. Chair, of course, absolutely hindi naman natin kailangan investigate yung graduating with honors sa academy. Pero yung EJ case sa war on drugs, kailangan talagang kaya natin ini-investigate.
Kaya huwag tayong umalis dito sa kwartong ito hanggang matapos ang gusto ninyong kunin sa akin.
Well, Mr. Chair, so yung huling tanong ko for today, for the record,
Bakit tinawag sa inyo ako dito tapos yan ang huli ninyong tanong?
may mga colleagues pa yata tayo, Mr. Chair, na magtatanong sa dating presidente. So, for the record, sinasabi nyo ba na ang mga drug users, drug criminals, ay dinideserve nilang mamatay na lang kaysa pumunta sa jail? O para i-paraphrase ko si Patricia Evangelista, do some people need killing, Mr. Duterte?
Ma'am, presidente ako. Nagagastos ako sa gobyerno. Bakit ako magbubuhay sa mga putang inang yan? Ikaw yung pera na ipapakain ko dyan sa preso, ibigay ko na lang doon sa mga tao dyan sa walang bigat.
So mas okay kung patayin sila kaysa ipreso sila?
Pakialam dyan sa kriminal, ma'am.
So, thank you for making that
clear. Pakialam sa kriminal kung saan silang impernong gusto nilang pumunta.
Well, Mr. Chair, for the record,
you make your own history in this planet.
Yes, Mr.
Yun
Chair.
ang gusto nilang mangyari. Doon sila sa impyerno at doon tayo magkita.
Well, Mr. Chair, wala namang jurisdiction ng Senado sa impyerno. Dito lang sa bansa natin pwede tayong mag-investigate.
Doon tayo pupunta.
Well, wala po akong ambisyon pumuntang impyerno pa. Pero Mr. Chair, ang punto lang nito ay nung magsisimula ang anumang police operations, drug-related police operations, supposed to be at sinabi ng mga resource persons, meron pong manual of operations, merong continuum of force sa pag-enforce implement ng police anti-drug operation. So, ang premise is, yun na nga, arrest muna at build the case. Well, Mr. Chair, as a final word, I hope and I imagine that the Department of Justice is watching dahil ang daming admissions ng dating presidente involving criminal acts. Salamat tayo. Kasaysayan na lang po maghuhusga. Salamat tayo, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. President.
Nagtataka ako hanggang ngayon ang Justice Department hindi pa nag-file ng kaso hanggang ngayon. Katagal lang. Kataka ko na Matagal ako pumapatay ng tao hanggang ngayon hindi pa sila nakapahal ng kaso.
Mr. Chair, another addition to the list that's growing by the minute.
Inaasar na lang sila
Okay,
ng
for the record,
PRRD.
Mr. President. Wala, Mr. President, for the record, kasi may nagtanong din sa akin eh. Wala.
Huwag na tayo magdrama dito. Tapusin na natin itong istorya na ito dito sa Pilipinas.
For the record, Mr. President, wala.
Kasi naawa ako dito sa mga pulis. Sa totoo lang, naawa ako sa mga pulis, pati sundalo. Kaya ako po, akin mind and mind alone. Pag nag-inutusan ko ito, mag-operate itong mga buang na ito, kung anong mangyari akin yan, I'm emotional because I've been longing to state this particular sentiment. Protektado ko yan sila. Basta in the fulfillment of duty, Mr. Senator, yan sila, naging chief of police yan. Protektado ko ang police pag nagtrabaho in the fulfillment of duty. Pero alam nila, ang mga police na pumasok ng kidnapping, alam nila yung police nila, pinatay ko.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ako po may tanong din. Pinag-aralan namin pinanood namin yung mga footages mo nung you were President-elect, tapos naging Presidente. Meron kayo sinasabing ang reward, iba-iba nga yung amounts, tapos sasabihin nyo parang may encouragement na pumatay, patayin ng mga kriminal, pero dudugtungan nyo parati sa dulo ng lalo na kung nalagay sa peligro yung buhay ninyo. So, ito lang po yung tanong ko. So, when you were president, hindi nyo ba po concern na malito yung mga nakikinig sa'yo, na kausap mo mga law enforcers, na may maniwala, lalo na dun sa first part ng sinabi mo at na-confuse na sila sa... Kasi paliko-liko po yung mga pronouncements ko ninyo, Mr. President. When you were president, were you not concerned that you will be misinterpreted?
Hindi, kasi matagal akong instructor ng pulis eh. Dumadaan ito sa psychiatric. Gastos pa ako nung... I was also president, kaya may funding ako dito sa mga psychiatric nila. Nandiyan nga sa item eh. Hindi naman ito At saka, alam mo, Senator, okay yung mga ganong mga heinous crime, mga patayan dito. Ang presidente o mayor, hindi pwedeng kailangan magbitaw ka talaga ng salita. Ina ninyo. Kasi pag hindi hindi ko na nag-iibang. Look at my city. I would like to we travel back. Ano ang syudad?
Salamat, Calls ko, Jowan.
Hindi pa ako may... Nandyan yung komunista, nandyan yung mga popper, nandyan lahat. Abusado na polis, abusado na sundalo. Puro kriminal, puro kanya-kanya. Nung na-mayor ako, sabi ko, hinto kayo, either, ayan siya, mga nandyan naman noon. Sabi ko sa mga polis, either patayin ninyo ako o papatayin ko kayo. Putang ina, kuminto kayo kayo. Kung sinabi ko yan sa mga kriminal, sa pulis, lalo na sa kriminal. Pero yung mga pulis na nag-kidnap, sumali sa hold-up, mga tao nila, pinatay ko talaga. Alam nila yan. Ibibigay nila yung pangalan kung tanongin mo. All you have to do is to place them under oath. Sinabi ko sa kanila, pati kayo pag hindi ninyo disiplina yung mga tao ninyo. Bayad ang mga tao ng sweldo ninyo tapos pati kayo kasali dyan. Stricto talaga ako sa pulis. Ayan sila. Puro general yan. Protektado ko ang pulis pag sa trabaho. Kasi ma-demoralize o hayaan mo. Alam mo ba, Senator, nung mayor ako, ayan, puro dumaan ng Davao yan, puro naging chief of police yan. Pagka ang pulis nagkaroon ng kaso, yung araw na yon na ma-file yung kaso against the police, yung sweldo niya, hinto na yan. Wala nang pagkain na dumadating doon sa pati yung mga anak. Hinto pati yung edukasyon ng bata. Kaya pinoprotektahan ko sila. Pinoprotektahan. Ito puro generals. Pero alam nila, sila mismo pinoprotektahan. Pero dumaan ang kaso yan. Pero yung mga pulis na gago,
I will take advantage of the presence of the former president and then ask now the police generals present this afternoon. Narinig niyo yung sinabi ni Presidente? Generals Danao and Coy, do you confirm what the President said? Na kung involved ang police ninyo sa krimen, siya mismo ang pinapatay daw niya. So do you confirm such a statement?
As far as I'm concerned, sir, when I was under the Davao City Police Office, hindi naman siguro sila pinapatay. As far as I know, sir, wala mang pinatay po si Mayor.
What do you do? What do you do to the policemen involved in crime?
Policeman is involved in crime, sir. Yes, okay.
That's the scenario.
Sir, nung panahon ko, when I was the city director, there was one policeman who was discharged for illegal drugs. And unfortunately, hindi ko na lang po i-mention yung pangalan kung sino yung congressman na nilapitan at na-reinstate po sa serbisyo. In short, okay, he was already discharged from illegal drugs. Wala pang 1 year, sir. Walang ginawa kundi magmaoy, mamaril, at binabaril na, sir, yung kanyang misis, binabattle indok na yan. Okay? So, in short, sir, yung taong yun, kinausap ko. Kasi sabi ko, kababalik mo lang, baka pwede namang maglaylo ka. Okay? So, ang nangyari, sir, naglaylo siguro ng 3 linggo. Ganon ulit, sir. So, binaril na ng binaril yung misis niya. And accordingly, sabi mismo ng misis niya, sir, kaya po laging nagwawala na naman itong mister ko dahil bumalik uli sa droga. So in short, sir, pinatay namin. Ganoon na, sir.
Anong circumstances? Meaning pinatay ninyo?
Sir, lumaban, sir, Pulis, may sariling baril, sir. Pinaparil nga niya yung misis na kami pa.
Pinatay nyo sa bahay niya?
Yes, sir. Pinapalit namin talaga, sige, sir. Pinapalit namin, sir. Nakalimutan ko na yung apelyido. Pero that was when I was the city director. I think it was 2014.
Ano man?
I am familiar with the...
Sige, sir. Can you supply the details, Mr. President?
Yes, lumaban, sir.
Yung petsa, so that yung mga gusto mag-research further sa insidente, anong petsa, anong pangalan ng tao?
And I cannot... it would be impossible to remember that. I have to go back home and...
General Danao, month and year? Para lang because this happened in Davao City, pero anong month and year? Para...
Yes, sir. Hindi ko lang, sir, maalala yung pero I was the city director, sir, Pero that was from... Kasi I was assigned, sir, from 2012 up to 16 yata. Basta almost 3 years yun, sir, So, walang ginawa yun, sir, kundi magsumbong sa station. And actually, pinatawag ko, sir, yung police, Yun yung pinagtataka ko, sir. Dahil the discharge na ito,
Hindi ko na lang sasabihin, sir, kung sinong congressman yung nilapitan niya. And nakabalik sir sa serbisyo. So, yun ang nakakasakit sir sa atin. Dinischarge ka na nga for illegal drugs and yet nakabalik ka ulit. Pagbalik mo, the same trabaho, illegal drugs pa rin. So what will you do dun, sir? Talaga naman na misis mo, binabaril mo, buntis, binabating yung mo, hindi lalo sa ibang tao.
Thank you, General Kuy. Any reaction to what the President said?
Sir, when I was the city director then in 2005, I cannot remember any incident of a member of the Davao City Police na involved in illegal activities. But yung policy na yun po ni Mayor noon was well known to the public, more so to the members of the police force.
Senator, sa lahat ng daan ng Davao to, pinakamabait yan si Kuy. Hindi makapatay ng lamok yan. Yung iba dyan, Danao, patay ka dyan.
Nagtatanggapin na naman.
Alam mo, yun o.
Wala na pala si Senator Risa, kaya pala tahimik. Wala na rin si De Lima. Mukhang magkasama silang dalawa.
Pag nandyan na yan, itong buhay na nila. Ngayon, mamili tayo. Ako, nung mamili ako, sabihin ko, sige, habulin mo. Patayin mo pag lumaban. Yun talaga ang patayin mo pag lumaban. Hindi ko sinasabi sa salvage mo. Nasabihin mo, hulihin mo, nakakampak, tapos barilin ko. Hindi trabaho ng lalaki yan eh. Kung tunay ka na lalaki, trabaho yung patay ng tao na bigyan mo ng baril. Barila na lang kayo. Alam nila yung lahat. Kaya si katabi mong senador, alam niya yan.
Senator De La Rosa. Mr. Chair, I would like to share also my own personal experience. Pagdating dyan sa mga words ni President Duterte na sinabi niya, pananakot niya sa kriminal na kayo gumawa, lalo na kayo mga pulis, na involved kayo sa kidnapping, involved kayo sa droga, involved kayo sa hold-upan, papatayin ko kayo. Yes! Sinabi niya yan. Sinabi niya yan. At itong mga pulis na ito, na namamatay din, namamatay sila during operation na tinandak sa kanila, dahil lumaban talaga sila. Hindi naman pupuntahan mo lang yung pulis para barilin. Sabi ka ni Presidente, hindi gawain ng lalaki yan. Hindi gawain ng lalaki yan. I have my own personal experience. Isang tao po noon, matagal na ng tao. Sinaligan yung trusted ko na tao. Ang problema, nagka-girlfriend ng isang drug addict. Yung girlfriend niya yung drug addict, siya rin tumira na ng droga. Ngayon, nung tumira na siya ng droga, dahan-dahan na rin siya nagbibinta ng droga. Pupusing na siya. So, naawol siya ngayon. Nung naawol siya, full time na talaga siya naging puser. Sabi ni President Duterte, nung mayor siya, yung mga pulis na yan na nagbibinta ng droga, papatayin ko kayo. Alam nangyari, inupuritan yung pulis na yon. Tauhan ko yung dati. Inupiritan siya. Pag-operate sa kanya, nag-bypass. Nung nag-positive, inaresto siya. Pinasok siya. Barilan sila. Nung mga SWAT na pumasok. Ang masakit pa nga, Mr. Chair, yung mga SWAT na pumasok sa kanya, nag-assault, classmate niya na matagal niya kasama from the training center hanggang sila nagiging SWAT, hanggang nagiging kasama sa basketball araw-araw, kasama sa kusina kumakain araw-araw. Pero sabi ng pulis ng SWAT na nag-assault, Sir, ano magagawa ko? Classmate ko yan, hindi ko kayang patayin, pero lumaban eh. Kaya, paano ko i-explain ito ngayon sa asawa ng classmate ko namatay?
Siyang ilayang ng Oman, hello po.
ang pagka kinuha natin yung word palagi na yung intimidation na ginagawa ni Presidente sa mga kriminal, pang-intimidate lang yun. Kaya nga, ang ganda ng Davao City dahil takot talaga pumasok ang mga kriminal doon. Sabi niya, pag kayo kriminal pumasok sa Davao City, hindi kayo makakalabas nito. Kaya takot sila. That's intimidation. Pero yung pag-implement ng sinasabi na papatay ko kayo, walang pulis na gago na graduate ka ng public safety basic recruit course na tinuruan ka ng police operational procedure, tinuruan ka ng mga lahat ng mga rules of court doon sa training mo, tapos isalvage mo yung tao. Walang pulis na gano'n. May pinag-aralan ng pulis eh. Kaya pinag-aralan yan. Kahit nasabihin pa si Presidente na, barilin mo diretso ha, barilin mo diretso. Hindi susundin ng pulis yan. Dahil alam nila what is tama at anong hindi. Kaya, palagi lang na may misinterpret, na may misquote yung kanyang mga hyperbole, yung mga superlatives, yung mga ano pa yung mga pinagsasabi ng Presidente, just to send the message to the spine of the criminals na takutin sila. Yun po ang technique niya. Magaling yan siya sa saywar eh. Magaling siya sa pag-iintriga hanggang yung mga kriminal mismo magbabarilan. Sila na lang mismo. At yun ang ginawa niyang Davao Death Squad, yung mga kriminal na nagbabarilan. Salamat sa inyo. At wala na trabaho yung polis. Kayo na mga kriminal nagbabarilan dyan sa Davao City.
To complete your story, Senator Bato, yung sa tauhan mo, if you can remember the time frame? Time period, kung anong month, anong year? Sige po, para lang.
Sige lang, mag-research na tayo. Mag-research na ako kung anong year yun.
Mr. President, one last question from me. I don't know yung mga colleagues ko kung meron pa. Meron pong footages kasi na, katulad nung sinabi ko kanina, yung sabi mo kung pwede kayo ma-misinterpret na in-encourage nyo patayin pero dinudugtungan nyo ng kung manlaban, gano'n yan. Pero sabi mo rito, may 3 million ako sa mga drug lords, itong terrorizing, supervising na drugista 2 million, second echelon 1 million, ordinaryo 50,000. Did you actually fulfill itong mga rewards na sinabi niyo po? Kahit na doon sa pwede niyo sabihin na pasok sa inyo sinabi na napatay mo kasi self-defense. Did you actually give rewards like this, Mr. President?
Storya lang yun, sir. Kung pulis ka, ito na. Kung may pinatay siya tapos sabihin niya, sir, sana yung sinabi mong reward. Mumurahin kita. Putang ina, trabaho mo yung patay tapos magkubra. Ano ka nito? Kahero mo? Trabaho mo yung magpatay ka pa ng patay. Yan ang trabaho mo. Kaya lang binibigyan ng parel eh. Ang ibig kong sabihin, patayin ninyo yung masasamang tao, kriminal. Wala akong sinabi na pumatay kayo ng inosente. Alam nila ng lahat. Yan sila. Naggalit ako pag ikaw ang pulis, nag-abuso at may nagsumbong sa akin na binugbog ka ng pulis o pinatay mo yung asawa niya, putang ina kang pulis ka, may problema ka sa akin. Either maglayas ka, alam nila yan. Pag hindi, maabutan kita.
Mr. Chair, just to add to the statement of President Duterte. Yung sinasabi-sabi niya na pera, amount na ganito. Ang may understanding to that is kasama yan sa fear factor na gusto niya i-inject doon sa mga kriminal. Tingnan nyo, nung in-announce niya na meron kang babayaran ko yung drug lord, sabi niya 1 million o iba-ibang prices, iba-ibang amount. Tingnan mo. Kung saan napunta ang pinakamalaking drug lord sa Cebu, si Jaguar, lumayas. Nagtago dito sa Las Piñas. Hanggat dito na sa Las Piñas. Yung mga drug lord sa Iloilo, si Odicta, saan nagpunta? Pumunta dito sa Manila. Kasi natakot sila. natakot talaga sa Mr. Chairman. Pero kung sinabi mo na actual na binigay yung pera na yan, na pangtakot, na kung may napatay, ibinigay, I don't know. Tanungin natin si President Duterte kung binigay ba niya yan kung may namatay.
Hindi, kasi-
Pero ang alam ko, pantakot na ngayon, kaya naglayasan yung mga drug lord dito sa Pilipinas. Ngayon, nang wala na si President Duterte, bumalik na naman. Andyan na naman sila.
Federico Esquisa,
Continue yung
Junior,
kanilang
hello.
trabaho, kanilang negosyo. Yeah.
Hindi nila nakuha yung style ko, sir. Hindi ako magsabi na magbigay ako bounty. Ikaw yung kriminal. Criminal ay 50,000. Sabihin ko, ang polis ang bigyan ko 50,000, sigurado mahuli yan. So sabihin mo ng 50,000 doon. Wala. Pero sabihin mo, ibigay mo yung 50,000, no? Hanapin mo. Pag lumaban, patayin mo. Alam nila yan, kasi dumaan yan lahat sa akin. Instructor ako sa criminal law, pati criminal procedure. Dumaan yan sila sa akin, either sa klase or lecture. Alam nila lahat. Alam nila lahat kung paano pumatay ng legal at paano pumatay ng kukulong ka. Always in the fulfillment of duty when your life is in danger. Alam nila yan. Pagkapulis ka, hindi lang basta-basta bumaril ka dyan. Only when you are enforcing the law at sabihin mo mag-surrender ka, pag ayaw mo mag-surrender, lapitan mo, you must overcome the resistance. Pagka nakaputukan kayo, sabihin, sinasabi ko sa IAS at sabihin ko uli ngayon, ang sinasabi ko sa pulis, huwag kayo umuwi dito sa mag-report sa akin na may tama ka. Galit ako, sabihin ko, bakit ikaw ang tinamaan? Putang ina. Anong klaseng pulis ka na? Alam nila yan. Eh, sila na puro na dumaan ng chief of police yan. Alam nila yan. Ayaw. Senator, ayaw kong makita yung pulis ko na maray. Kasi naahawa ako sa mga biyuda. Kaya lahat, alam na, ito, nandiyan yan sila. Lahat ng pulis na mamatay sa Davao, pinupuntahan ko talaga. At yung mga byuda nila, ayan, nandiyan sila, nandito harap-harapan. Yung mga byuda nila, ginagawa ko casual sa City Hall para may pondo lang pagkain. Tanungin mo yan sila isa. Ganun yan. Pag nasuspende ang pulis, nung mayor ako, wala nang sweldo, ako ang nagbabayad. At pag may kaso, ako ang nagbibilban. Pero kung abusado at kriminal, alam nila, napapatayin ko talaga sila. Alam nila yan. Alam ng buong Davao yan. Huwag na tayo bulahan. Hindi ako matapang. Takot rin ako mamatay. Pero may paraan ako.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay. So, we appreciate your attendance. No? Nag-overtime na po tayo sa pasensya na po, hindi natin kaya hanggang 4 a.m.
Okay lang din.
Okay. And then, so, to the other resource persons or witnesses na hindi po natanong man lang, including Muking. Muking isir, taas mo kami mo Muking kasi marami nagsasabi baka hindi ka mag-appear. But thank you for, so pasensya na po kayo, no? We ran out of time for our first hearing. Automatic, ano na lang?
Senator, bigyan mo ko kunting panahon, sandali. Kasi Muking,
yes, sir.
Bigay ng pera. Alam mo, ang pulis, sir, at alam mo yan, ikaw mismo alam mo yan. Yang pulis, walang pera yan pag-operasyon. Magtanong ka dito ng istasyon. Sweldo lang yan sila, may equipment sila, ganon, may police car. Putang ina, walang gasolina yan. Maniwala ka. Magtanong ka ngayon, maski ikaw sa probinsya, utosan ng sir, walang pang gasolina. Ewan ko, I'm not trying to cast aspersion doon sa taas. Pero may mga gasolina wala. Kung hindi mo bigyan, o ito, kung may krimen, may nakidnap, ako, bigyan ko yan sila. Ayan, buhay yan. Bigay ako sa kanila, 50,000. Gasolina. Pagdating mo doon, patayin mo. So, anong gawin nila? Bigyan mo panahon na lumaban. Kasi yan ang instructor ako sa criminal procedure. The only way na hindi tayo makulong and to justify the killing is bigyan mo talaga ng panahon. Kaya huwag mong lapitan doon na ganunin mo. Diretso-diretso. Lalo yung mga hudapper, papatay talaga yan. Mindanao.
So thank you, Mr. President. In the course of the hearings, doon nga natin i-establish bakit nga walang pang-operation ang police. So yun ang ating tatanungin ngayon natin yan. Pero we have run out of time for our hearing this.
Until now, sir.
Okay.
Until now.
Can we excuse the President? Okay. Sige, Mr. President, by unanimous position, you are now excused from the hearings. Thank you for attending. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Whether you like it or not, kasi itong mga kaibigan niyo po rito, gusto na po kayo may parang Mr. President.
Ito na kasi yung punong na binigyan ako ng panahon.
Hindi pa po kumakain si tatay, mamon lang.
Na makarating dito. And I could talk publicly. Alam naman lahat ng DUs yan.
Pareho kami tatay din, gutom na.
Ang pulis ko, hanggang sweldo lang yan. May utos, walang gasolina, walang pampaluat.
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, I think it's majority of the members of this committee. Senator Romero Padilla, Senator Bongo, yours truly, and even as Senator Villanueva, I would like to excuse the President from
We
this.
suspend so that the President can...
Ayaw ko kasi there are so many questions that would be left unanswered.
We suspend our hearing.
Sir, pag wala ng question.
Pusin natin itong
Ayaw mo. Awat na, awat. Si tatay pa ang ayaw. Si tatay ang ayaw umalis. And pupuntahan sa lahat ng senador Wala, bahala kayo sa buhay niya daw. Ayan sila. Yan, pupuntahan siya. Kinuyog na. Papatayuin na siya kahit anong... Kahit ayaw nyo raw, tatay, wala ka na magagawa. Ihilahin ka na nila.
Ako mga kabayan. Thank you.
Hindi kasi maraming problema. Total, this is a public place. Yung pinatito ng gobyerno, ito na ako sabihin sa publiko. Maraming problema na hindi nasasagot ng putang inang gobyerno na to. Isa yung gasolina. Walang gasolina. Operation, walang pera yan. Alam mo, kagastos ang polis sa sariling bulsa nila.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Buti na lang ako yung mayor. Ayan sila. Puro sila.
Balik na naman. Sige. Pagod na si tatay talaga.
Bigay gasolina, bigay pera.
Ayaw niya talaga umalis. Gitong... Ayun na si tatlong senador natin. O, tapusin daw lahat.
Ayaw mo ni Tatay Digong po. Senado na yung sumupo yung tatay.
Ayan, dito nga. Si Kuya Epe, nandito pa rin hanggang ngayon.
Tulak natin maglabas na kay... Tanong, ilang pinatay? Oo, kanya yan si Kuya.
Alis natin.
Magpranggaan tayo dito sa Pilipinas. Marami tayong problema sa...
O yan, magulo na kasi maglalakad tayo.
Alam mo, unang pera. Pera sa population, si pera sa gasolina. Wala talaga. Sige ka lang po sa pulisya. Sol. Ang pulis. Ayaw ko.
Ayaw talaga ni tatay. Ayaw tumayo.
Senator, kuhin ko na lang itong public forum ko. Total, government property na ito. Hindi.
Biro lang pala.
Yung problema talaga ng I hope Congress I hope really Congress
Sige po. Talagang mahal pa rin ng ating mga senador si PRRD. Ang laki pa rin ng respeto nila sa ating dating Pangulo.
Utang ina ka, you should decide. Ang pulis, pag-hiram yan, sarili nila. Kawawa.
Ipuso namin
Kawawa ang pulis talaga, kawawa ang pulis. Sorry. Sila, marami kong pinatay ng pulis. Pero, supportahan natin. If you want the police trabaho to protect society,
Sir,
then,
Sen Coco. Sir, kailan yung next hearing?
November 4 na ba next?
Resume now. Wala pang skill. Ayaw pa siya.
Umiiwas na si Senator Coco eh. Tignan nyo yung tao sa plenary. Oh. Hanggang ngayon, walang umaalis. Ayan o.
Makakaligod boss mo.
Diba?
Hindi, okay lang. Gitnaan mo po. Pasok sa gitna para makuha kami ba? Kaya tirahan mo.
hindi pumasok ang mayor o barangay captain, dapat ilabas nila yung kawawa ang pulis.
Live pa po tayo. Wala pa po itong edit. Wala pong pigilan.
Kawawa eh.
So tara, antayin muna yung punta doon. Sorry. So tara, samahan natin si Tatay. So siyempre magtatakbuhan na naman. Grabe si Tatay, oh. No? Very active. So nag-uunahan na yung media, oh. Walang aalis talaga.
Boss, pakiliabang ko ang sa mga tapo.
Talaga crush siya. Crush yung idol natin. Sinasabi mo na daw siya.
So, hindi tayo na mga lahat si Tatay. Nay. Medyo may pwesto lang tayo na maayos, ha. So wala po tong editan, wala pa tayong pinapatay. Hindi literal na pinapatay, ha. Ayun na.
Interview ba?
Wait lang. Lalagay natin sa ating kami. Naka-ready na. Dito lang tayo. Salubungan na si Tatay.
Na-ambush pa.
Diretso na kayo.
Meron pang...
Ingat kayo. bye-bye. Bye-bye. So, ito na si tatay. O, ayan ah. Clear na tayo. So, dahan. Grabe si tatay, no? Ay, no. Hindi na natin sinundan si tatay. Privacy niya na yun. Boss, Cedric! So, ito na po sila. So, okay na kaya mga ka-old school. Wala na tayong nakalimutan. Yes. Saan press con? Sino may press con? Sa Golden Bay. Sa Golden Bay. Wow. Punta tayo. So, meron pang press con si PRRD. So, pupunta kami ng SMNI. Siyempre, ito kayo ko sa iyo. Walang iwanan to. Dire-diretso tayo kahit malaki na yung eye bag natin. Hello guys. Si Boss Jimmy pala to. Hi guys. Hey.
Sir, yung sa ano?
Si Kuya Jimmy pala to.
Nakakintindi pa.
Ayun o. Wow. So ayan, puntahan natin yung ano ni Tatay Diggs. Meron pa palang yun nga, meron pang press con si PRRD. Wala. Ano to? Mag-ano ba? May nag-hearing pa.
Ito po yung pinamamit kanina ni Dali.
Ano?
Rakit muna tayo.
Tara. So mga ka-old school, pupunta lang muna kami ng office ni Senator Bongo. Then didiretso na kami dun sa press con ni PRRD. So maraming salamat. Mamaya ulit mga ka-old school. Ingat!